Family, who understands? I just finished the ultimate internal test of the Naruto world for 100 lifetimes, and the system gave me an ultimate gift pack, along with the ultimate mission to resurrect the dead. I used the reincarnation birth technique to bring Jiraiya back to life, and he actually called me old friend. In an instant, my sealed memories surfaced, and it turned out we had a story together since childhood. Let me tell you how it happened. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard that guy on the shore shout at me, "Old friend, it's you. You resurrected me with the reincarnation birth technique." I was completely dumbfounded. Seriously, my brain just crashed. "Wait, dude, who are you?" "No, I know who you are, but the problem is, how do you know me?" "This script is wrong. According to the setting, you NPCs whose lives I've interfered with shouldn't have any memory of me." My mind went blank all at once. To help you understand how confused I was at that moment, I need to start from the beginning. Just a few minutes ago, I had just finished my ultimate internal test in the Naruto world that lasted for 100 lifetimes. You heard me right, 100 lifetimes and basically a veteran player in the Naruto world. I've stepped on every blade of grass 800 times. The system had just sent me a graduation report card, and it was magnificent. I helped Orochimaru with research, assisted Neji in breaking the cage to become the clan leader, accompanied Gaara through his childhood of isolation, and stopped Obito from causing the fourth great ninja, War for Love. I handled it all perfectly. Let me tell you, in one lifetime, I directly became the third Hokage and turned the Land of Fire into the top of the 5 powers, with Obito holding Rin's hand, Itachi carrying Sarada on his back, and the Namake's family living happily together. That scene was like the director's cut of the Naruto finale, all about a perfect ending. Of course, there are also times I messed up. For instance, in one lifetime, the system assigned me a devilish task: realize Heiden's dream. I had the expression of a subway elder looking at his phone at that moment. What was Heiden's dream? To sacrifice the whole world to the evil god. How could I help with that? I just said, "You're not bad at all," dug him out of the ground, drew a big pancake for him using sanitary pads to make him think he had new hope in life, and then buried him even deeper. Family, who understands? I will remember Asuma's grudge for a lifetime. No one could persuade me. And I got a score of 0 for that task. I don't care. After messing around for 100 lifetimes, the final tally showed I had perfectly completed 86 lifetimes. The system directly sent me an ultimate gift pack. All the amazing ninjutsu accumulated over 86 lifetimes, infinite chakra and stamina. Opening my eyes was like opening a beauty filter. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Rinnegan could be switched freely, and I didn't have to worry about blindness. Then, the ultimate task came: resurrect at least 20 dead people. At the start of the task, I was airdropped into the Rain Village at a really awkward time, right when the Fourth Great Ninja War had begun. I stood by the window of an inn, listening to the rain outside, looking at the calendar, and the first name that popped into my mind was that man Jiraiya. Let me tell you, this old guy's life is simply the epitome of unresolved issues in the Naruto world. He himself was carefree, but every single one of his disciples, grandchildren, and the woman he liked became Hokage. He fought for Konoha his whole life, and in the end, his body lay cold at the bottom of the sea, without even a proper funeral. Can I tolerate this? I jumped straight out of the window, standing on the beach where he sank years ago. Without a word, I opened my eyes and activated my Rinnegan, and that iconic circular pattern appeared. I didn't even look at the low-level reincarnation technique if I was going to play. I'd go all out using the outer path. Reincarnation birth technique. Let me tell you, if someone else used this technique, they would instantly be drained of their life force and turn into a dried corpse. But who am I? I'm a man who activated the infinite chakra cheat. I poured chakra into that pitch-black sea like it was free. The green life energy surged into the ocean, illuminating the entire seabed. Countless cells began to reassemble, and that familiar white-haired figure slowly took shape. I was getting emotional, shouting at the sea. The Konoha you guarded all your life is about to be torn down. The woman you loved is about to die. Your proudest disciple is risking his life right now. Your life is not a failure at all. The problem is this world. I must let you see Naruto become Hokage with your own eyes. Come back to life, Jiraiya. With my shout, that guy at the bottom of the sea felt his heart thump, and it started beating again. Then, he emerged from the sea. I was preparing my emotions, getting ready for a whole spiel of hello. Who am I? Am this and that. And the situation is like this. But then the scene at the beginning happened. He pointed at me and called me old friend. I was completely stunned. But in that moment, looking at his face, both familiar and strange, my mind exploded, and a memory I'd sealed away, or rather, a dream of his that should not have existed, clearly surfaced before my eyes. I remembered everything. That was in a dream in the 21st year of Konoha, when we were both just 8 years old. Me, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and him, the 4 of us were just little kids under Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, Jiraiya was the absolute bottom of the barrel. The three of us had easily completed the tree climbing training, while he was struggling and falling off the tree. That guy Orochimaru had a sharp tongue, and with a single ewer dragging us down again, he completely broke Jiraiya's mindset, making him fall flat on his face. Jiraiya got up, furious, and yelled at Orochimaru, "Ew, who don't sweat? Let's fight." Orochimaru looked indifferent. "I won't fight you. It would waste my time studying ninjutsu." Tsunade beside them also looked disgusted. As soon as Jiraiya's bad temper kicked in, he turned to Tsunade and shouted, "What are you looking at, you flat-chested washing board Tsunade?" In an instant, the air went silent. Orochimaru and silently took a few steps back, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Then came the one-sided beating, with Tsunade pummeling Jiraiya until he cried for his mother. Once Tsunade calmed down, Jiraiya, sporting a swollen head, was still desperately practicing. He was sweating profusely, watching us rest, his eyes dim. He muttered, "I don't want to always be the bottom." I couldn't stand it anymore and walked over, pulling out a double popsicle from my pocket, breaking it in half, and handing him one half. "Take a break." His eyes lit up at the sight of the popsicle, and he took it and took a big bite. It was pure bliss. Tsunade and Orochimaru were also tempted, asking me if I had any more. I shook my head, "No, just this one." Jiraiya was so pleased, grinning like a 200-pound child. We leaned against the tree, eating the popsicle in the shade. He suddenly asked me, "Chen Feng, back at school, everyone didn't want to play with me. Why do you?" I said, "Because we are very similar. We are both war orphans and we both like big breasts." "Ha ha ha, me too." He laughed happily, but then fell silent, lowering his head and saying, "Actually, I'm really anxious inside, feeling like I'm falling further behind you. Can I really become a good ninja in the future?" I hugged his shoulder tightly and said seriously, "You definitely can. Even if the whole world looks down on you, I will stand by your side. Your life will definitely be very successful." His eyes turned red instantly, looking at me and nodding heavily. Companions. We are companions. My task in this lifetime was to ensure Jiraiya's life has no regrets. So from childhood on, I kept accompanying him, cheering him on, and encouraging him. We hadn't finished our popsicles when Sarutobi Asuma came back. Seeing Jiraiya slacking off and sneaking food, he immediately punched him twice, giving him a symmetrical bump on each side of his head. He also punished both of us, tying us to a wooden post while we watched the three of them have dinner. That night, we practiced together in the forest. When we were exhausted and lying on the ground, we saw that guy Mike Guy running by with iron weights strapped to his legs, huffing and puffing. Jiraiya was inspired and quickly got up, insisting that I supervise him to continue training. 3 years passed like this. When he was 11, he managed to reverse summon himself to Mount Mayaboku without a summoning contract. I knew that the gears of his legendary life truly began to turn from that moment, and I, too, needed to make up for the regrets in the next phase of his life. 12 more years passed, and it was the 36th year of Konoha. We were both 23. He had become one of the legendary Sannin, traveling the nations in search of the so-called child of prophecy. As for me, I was taking care of children with Orochimaru. That's right, the precious little brother of Tsunade, Shiju. Let me tell you, that kid is a hot-blooded, delusional teenager, always saying, "I want to be Hokage," like a broken record. We had just teamed up to take down a few Jonin from the Rain Village, and Orochimaru was watching his disciple proudly, praising his bravery. Shiju was so excited he could barely contain himself, laughing foolishly. I was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, and guess what I found? A secret document. It was filled with intelligence on our Konoha ninjas, clearly indicating that there was a traitor in our village. Orochimaru was furious, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, saying that such a person was unworthy of inheriting the will of fire and that we must report this to the third Hokage immediately to expose the traitor. All right, let's head back then. Shiju was so excited about his first rank mission that he dashed to the front like a hyperactive dog. Orochimaru kept complaining from behind, saying that Tsunade was being reckless by allowing him to take on such a dangerous mission. Upon hearing this, Shiju quickly turned back to plead for his sister, saying it was his own decision to come and that he wanted to grow up faster. Let me tell you, Orochimaru looked. With a hopeful gaze of rope tree and a smile that was incredibly kind, it was like a father's love as solid as a mountain. I was a bit overwhelmed at that moment, and suddenly asked him, "Orochimaru, have you ever thought about becoming Hokage?" He said he wasn't interested and just wanted to protect the village. I foolishly asked then, "How about being a rogue ninja?" Wow. His gaze instantly turned sharp like a knife, almost giving me a cut right then and there. He told me not to make such jokes, and seriously said that if I dared to betray the village, he would be the first to come and kill me. Family. Who understands? My CPU was burning because I clearly remembered that according to the original script, today was the anniversary of Rope Tree's death. Once he died, Orochimaru would feel the fragility of life. His mindset would explode, and he would start researching immortality, ultimately leading him to betray the village. At this critical moment, I had to act. Before I could finish my thought, I caught sight of a trap ahead out of the corner of my eye. Without a second thought, I dove towards Rope Tree, crashing him into a nearby tree. He looked confused and asked what I was doing. The next second, boom, dozens of explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The flames and shockwave were astonishing. Orochimaru's pupils dilated as he instantly flashed to Rope Tree's side to protect him, watching helplessly as I was engulfed by the flames. Rope Tree was immediately stunned, calling out for me. When Orochimaru rushed over, his face turned pale, and he froze, staring at the pile of me that had been blown to bits on the ground. I tell you, he must have been replaying memories in his head, like graduating from ninja school, going on missions together, and so on. Finally, he knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Even when his apprentice urged him to use medical ninjutsu to save me, he couldn't speak. And guess what? My cheeky laughter echoed from above. The corpse on the ground suddenly transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution jutsu, you get it? I emerged from an eagle that had half its feathers burned off. Rope Tree rushed over, crying, and hugged me. Orochimaru stood up, so angry that his mouth twisted upwards, shouting at me, "You bastard, you did that on purpose." I pointed at him and laughed, saying that his crying face was like a walking meme, and I would make a snake. I'm really about to break down meme to send to Jiraiya later. He stormed over and punched me on the head, making me yelp in pain. For years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 40 years of Konoha, we were both 27 now. That guy Jiraiya finally found 3 orphans in the Rain Village, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, and became their life mentor. When I found him, he was preparing to say goodbye to his apprentices before heading back to the battlefield in Konoha. The scene was truly tear-jerking. He had set up some kind of signal system with a few wooden plaques. If the frog side was up, it meant he was out, and if the red paper side was up, it meant he was home. The kids pretended to be forgetful just to make him stay a little longer. Jiraiya felt a pang in his heart, but he still had to leave. He explained to them that if the plaque was red, but the person wasn't there, it meant the person was gone. I showed up just as he was about to leave, holding the half-finished Intimate Paradise he had written years ago. I asked him when the second half would be out, as I had been waiting so long. As soon as Jiraiya saw me, he was so excited and pulled me to start drinking. I also mentioned my mission, saying that the third Hokage had sent me to secretly investigate the so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, in the Rain Village, suspecting he had colluded with the traitors in Konoha. When Jiraiya heard this, his face turned pale, and he warned me repeatedly not to engage with Hanzo, saying that guy was a pure beast and that when the 3 legendary ninjas, fought him, they were all knocked down and they only survived because he showed mercy. I reassured him that I valued my life and was just waiting to see the conclusion of his novel. That night, the 5 of us drank until we were completely out of it. Jiraiya got drunk and started boasting about how popular he was back in Konoha, claiming that everyone accepted his confessions. Then, the mood shifted, and he began to cry, lamenting why Tsunade always rejected him, and saying that when he returned from Iboka Mountain, he found that Tsunade was no longer the same girl he knew. Goodness, that kind of talk would get him hung in 2025. In the end, he asked me to look after the 3 kids after he left. Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, we each had a popsicle, just like when we were kids. After he finished his popsicle, he stood up and suddenly grabbed me, with a serious look in his eyes that I had never seen on Jiraiya before. He stared at me and said, "Chen Feng, you must promise me one thing." What? These little brats were about to starve and they were telling me they wanted to form an organization? Change the world? I was completely stunned. Yahiko was holding a crooked drawing of a red cloud and, with shining eyes, said to me, "Teacher, Chen Feng, we've decided our organization will be called Akatsuki." Wow, Akatsuki. Isn't that just perfect? Nagato was lecturing me about values, saying something about making the world feel pain. No, it was about mutual understanding through love and peace. Konan was nodding vigorously beside him, asking me what I thought of the idea. What can I say? I can only say this idea is fantastic. I told them that their name was Great Akatsuki, which means tearing a light in despair and bringing dawn. My praise excited the 3 kids so much that they immediately wanted to recruit me, even saying they wanted me to be the leader. I quickly waved my hands and said, no, look at my forehead protector. It's from Konoha. I'm a part of the organization. What would it mean for me to join you? An international illegal organization? Although I couldn't join them physically, I had to support them spiritually. I quickly brought them 3 cloaks with a black background and red clouds, which I had painted myself. Yahiko put on and jumped up, strutting around like he was on a runway, saying how cool it looked. Nagato rolled his eyes and mocked him while Konan was covering her mouth with laughter. Watching them, I felt like a proud father, both gratified and worried. I was gratified that the original Akatsuki hadn't gone off track. There were still those little sons striving for peace. I was worried because I knew that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander, was getting restless. Sure enough, as these kids' influence grew, Hanzo's sharp gaze was fixated on them. I had to keep an eye on this. But right now, there was something more urgent. The scene shifted to 3 months later. Let me tell you, just as I left, Tsunade's old lover, Dan Kato, got into trouble. At that time, Kato and Shizen from the Yamanaka clan were surrounded by Jonin from Sunagakure. Their chakra nearly depleted, and they were about to die. Kato had no choice but to use his ultimate technique. He had a bug-level technique called the Spirit Transformation Technique, where his soul would leave his body to take out enemies, leaving his body immobile like it was offline. This technique had a huge flaw, but most people didn't know that. Shizen was protecting him, sweating nervously. Just at the moment his soul was leaving his body, a swift arrow shot out from the bushes. The arrow was wrapped in chakra, like a small missile, heading straight for his defenseless body. This was a blatant trap. The other side was clearly waiting for him to use this technique. Shizen didn't have time to block it, and was blown away by the shockwave. Helplessly watching as Kato was about to be shot through the heart. In a critical moment, I descended from the sky, a single Rashomon, with a loud crash. A giant demon-faced gate slammed down, directly blocking the missile arrow. Kato's soul quickly dove back into his body, gasping for air, his face pale, saying, "If you had come a moment later, I might not have made it back." While I kept a wary eye on the surroundings, I teased him, "If you were gone, wouldn't Tsunade cry her eyes out?" Once we stabilized back to back, Shizen sensed that the attackers had fled. Kato said not to pursue, fearing it might be a trap. I immediately disagreed. "No, we must catch one alive." I pointed out, "Brother, the weakness of your technique, aside from the higher-ups in Konoha, no one knows. The other side is taking an open book exam. There's a mole in our village." As soon as I said this, Kato and Shizen's expressions changed, looking worse than seeing a ghost. Think about it. If even this kind of secret was sold, then techniques like the corpse demon consuming seal and reanimation jutsu would be exposed, right? I didn't waste any more words and dashed off. By the time Tsunade and Konoha arrived, I was already gone. After hearing Kato's recounting, their faces were all dark. Tsunade was especially furious, pounding her fist on Kato's head, shouting at him not to say the word dead. I can tell you, those 2 teammates nearby were scared, probably glad they were single. Tsunade examined the arrow and immediately concluded, "It's Chiyo's poison. That old hag is going crazy targeting us in Konoha because her son and daughter-in-law were killed by our Konoha White Fang." While they were analyzing, Shizen suddenly shouted, "Not good. Chen Feng is about to leave my sensing range." On the other side, I had already pinned the ambusher to the ground. We fought, and in the end, I used the Earth Dragon Bullet to blast him down to half his breath. I walked over and removed his mask, and to my surprise, it was a familiar face. A member of the Root organization, an Uchiha named Uchiha Fei. I was clear in my mind that this was definitely the work of Danzo. I asked him if he was sent by Danzo, and he was still tough, trying to stab me with a knife before dying. I swiftly dislocated his arm, activated my Sharingan, and without further ado, I sent him a preview of how Danzo would betray the 4th Hokage and orchestrate the Uchiha massacre directly into his mind. That guy's faith collapsed on the spot, screaming Danzo's name as he died, his eyes filled with despair. I buried him, leaving only the Root mask behind. When I returned to meet up with Tsunade and the others, I said the person had escaped, and he was a ninja from the Land of Wind. Too fast for us to catch. Back in Konoha, we headed straight to the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the 2 old advisors, Koba Udatane and Hamura Midokado, were all present. We reported the situation, and the 2 old advisors pretended to be clueless, muddying the waters and saying it was an accident. I saw Tsunade's face turn green with anger, her fists creaking, and if it weren't in the Hokage's office, I bet she would have smashed a table right there. Tsunade angrily stormed out. Once they left, only the 3rd Hokage and I remained in the office. Sarutobi's face instantly darkened as he asked me, "This time, did you bring anything back?" I nodded and presented all the intelligence I had secretly gathered over the months about Hanzo the Salamander and his collusion with Danzo. The 3rd Hokage looked at the information, his hands trembling with anger, slamming his palm on the table. "Danzo, for the position of Hokage. He doesn't even care about the village's safety. Looking at the third Hokage's worried expression, I directly suggested, Lord Third, why not just kill Danzo? The third Hokage suddenly looked up at me, his eyes filled with shock and hesitation. Finally, he sighed, do you think I don't want to? But he is the leader of Root. If I kill him in the village, Konoha will surely fall into chaos. Then let us wait until he goes out. The elite of Root will protect him. It's too difficult. Once we fail, he will immediately retaliate, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I looked at him and slowly spoke, Lord Third, what if the one protecting Danzo is me? What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. In front of him, I took out the root mask belonging to Uchiha Fei and put it on my face. Then with the transformation technique, I changed completely from my attire to my aura, becoming exactly like that deceased root ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Chen Feng, you are from Root? I wasn't before, but starting today, I can be. I laid out my entire grand plan, how to utilize Hanzo the Salamander, how to win over the Akatsuki organization, and finally, how to use a knife to kill Danzo. This tumor, revealing everything. The third Hokage listened, his eyes widening as if he was seeing me for the first time. He thought for a long time before finally coming to his senses. Hanzo the Salamander, the Akatsuki organization, Danzo, Chen Feng. You should have started implementing this plan a long time ago, right? Of course. I told him that my plan was intricately connected and had already begun to take shape. Just then, I was in the middle of painting a grand picture for the old man when I looked up and saw Jiraiya's big red robe swaying outside the window, making me dizzy. He was casually hugging a white-haired big guy and waving at me, calling for me to finish my report and join them for drinks. The white-haired big guy beside him was the famous Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. What was even more surprising was that Hatake Tsukumo had a small charm hanging from him, which was his son, yes, the 3-year-old Kakashi, who was tugging at Jiraiya's white hair. Seeing Jiraiya, I knew it was time for business. My lifelong core KPI is to ensure that Jiraiya's life has no regrets. I had to let him know that his 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, were now racing towards the peace he hoped for. Wouldn't he be overjoyed to know this? I immediately told the third Hokage that I was leaving, but the old man didn't stick to the script and, smiling with a pipe in his mouth, said, do you mind taking me along? I was taken aback. He seemed displeased and boasted that even the second Hokage had been drunk under his influence back in the day. Saying that, he pulled out a stash of treasured wine from his office, insisting that since we top-tier fighters rarely gathered, we should drink together. With a glance exchanged, we understood each other. I directly opened the window and shouted down to the two, don't wait, come up. The third Hokage has an urgent mission that needs to be executed now. After saying that, I quickly pulled the curtains shut to create a sense of mystery. Jiraiya and Tsukumo actually believed it and sighed, with Tsukumo comforting him, saying that protecting Konoha was a heavy responsibility. As a result, they sent Kakashi home and seriously pushed open the Hokage's office door, only to be stunned. The office was filled with the smell of alcohol, and the third Hokage and I had already taken off our coats, leaning back against the wall, drinking straight from the bottles. Tsukumo's eternally serious face cracked, and Jiraiya, smelling the wine, nearly had his eyes pop out. What the hell is going on? Realizing that the so-called mission was just drinking and chatting, Tsukumo finally relaxed. Jiraiya exploded at that moment, shouting that drinking without any excitement was boring, and dashed out, returning shortly after with dozens of skewers of barbecue and snacks. The third Hokage, feeling guilty, quickly formed a seal to create a soundproof barrier, warning us not to let anyone know, or he would have nowhere to put his face as Hokage. I tell you, that scene was simply a major revelation of Konoha's high-level black history. The 4 of us, fueled by alcohol, were having a blast. Jiraiya teased Tsukumo for being a top student in his youth, causing him to be the eternal last-place student. Tsukumo shot back with a critical hit, saying that Jiraiya had always been a pervert since childhood and had pursued his wife several times, and fortunately, she didn't agree, or else his son wouldn't be named Hatake Kakashi, but rather crazy Ghost Kakashi. After a few rounds of drinks, the topic drifted to the next generation. Jiraiya, lying on the floor, began to brag about Tsunade's younger brother, SHG, and Tsukumo's son, Kakashi, saying that the kid was exceptionally talented, but worried he might become too handsome and get distracted by girls, affecting his studies. Only to receive a punch on the head from Tsukumo, causing him to yelp in pain. The third Hokage also lamented, saying that Might Guy's son, Might Guy, was uncertain about the future. At this moment, it was my turn. I leisurely nibbled on the last skewer of barbecue, crossed my legs, and said, actually, There's another tough guy named Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage immediately remembered and said that Minato was indeed outstanding, becoming a Nin at 13, and was a grassroots ninja with no background or bloodline, relying solely on himself, and had previously derived the Rasengan from the tailed beast ball. Jiraiya, upon hearing about his disciple, immediately stood up, his eyes shining. Minato, my disciple. It's been a long time since I saw him. I remember when I taught him. He was only up to my waist. Tsukumo squinted, his cheeks flushed, saying, Minato has grown. I just saw him yesterday, and he is as tall as me now. As tall as you? Jiraiya leaned over to compare heights with Tsukumo, and then smugly lowered his head to say, but he is still pretty short. Bastard. Tsukumo grabbed a bottle and hit Jiraiya on the head, leaving another big bump. Just as we were laughing, the third Hokage's expression suddenly changed. Stop messing around. Hayashi is on his way here. It's urgent. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was slammed open, and Hayashi Hyuga rushed in, looking pale, and immediately shouted, Third Hokage, Kushina has been kidnapped by ninjas from the land of water. I tell you, the air in the office instantly froze. Kushina was no ordinary person. She was the host of the Nine Tails. If she were taken away, Konoha's strategic nuclear weapon would be gone. Jiraiya and Tsukumo immediately volunteered to fight, but the third Hokage rejected them all. He said that this mission required efficiency, rescue, and flee, and there was someone more suitable than you. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Minato Namikaze appeared in the office. Minato was particularly polite. Sensei, you're back. It's been a long time. Jiraiya just went up to hug his disciple's shoulder and wanted to praise him when the third Hokage shouted him back. This is not the time for nonsense. After the mission was assigned, Minato vanished in an instant. He really just disappeared, as if he had never been there. Jiraiya was stunned, asking if it was a shadow clone. I explained to him, brother, this is an S-rank space ninjutsu, the flying Raijin technique, a technique from the second Hokage. Kushina has his mark, so he just teleported directly to her. After hearing this, Jiraiya was first shocked, then ecstatic. My disciple is already this strong? This really brings glory to me as a teacher. Who understands, this is like picking up an SSR. The third Hokage had to handle official duties, so he kicked us all out. On the way out, there was a little incident. Hayashi, that big smart guy with a nose like a dog, asked us if we smelled something strange. What smell? Alcohol. The three of us, me, Jiraiya, and Tsukumo, exchanged glances feeling guilty, and said in unison, we didn't smell anything at all. Hayashi continued to analyze, saying it must be that the third Hokage was drinking to drown his sorrows. Tsukumo, being a pure sun slave, said he wanted to go home to teach Kakashi ninjutsu, and no matter how Jiraiya tried to keep him, he couldn't. They finally agreed to meet again at Hokage Rock in the evening. Then I went shopping with Jiraiya, enjoying the rare peace amid the war. On the way, we ran into a kid from the Uchiha family named Shursui, who was very polite. When he saw me, he called out Brother Chen Feng, then turned to Jiraiya and said, Hello, Uncle Jiraiya. I tell you, Jiraiya immediately broke down. Why does he call you brother and me uncle? Do I look that old? He then chased the kid around the street, insisting on returning his backpack. While he was chasing the kids, I took a sneak peek at my task progress so that Jiraiya's life has no regrets, and the progress bar was already at 69. Hey, not bad. I've been saving the rope tree and saving Cat Dan, finally not working in vain. What's left are the key points of Yahiko, Minato, and Nagato. Just when Jiraiya returned, the third Hokage sent me a message for a temporary mission. I could only tell Jiraiya I had to leave first, and his expression instantly turned a bit lonely, seriously telling me to make sure I return alive. After I left, this guy ran alone to a tavern, downed half a bottle of alcohol, and started lamenting about the war. When it was time to settle the bill, the owner said, Lord Sannin, it's on me. Upon hearing this, he was pleasantly surprised. Not only drinking for free, but also casually taking away a prize bottle on his way out. Just like that, he took advantage of the situation. The scene shifted, and where was I? In the darkest basement of Konoha, Shimura Danzo's lair. I was wearing a root mask, cosplaying as the Uchiha Fae that I took down, and my voice mimicked him perfectly. I imitated that unfortunate guy's tone and reported to Danzo about the mission failure, saying that Cat Dan was tough and was rescued by Tsunade and the others, so I slipped away to avoid exposure. This old fox Danzo not only didn't blame me, but also praised that my Sharingan had already developed 3 Tomo and had potential. Then he asked me to accompany him to Amigay Cure in a while. I knew exactly what he wanted to do. Meet with Hanzo of the Salamander, ambush Nagato and the others, and take out Yahiko. Could I let this plot happen? Next, this old man started his PUA lecture, asking me what I thought about Uchiha Fugaku leading the disturbances. I lowered my head and remained silent. He began to lament. Fei, I know your Uchiha clan has suffered grievances. Konoha has been unfair to you. Very unfair. On the surface, they let you be the guards, basking in glory, but in reality, they treat you as watchdogs, never allowing you to touch the core power. Sarutobi Hiruzen continues the second Hokage's ideas and has always been wary of you. In his eyes, you Uchiha are just dogs watching the gate for Konoha who wouldn't want to rebel. Goodness, if I hadn't known what he was planning to do later, using Uchiha's eyes like cosmetic lenses to implant them into his arms, I would have almost believed him. Seeing I had no reaction, he began to paint a grand vision. If I become Hokage, I will definitely let you Uchiha return to the center of power, never to suffer such unfair treatment again. I knelt on one knee, my attitude respectful. Lord Danzo, what you say requires no consideration of right or wrong. I just need to obey and execute. Danzo looked at me, very pleased, but he didn't know that my little calculations in my heart were already making noise. This old man still wanted to pull me to Amage Cure to stir up trouble? In my plan, I hadn't left him any way out. Tonight, I was going to clearly arrange the candidates involved in this plan. I can tell you that the first person I sought out was Jiraiya. That guy was sitting alone on Hokage Rock, his white hair shining under the moonlight, looking like a heartbroken literary youth, muttering to himself and cursing Konoha's white fang for letting him down. Just then, a white shadow swooped up. It was Hitaki Tsukumo. Jiraiya's face changed faster than flipping a page, and he immediately hugged him, complaining that he had been caught by the third Hokage for a long mission. What could two grown men talk about? It was nothing but women, war, and those messy things they went through together. As they chatted, Tsukumo suddenly got emo and threw out that classic question. Hey Jiraiya, let me ask you something. If on a mission, one side is a task that must be completed, and the other side is a teammate who is about to die, which one would you choose? Without thinking, Jiraiya firmly replied, of course, I would save my teammate. But isn't our ninja creed all about prioritizing the mission? Tsukumo was honest. A one-track mind. I couldn't listen any longer, so I emerged from behind them with 3 bottles of beer and directly shut them down. I said, Tsukumo, this question has no standard answer. I handed over the beer and said, let me be clear with you, no matter what choice you make in the future, even if the whole world says you are wrong, I, Chen Feng, will absolutely stand by you without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya patted his chest. That's right. Count me in. Tsukumo was so moved that his eyes turned red, and he clinked bottles with us. Friendship between men can sometimes be this simple. After a few rounds of drinks, Jiraiya suddenly asked about the 3 disciples he took in Amage Cure, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. I told them about how those 3 founded the Akatsuki and made a name for themselves. Jiraiya was so proud that his tail was almost wagging, shouting that he would go see his disciples once the war was over. I directly interrupted him, my expression suddenly serious. All right, stop being all happy. The third Hokage gave me a task to kill 2 people. I can't handle these 2 alone. I need your help. They both stopped smiling upon hearing this. Jiraiya asked, Who? Who can make you feel it's tricky? I took a deep breath and spat out the first name, Hanzo of the Salamander. Wow. Jiraiya's face turned pale immediately. The psychological shadow of being taken down by Hanzo 3 years ago would probably haunt him for life. Although Tsukumo hadn't fought him, seeing Jiraiya's cowardly look, he knew this was definitely a tough opponent. And the other? Tsukumo pressed on. I stared at them and said slowly, Danzo. The air instantly froze. Silence, dead silence. A few seconds later, Jiraiya exploded. His eyes widened like copper bells. You must be out of your mind. I can understand killing Hanzo, but Danzo? Are you sure it's Shimura Danzo from our Konoha? Tsukumo shot up, chakra erupting, pointing at my nose and cursing. Chen Feng, don't joke like that. Lord Danzo is a hero of Konoha. If you want to kill him, you'll be the traitor. Don't blame me, Hitaki Tsukumo, for not remembering old friendships. I will be the first to take you down. Family, who understands? That scene was simply overwhelming. I said nothing, only silently laid out all the intelligence I had gathered over the past few months in Amage Cure, risking my life, about Danzo and Hanzo's secret dealings. Each piece of evidence was like a knife, piercing through their understanding. Tsukumo's rage was instantly doused like being splashed with a bucket of cold water. He lowered his head, looking at the information in his hands, his mind flooded with the faces of comrades who died in the war. After a long while, Jiraiya spoke first, his voice hoarse but firm. Chen Feng, I will help you. He patted Tsukumo's shoulder. Tsukumo then raised his head, full of guilt, apologizing to me. Chen Feng. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's fine, I smiled. This guy had really calmed down. He looked at me. His eyes filled with admiration and pity. You have to endure so much alone for these things. We who die on the battlefield can at least be called heroes, remembered by someone. But if you fail in this, Danzo will make you bear the infamy for eternity. Even if you succeed, for political stability, your contributions can never be made public. No one will remember you. Let me tell you, Sakumo's words left me in silence at that moment. A man hailed as a genius looked at you with such a gaze that it warmed your heart. Jiraiya noticed the atmosphere was too heavy and quickly interrupted. Oh, the Leaf's white fan can compliment people too? As a result, Shimo shot back. You idiot only knows how to laugh. Why don't you quickly compliment Chen Feng? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately shouted. Compliment? I've grown up wearing the same pants as this kid. He is a brother I can trust my back to. Don't talk about killing Danzo. Even if he asked me to kill teacher Hiruzen, Before he could finish, I quickly covered his mouth. Ancestor? What are you shouting on Hokage Rock for? Do you want the Umbu to invite you for tea? After the commotion, the three of us sat down again, and I laid out the complete plan I discussed with the third Hokage. Finally, I told them that there was another helper for this operation. When I mentioned that person's name, both Jiraiya and Shimo's eyes lit up, and the earlier worries vanished instantly. Jiraiya slapped his thigh. Then what are we afraid of? In that case, I can find a few more helpers. Before he could finish speaking, the three of us suddenly changed our expressions and turned to look towards a village gate. Damn, there were experts launching a night raid on Konoha. In the next second, our figures vanished from Hokage Rock as fast as the wind. When we arrived at the gate, we found out it wasn't an enemy, but Jiraiya's precious disciple, Minato Namikaze. He was carrying a red-haired girl on his back, Kushina Uzumaki. It turned out Minato had heroically rescued her. Several rogue ninjas from other villages had tried to kidnap Kushina, but he took them all down by himself. Seeing Kushina shyly nestled on Minato's back, I knew it was done. The fate line between these two was completely locked in. 3 months passed in a flash, and the Ninja World War was still ongoing. Over in the Land of Lightning, they lost control of the tailed beasts. The 8 Tails went berserk and injured many of their own ninjas, forcing them to withdraw from the war. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization founded by Yahiko and the others gained a massive following in the chaotic times by promoting peace, and their reputation in Amigakure grew larger and larger. This irritated the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander. Standing atop a tall tower, he looked down at the Akatsuki members with a gaze full of caution. He didn't believe in any nonsense about mutual understanding. To him, power was the only truth. This group of kids had seriously threatened his rule, especially with Nagato's Rinnegan. He couldn't sleep soundly. Lord Hanzo, a subordinate, reported, "We've already arranged for Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko, to meet with you. He will come to discuss cooperation in 3 days." He said, to show sincerity, he would only bring Nagato and Konan with him. Hanzo nodded, his expression turning extremely dangerous. He remembered years ago when he single-handedly faced 17 Jonin from Konoha, ultimately forcing Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru to kneel on the ground. Out of respect, he bestowed upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. He admired strong individuals throughout his life, and he appreciated these 3 kids from Akatsuki as well. Unfortunately, this time he had to go all out. He sighed, feeling a touch of regret. These 3 kids born at the wrong time. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki's cabin, Yahiko was excitedly boasting to Nagato and Konan, "Brothers, Lord Hanzo has agreed to cooperate with us. Our ideals are about to be realized." The 3 young people were full of longing for the future, and as they chatted, they began to imitate Jiraiya. Nagato mimicked Jiraiya's bold tone, saying they should bring wine to celebrate. Yahiko went even further, directly imitating Jiraiya scolding someone, and punched Nagato on the head, giving him a big bump. And the two instantly got into a playful scuffle. In the midst of their antics, the hanging on the wall, representing Jiraiya and me, accidentally flipped over to the red side, which signified death. The laughter in the room abruptly stopped. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Yahiko silently flipped the back, assuring them that their teachers were definitely fine, but the eyes of the 3 were filled with worry. Nagato suddenly asked in a low voice, If our teachers really died on the battlefield, what would you do?" Yahiko gritted his teeth and said, "I would use all means to avenge them." Konan also nodded heavily. Nagato's face flickered in the firelight. His voice cold, "I won't seek immediate revenge. I will strengthen the Akatsuki and then destroy the entire country of the person who killed our teacher." Yahiko was taken aback at first, then immediately embraced him. "No kidding. I'm totally with you. Just as this solemn atmosphere enveloped them, a familiar and angry voice suddenly came from outside, mixed with the sound of rain. You three little brats. It's only been a few months, and you've teamed up to curse me to death. The three inside the room instantly froze. Quick, open the door for me. You little rascals. Yahiko was the first to react, scrambling to the door. Outside stood the white-haired figure they had been thinking about day and night, holding a bunch of alcohol and looking displeased in the rain. Teacher Jiraiya, Yahiko shouted excitedly. In the next second, he received a heavy punch on the forehead. Jiraiya scolded while giving each of the three disciples a hit, then walked into the room and dropped the alcohol on the table. I know about your Akatsuki. Chen Feng told me. Well done. No wonder you are my disciples. Come on, we must celebrate today. We won't return until we're drunk. The four of us gathered around the fire, drinking and chatting happily. Jiraiya animatedly recounted his experiences on the battlefield. And when he talked about the tailed beast rampaging in the land of lightning and injuring their own people, the three disciples laughed uncontrollably. But when he spoke about the various crises Konoha had faced, they listened with serious expressions. I tell you, Jiraiya immediately caught onto their tense expressions. That old fox had sharp eyes and directly asked, Hey, you little brats, when did you become so concerned about Konoha? I don't remember you being like this before. Conan, being honest, cheerfully said, Oh, it's all thanks to teacher Chen Feng. As soon as Jiraiya heard Chen Feng's name, his face turned green, and he must have been cursing inwardly. Good for you, Chen Feng, taking advantage of my absence to pour all sorts of nonsense into my disciples' ears. Yahiko got excited as soon as this topic came up, and he began to recite passionately about how the Uchiha and Senju reconciled, how Konoha's predecessors shed blood for peace, and how the will of fire inspired the next generation. Goodness, I was almost fired up listening to him. Jiraiya seemed surprised on the surface, but inside he was already overjoyed. Well done, Chen Feng. This cultural output deserved a thumbs up. However, he still noticed that Nagato's eyes held something deeper. After all, his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, and that hurdle was not so easy to overcome. As they chatted, the atmosphere shifted. Nagato, being perceptive, directly asked, Teacher Jiraiya, is something wrong with Teacher Chen Feng? Goodness, Jiraiya's expression at that moment was one he couldn't hide at all. He sighed and said, That bastard took a life-threatening job, under immense pressure, and didn't tell anyone, just shouldering it all by himself. He only came to find me when he couldn't handle it anymore, treating me like I'm worthless, while he was saying to not worry. He's tough, won't die. I tell you, that worried look in his eyes was nearly overflowing the screen. He knew very well that Chen Feng was currently disguised as a member of the Root organization, monitoring Danzo, and that was a hellish level of difficulty. One misstep could lead to disgrace and death, and no one would even light incense for him. As a result, these three foolish kids excitedly told Jiraiya that in 3 days they would meet the great Hanzo of the Salamander to discuss the incorporation of the Akatsuki organization into the Hidden Rain Village. Who understands? This is simply delivering their heads on a platter. I thought at the time that these three kids were too naive. But Jiraiya? He actually smiled and said he was proud of them. He knew very well that revealing the truth now would be like pouring a bucket of cold water over them. Moreover, this was a trap. The big fish he wanted to catch was Danzo. 3 days later, it was pouring rain. Inside the small wooden house, Jiraiya lay there, reeking of alcohol, snoring loudly. Yahiko even went to pinch his nose, only to be swatted away with a slap, while Jiraiya cursed, Don't disturb my sleep. This acting, I give full marks. Conan and Nagato were watching and laughing, even commenting that teacher Chen Feng was right. Jiraiya was not only a drunkard, but also a lecher. They believed it, thinking their teacher was truly a useless bum, and each donned their cloud-patterned attire, spiritedly heading out toward a bright future. Before Yahiko closed the door, he took a sentimental glance back, silently thinking, Teacher, wait for our good news. What happened next? As soon as Conan separated from the main group, she ran into Hanzo of the Salamander. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was off right from the start. Hanzo's face was as cold as ice, completely different from the last time they met. Conan foolishly asked, Lord Hanzo, what are you doing here? Before she could finish her sentence, Hanzo, without saying a word, unleashed a fire release, exploding flame formation. With a loud bang, the ground beneath Conan was instantly covered in explosive tags, and she was engulfed by flames. Back in the day, Hanzo almost wiped out the 3 legendary ninjas with this move. Conan was blown to a crisp. Lying on the ground, unable to speak clearly, her eyes filled with disbelief as she asked, Lord Hanzo, you lied to us? That old bastard Hanzo, without a hint of shame, directly admitted, Yes, your organization is a nuisance to me. If it weren't for Nagato having the Rinnegan, I would have killed you all in our first meeting. Wow, what a brutally honest excuse. But did you think that was the end? In the next moment, the exploded Conan transformed into paper. Paper clone. Hanzo's subordinates were stunned, but Hanzo himself was unfazed. He had already thoroughly investigated these kids. Just as Conan's real body transformed into a paper butterfly and tried to fly away to deliver the news, a flash of white light appeared, and Hanzo teleported over. Swiftly executing a sword technique, one flash. Puff! Conan spit out a mouthful of blood and fell straight from the sky. This knife pierced her internal organs and was laced with deadly poison. This time, she was really done for. Hanzo didn't even glance at her, ordering his men to tie her up and prepare to deal with Yahiko and Nagato. Meanwhile, in the small wooden house, the drunken Jiraiya suddenly sat up, his eyes wide open and clear. He put on his red vest and wooden sandals, muttering to himself, "Students, now you should understand. Hanzo is no longer the respected demigod he once was. He had known all along this was a trap. He was using his students as bait to lure out the big fish Danzo." He flipped over his sign on the wall and silently prayed. "Chen Feng, you better survive. If anything happens to my students, I will not let you off the hook." At that moment, in the valley, Yahiko and Nagato arrived at the designated location. Their faces blank. Above the valley, a dark mass of people loomed. Not only Hanzo's subordinates, but also Danzo's root. And in their grasp was the barely conscious Conan. "Hanzo, you are untrustworthy." Yahiko trembled with anger. They finally understood they had been played by these two old geezers. Hanzo stood above, introducing to Danzo. "Here they are, those naive kids." Danzo's eyes were fixed on Nagato's Rinnegan like it was a treasure, nearly drooling. Hanzo then made it clear, "I fear his Rinnegan, so I asked you to help. When he goes berserk, we will work together to subdue him. The life is mine, the eyes are yours." "Good idea." Danzo nodded in agreement. Then Hanzo placed a kunai at Conan's neck and shouted down, "Yahiko, as the leader, die here. If you resist, she will lose her life." He then threw the kunai to the ground and said to Nagato, "Nagato, pick it up and kill Yahiko. I will let you and Conan go." Let me tell you, this script is too klitsch. Nagato picked up the kunai, his hands trembling like he had Parkinson's, childhood traumas flooding back. Yahiko was already prepared to sacrifice himself, telling him to go ahead. Just at that critical moment, swish, a flash of blood exploded. A man wearing a root mask beside Danzo moved like a ghost, stabbing Hanzo clean through. The entire venue went dumbfounded. That man drew his sword, cut the ropes, and jumped down, safely landing in front of Yahiko and Nagato. Why are you helping us?" Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. The man handed Conan over to him, turned, and protected them, not looking back. Danzo's face darkened, glaring at him. "You are not Uchiha Fei. Who are you?" The man slowly removed his mask, revealing a brilliant smile. "It's me, Lord Danzo. Chen Feng. What the heck?" He looked incredibly cool. Yahiko and Nagato were both shocked and delighted, calling out, "Teacher Chen Feng." Chen Feng turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Protect Conan well, keep your distance. You can't interfere in the upcoming battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the pierced Hanzo suddenly transformed into water, flowing everywhere. Water clone, the real Hanzo, walked out of the forest, his face extremely ugly as he glared at Danzo. "Your subordinates truly astonish me." Danzo also wore a face of disbelief, gritting his teeth as he stared at Chen Feng. That old man Hanzo surprisingly admired Chen Feng, saying, "Young man, your strength is impressive. It's not too late to back down now." Before he could finish, Chen Feng rapidly formed hand seals, launching a massive fireball technique. Let me tell you, Teacher Chen Feng is all about taking action without unnecessary talk. Danzo immediately moved, unleashing a wind release, vacuum wave to disperse the fireball, saying to Hanzo, "This is our Konoha ninja. Leave him to me. You go kill those 3 kids." Hanzo nodded, his figure flashing as he charged towards Yahiko and the others. Just as the 3 were about to be finished off, swish, another flash of white light. A white-haired man stood in front of them, effortlessly saving the 3. "I am Hatake Sakumo, a ninja from Konoha. I am here to rescue you." Konoha's White Fang. Chen Feng also flashed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hatake Sakumo. What a scene. The 2 heroes facing off against 2 villains. Danzo and Hanzo's men immediately surrounded them. Hanzo threatened, "After you die, I will give you a proper burial." Just as they were about to act, suddenly the ground beneath them softened. Boom! The ground turned into a swamp in an instant, and a large portion of Danzo's route and the rain ninjas sank in, screaming in agony. A similarly white-haired figure descended from the sky, landing by the edge of the swamp. It was Jiraiya, Teacher Jiraiya. Yahiko was so excited he was almost in tears. Jiraiya first sealed Conan's poison, then pointed at Hanzo's nose and yelled, "Hanzo, where did your principles go?" Pointing at Danzo, he shouted, "Shimura Danzo, you traitor of Konoha." Just as Danzo was about to retort, shadows of snakes suddenly appeared behind him. Shadow snake hands. Orochimaru. Orochimaru has arrived, too. As soon as he made his move, he wiped out the remaining fodder. Danzo and Hanz's faces turned as dark as a pot bottom. But it wasn't over. A blonde beauty suddenly appeared next to Conan, her palm glowing green. As she unleashed her healing technique, the toxins in Conan's body were instantly cleared. Tsunade. Goodness. With the 3 legendary ninjas, plus White Fang and Chen Feng, what a divine lineup. Hans, the salamander, was not one to back down. Sensing the situation was dire, he slammed both hands on the ground. Summoning technique, Salamander Well. A massive black salamander burst out of the ground. Hans and Danzo jumped onto its head. Looking down at them from above, their imposing presence was overwhelming. Hans raised his scythe and shouted fiercely, "I will engage you with respect. This time, I will not hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic salamander opened its massive mouth. Boom! A blast of poisonous flame mist surged toward them. I swear, that thing was about to hit us right in the face. Just as I was about to form hand seals, I heard a booming voice, triple rash omen. Goodness, folks, who understands? A figure wearing a straw hat and smoking a pipe suddenly appeared in front of us. The words Third Hokage on his cloak practically blinded me. The Third Hokage himself has entered the fray. I heard 3 loud explosions, and 3 giant, demonic-faced gates rose from the ground, each one more exaggerated than the last. The ferocious flame poison dragon slammed into the first gate, leaving a mark like a little water pistol spraying against a wall, and then it vanished. It was a dimensional strike, incredible. Hans and Danzo's faces turned green. I could bet they were both thinking one thing. We're doomed. How could we let this opportunity slip by? Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and I didn't even need to exchange glances. We were perfectly in sync and simultaneously unleashed. Summoning technique. Hiss, a king of snakes. Moo, a giant slug. Ribbit, a giant toad. And my hawk, flapping its wings and stirring up a storm. The 4 heavenly kings stood beside the 3rd Hokage, and the scene could easily made the cover of the year's Best Edition. The 3 kids from Amage Cure, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan stared wide-eyed, pointing at the old man and stuttering. "Why you are?" The old man was calm and collected, took a puff from his pipe, and smiled. "I am your teacher's teacher. My name is Saratobi Hiruzen. I've heard about your Akatsuki organization. Your initial intentions are quite good." Upon hearing this, Yahiko and the others turned red with excitement. But then the old man changed the subject. "All right, let's not chat for now. We'll talk after the fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, picked up the 3 kids like they were little chicks and brought them to the top of the valley, saying, "Sit here and watch the show. Below is the VIP rock zone. It's south too close down there, and you might get hurt." At the bottom of the valley, Han saw that the situation was not good and whispered to Danzo, "Hold on to me. I'll take you to escape." Good. These 2 knew very well that just the 3rd Hokage was enough trouble. Now with us 5 elite Jonin and 4 giant summons added in, if they didn't T-run, were they waiting for the new year? Body flicker technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them vanished, and the giant salamander also burrowed underground to escape. But they were fast. Someone was even faster. The 3rd Hokage's figure flickered, and he chased after Danzo. Jiraiya shouted up the valley, "You 3, watch closely. If I don't bring back Hans's head today, I swear I'll never chase after girls again." Damn, what a vow. He turned to us and said, "Everyone, do me a favor. Hans's head is mine." After that, the 4 of us, along with our respective summoned beasts, transformed into 4 streaks of light and chased out. At the top of the valley, White Fang was acting like a battlefield kindergarten principal, chatting with Nagato and the others. Conan, being thoughtful, asked, "Will Jiraiya-sensei and the others be in danger?" Tsukumo, full of confidence, pointed towards the chaotic chakra in the distance and said, "Don't worry. There will definitely be danger, but it's not a big deal." 3 years ago, they were named the 3 legendary ninjas by Hans, but now they're no longer inexperienced. Not to mention, Chen Feng is also here. He said that, but I bet he was secretly thinking, "You 4 little ancestors must not die." Nagato then asked, What about the third Hokage? Sakomo smiled. The third Hokage? He is the will of fire of Konoha. Someone like Danzo is not enough to worry about. Just then, a thunderous roar came from another direction. Boom! The noise was like a nuclear explosion. Sakomo squinted and looked. Whoa. That's the third Hokage's 5 nature techniques. Great multi-shadow clone technique. At this moment, at the center of the battlefield, there was a massive crater nearly 100 meters in radius, devoid of any grass. Danzo lay at the bottom of the pit like a broken sack, his legs gone, a large hole in his stomach, with flames licking at his insides. His gaze was vacant as he looked at the old man. Opened his mouth. Hiruzen, I lost. The old man waved his hand, extinguishing the flames. Looking at his old comrade in such a miserable state, his expression was complex. Danzo, that old fellow, suddenly regained a glimmer of light in his eyes, starting his final purification meeting. Hiruzen, you must know about the things I've done. I'm sorry to Konoha. I want to be able to face them after death. As he spoke, he coughed up blood. The old man probably softened at his words and was about to go treat him when Danzo suddenly shouted, Don't save me. Well, it seemed he was starting his final output. I've long thought my ending would be ugly. To die by your hand, I could take solace in that. Hiruzen, do you remember? When we were young, we were teammates, rivals. We had a deep bond. The old man sighed. But you betrayed Konoha. I didn't. Danzo suddenly shouted emotionally. Everything I did was for Konoha. Hiruzen, you disappointed me too much. Your indulgence towards the Uchiha clan made me see the crisis. That's why I established Root. I was secretly eliminating all threats for you. You will always be the Hokage in the sunlight and the darkness of Konoha. I will bear it. Do you really call that for Konoha? I wanted to laugh. He panted heavily and continued. I didn't expect that kid Chen Feng would infiltrate my Root. I had a plan that could permanently resolve the Uchiha issue. But unfortunately, I have no chance now. Hiruzen, after I die, you must protect Konoha well. His vision was blurring as he reached out to tightly grasp the Hokage cloak of the old man. There's a child in Konoha named Uchiha Shursui, with exceptional talent. You must nurture him well and not let him go down the wrong path. And there's another person whose mind is terrifyingly meticulous. That's Chen Feng. If he has any thoughts of betrayal, Hiruzen, you must kill him yourself. Finally, he shouted with all his might. I, Shimura Danzo, though I have fallen into darkness, have never betrayed the Konoha that raised me. After that, his hand fell limp, completely cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the rain, holding the corpse of his childhood frenemy. For a long, long time. On the other side, our battle with Hanzo of the Salamander has also come to an end. That guy, it was a complete disaster for him. His dominant hand was cut off, his summoning beast was dismembered, my knife was at his throat. There was a hole in his stomach from Jiraiya's Rasengan, and his legs were entangled with Orochimaru's snakes. His poison pouch had burst, and his gas mask was shattered. I, Hanzo, have lost for the first time in my life. He looked at us with a face full of unwillingness. Losing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I can accept. But losing to you little brats, I can't accept it. After saying that, he stared at me fiercely. Chen Feng, I should not have underestimated you. This guy still wanted to play psychological warfare. My poison pouch is broken. I inhaled the poison myself, and I can't live anyway. 3 years ago, I spared your lives. And in light of that, can you let me return to my village to see my family and settle my affairs? Jiraiya and the others hesitated a bit, but I was buying it. What if this old guy went back and caused trouble, affecting my mission progress? Without saying a word, I thrust my long knife straight through his heart. Puff! He leaned against the tree, looking at us in disbelief. Why? Only 3 years. How could you have become so strong? Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at him coldly. Hanzo, it's not that we've become stronger. It's that you've become weaker. Your beliefs have changed. I have become weaker? Hanzo was completely stunned. Jiraiya continued. Where is the demigod who fought for world peace back then? The current you is just a coward who is willing to harm the younger generation for power. You're like a rusty, dull knife, long lost your former sharpness. Each word was piercing to the heart. Hanzo's face changed from unwillingness to shock, then to pale. And finally, he actually smiled, a particularly desolate smile. How great I once was. Losing to you, I am convinced. He looked at us, and in his eyes, there was a hint of pleading. Before I die, there's one last thing. There is a subordinate in the Rain Village named Hanzo Shinda. After I die, he will surely harm the villagers. Please, be sure to eliminate him. Consider it my atonement for the sins I committed. Before he finished speaking, his head tilted, and this once demigod was completely offline. Jiraiya sighed, dug a hole to bury him, then said to me, Chen Feng, that guy named Shinda. All right, I'll go. I waved my hand and added that I would buy some alcohol on the way back. And we would have a celebration party in the small cabin. That afternoon, Hanzo Shinda and all his henchmen in the rain village dropped dead in the streets. You can rest assured, I handle things well. That night, the rain stopped. At the door of the small cabin, I drank with Jiraiya, watching Nagato and the other two asleep inside. He suddenly sighed. I kind of miss Minato. Speaking of which, my 4 disciples are all amazing. When we go out, I'll have face, ha ha. While laughing, he suddenly wilted. Chen Feng, do you know? Tsunade and Kato are set to marry as soon as the war is over. I heard this news from that bastard Kakashi, who said it to cheer me up. Bah, if he hadn't run fast, I would have beaten him lame and sent him back to Konoha. As he talked, this guy actually threw himself into my arms, crying like a 300-pound child, mourning his lost youth. After I finally comforted him, we talked about the war. Jiraiya looked at the valley where the corpses were buried, his expression becoming very profound. Actually, I hope they get married sooner. Compared to being with Tsunade, I hope the war can end sooner. Saying this, he suddenly looked at me very seriously. Chen Feng, let us make a pact. If I die first, you come to my grave to see me, and remember to bring a few bottles of good wine. If you leave first, I'll do the same. All right, it's a deal. I smiled and agreed. After finishing the wine, he swayed and prepared to sleep. But I suddenly called out to him, Jiraiya, do you have any regrets in your life? He thought for a moment and laughed heartily. My life has been incredibly lucky. What regrets could I have? With a close friend like you, watching the village grow stronger, my companions still alive, and having such amazing disciples. Oh, if I have to say something, it's that Tsunade was snatched away by that Kato. But he quickly let go of this little matter. In the end, he patted his chest and said, with my personality, living until now is already a great gain. I hope my future death can be spectacular. Just thinking about it is exciting. After saying this guy leaned against my shoulder and fell asleep. I looked at the night sky, thinking about his great death. My heart filled with mixed emotions. Sometimes, the one who leaves first is actually a kind of liberation. In this life, Jiraiya's biggest regret, the tragedies of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, have been reversed by me. Next, it would be the death of his other beloved disciple, Minato Namikaze. In the original plot, on the day of the Nine Tails incident, Konoha's high-end combat power was severely lacking, which led to the sacrifice of Minato and his wife. But now it's different. Orochimaru hasn't defected, Tsunade hasn't left, and Jiraiya is also here, plus me, along with Nagato and the others who are about to return to Konoha. 11 years later, even if Obito attacks as originally planned, the probability of success will approach 0. However, I am not a person who likes to pin hope on chance. Instead of waiting for something to happen and then remedying it, it's better to solve the problem at its root. I have already made my decision. What I need to do next is to prevent that boy from walking into darkness. So, the next morning, I pretended to be asleep. Let me tell you, Teacher Jiraiya and the others were excited to return to Konoha, especially Yahiko, who put on the Konoha headband and was crazily showing off his handsomeness to Teacher Jiraiya. The result was that the hungover Teacher Jiraiya had a terrible headache and punched him on the head, making a bump. However, the teacher was still tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. After scolding him, he praised him for being super handsome, which made Yahiko very happy. His eyes full of the light of going to Konoha to live a good life. Nagato, being observant, wanted to wake me up, but was stopped by Teacher Jiraiya, who said I must have drunk heavily last night and should sleep a bit longer. Konan was very curious and asked, why does Teacher Chen Feng have a handprint on his face? Guess what Teacher Jiraiya said? Without thinking, he replied, oh, he slapped himself while drunk. Don't mind him, let us go. Family, who understands? I lay in bed, not daring to move, watching my face as handprint being defined so casually. This was clearly because you rolled over in your sleep and hit me. Once they walked far away, I suddenly sat up, my expression instantly changing. I'm not joking. I didn't pretend to sleep, just to slack off. Sharingan, activate. The 3 tomo in my eyes spun wildly, and I tell you, the chakra flowing in the entire room looked like a high-definition map to me. A sneaky chakra body was sneaking around inside the wall, trying to be mysterious. I directly sneered at the wall. Stop hiding, come out. I see you. That chakra instantly vanished without a trace. But I knew clearly who was observing in the dark. The first step of the plan was successful. The fish has already started to show interest in my bait. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, Konoha 42 years. And the ninja world war finally calmed down. My grand chess game was finally reaching its conclusion. In these 2 years, I frequented the Valley of the End, acting in front of the giant statue of Uchiha Madara. I'm telling you, my acting skills deserve an Oscar. I always pretend to be deeply respectful and heartbroken, knowing that Madara's eyes, along with Kaguya, must be peeking at me from some corner. Sure enough, on this day, I was invited to a gloomy underground cave. Goodness. When I first saw that scene, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. An old man, almost like a dried corpse, had tubes sticking out his back, connected to a huge and eerie statue, the Outer Path Dragon. Who else could it be but Uchiha Madara? Kaguya reported to him like a loyal dog, saying that my disciple Nagato, the one who had transplanted Madara's Rinnegan, was living well in Konoha. He also mentioned a bunch of names of little devils being monitored, like Kakashi, Obito, and Shursui, all future figures of importance. Madara's voice, aged like sandpaper, asked Kaguya, "What about that man mourning before my statue?" Kaguya immediately played a recording of my performance. In the footage, I stood beneath that enormous statue, looking up with a heartfelt expression, my eyes nearly overflowing with regret. I said in the deepest tone of my life, "Uchiha Madara, your life has been intertwined with strength and solitude. The world only knows how to curse and hate you, but in my eyes, you are not at fault. The foolish world is to blame. I, Chen Feng, will forever remember you." I tell you, by the end of my speech, I almost believed it myself, emphasizing sincerity. The cave was eerily quiet. I would bet that Madara's heart, motionless for decades, was stirred by my words. After a long while, he murmured, "So, there is a junior in this world who sincerely respects me." The corners of his aged mouth even lifted into a faint smile, a genuine smile he hadn't shown in decades. "Kaguya," Madara ordered, "go bring him to see me. I want to talk with him." Kaguya was a bit worried, saying he was afraid I might be detrimental to Madara. Just listen to what Madara said, his imposing aura undiminished, even in old age. Unnecessary concern. "I, Uchiha Madara, have seen countless people. I can tell at a glance whether he is sincere. Moreover, even in my current state, killing him would be as easy as lifting a finger. Goodness, I could feel that murderous intent from afar. Of course, before meeting him, I had already made thorough preparations. At my home, the 7-year-old Uchiha Shursui and the 20-year-old Nagato were lying quietly. "Sorry, you two, but I need to borrow your eyes for a moment." I carefully removed Shursui's Mangeki Sharingan and Nagato's Rinnegan, silently promising, "Don't worry, I'll return them to you just as they were when I come back." Thus, I was brought before Uchiha Madara by Kaguya. To be honest, facing him was incredibly stressful. His gaze, though cloudy, was like a knife. He asked me, "Junior, you don't seem afraid to see me?" I immediately switched to actor mode, my body slightly trembling, but my tone was extremely calm. "Afraid, of course I'm afraid. But I also know you are kind-hearted and never kill the innocent." As soon as I said this, the air froze. Madara stared at me intensely, as if trying to see through my soul. "The world sees me as a demon. Why do you think otherwise?" The opportunity came. I took a deep breath and began my ultimate speech, prepared for 2 years, because the world doesn't care about your contributions. They only plunder your achievements and deny your past. They have never experienced the hardships you have endured, yet they want to advise you to be magnanimous. If I were you, I would make the same choice. Since the world is beyond saving, why not become the demon they wish for and destroy it with your own hands? I finished my speech in one breath, my back soaked with sweat. Suddenly, Madara laughed, a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the cave. It was a laugh of finding a kindred spirit, genuinely cheerful. His gaze toward me completely changed, no longer scrutinizing, but rather appreciating. "Junior, it sounds like you understand me well." "Yes, I have collected information about your life." I respectfully nodded. He invited me to sit beside him and asked me to tell him about his younger days. I certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. I began to tell him stories about how he met Hashirama when they were young, how they skipped stones together. As I was speaking, he suddenly interrupted me, his eyes sharp. "Wait, how could you possibly know these things so clearly?" My heart skipped a beat, but my face remained calm, with a hint of wistfulness, because these are all things I dreamed of. In a very vivid dream, I was right there beside you, playing with you. "A dream?" Madara was taken aback. "Yes," I emphasized, "in my dream, your life was full of glory. Your brother did not die. Your clan always supported you, and you ultimately became the first Hokage of Konoha, revered by all. I tell you, the flame of hope ignited in Madara's eyes instantly. The world I described was the perfect world he wanted to create with his Eye of the Moon plan. Sure enough, he excitedly grasped me, revealing his entire Eye of the Moon plan, and finally asked in an irresistible tone, "Chen Feng, are you willing to help me complete this great plan?" Kaguya and Black Zetsu also stepped out from the shadows, and the atmosphere was almost forcing me to join them on the spot. I looked at him, my expression unusually serious, and said word by word, "I'm sorry, Madara. I cannot help you. Give me a reason." Madara instantly stood up, his killing intent soaring. I stared directly at him, slowly raising my head, and the Mangeki pattern belonging to Uchiha Shursui suddenly appeared in my eyes. Because Uriah the Moon plan has always been a scam from start to finish. Before I could activate my ocular technique, a flash of blood. Goodness. Madara's speed was outrageous. One hand pierced through my chest. The pain hit me, and I fell heavily to the ground. But he miscalculated. My target was never him, Kotoame Tsukumi. In the instant I fell, my ocular technique had accurately hit Black Zetsu beside me. Just as Madara was about to deal the final blow, he suddenly trembled and turned to look at Black Zetsu, his eyes filled with incredulous anger. The monument of Nanha Shrine was altered by you. Under the control of Kotoame Tsukumi, Black Zetsu could not resist at all, frantically projecting the true scene of how it had altered the monument into Madara's mind, frame by frame. Anger, regret, despair. Decades of faith collapsed in an instant, and Madara roared to the heavens, striking Black Zetsu to ashes with a single palm. An hour later, my wounds had been healed by Madara. We sat side by side in front of the Outer Path Dragon, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He wore a face of disillusionment and self-mockery. Now I believe it. My life has been nothing but a joke. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke to me in an almost pleading tone. "Junior, in the final moments of my life, would you be willing to talk with me again?" I would. This time, he completely opened his heart. We talked a lot, sharing funny stories from his childhood, discussing his bond with Hashirama. The cave was once again filled with his laughter, but this time, it carried a hint of relief. As we chatted, I suddenly asked him, "Madara, do you want to know the true secret of the monument?" He was taken aback for a moment, then bitterly smiled. "I want to, but I can no longer see it. I no longer have a Sharingan, let alone the Rinnegan. These 3 types of eyes." I grinned and pulled out 2 eyeballs from my pocket. One was Nagato's Rinnegan, and the other was my own 3-Tomo Sharingan. Then I pointed at my own eyes and said, "I have both. Take this kaleidoscope along with these 2 and use them." He froze, and for the first time, there was something in his gaze that resembled respect. The next moment, my vision went dark, and I felt a sharp pain in my eyes. Wow, that was quite rude, just digging them out like that. I felt the world spinning and collapse beside him. Before losing consciousness, I used my last bit of strength to shout, "Hey, remember to give them back after using. They were all borrowed. Uchiha Madara, keep my word." That was the last thing I heard. When I opened my eyes again, light returned, and the 3 pairs of eyes had returned to their original places. Uchiha Madara sat there, looking confused and complex. "Have you cracked it?" I asked. "I have cracked it," he told me. "The truth of the stone tablet is about the origin of the tailed beasts, the secret of the moon, and the will of the Sage of 6 Paths that trust and cooperation are the source of power." He sighed deeply. If I had seen this earlier. He looked at me and suddenly asked, "Junior, if the Eye of the Moon plan is real, would you be willing to help me achieve it?" I shook my head. "I'm not willing. Although this world is rotten, I don't hate it, because I have many companions, and we share deep bonds." "Companions," he murmured, a hint of envious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I envy you. If we were born in the same era, perhaps we would have become friends." "We would," I replied with a smile. He asked me to tell him about the stories in my dream. So I recounted how the 3 of us peed by the river as kids to see who could go the farthest. How we pointed at everyone at the negotiation table as young adults and called them all garbage. And how in our old age we fished by the lake. And he would share his favorite tofu sushi with us. Madara laughed heartily. In the end, a hint of longing appeared in his murky eyes. "Junior, thank you for your dream. Speaking of which, I haven't had tofu sushi in many years. Would you be willing to buy me a portion?" "Of course." I stood up with a smile. "Madara, a new Ichiraku ramen just opened in the village. It's absolutely delicious. Do you want me to bring you a portion too?" "Wow." Madara even ordered takeout. "Bring it." After I left, the vast cave was left with just him alone. He walked to the other side of the Outer Path statue, looking down at the densely packed 100,000 white Zetsu, sighed, and cut off their chakra supply. After doing all this, he returned to his spot and sat quietly, waiting. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind. That Junior wouldn't he not come back? Then he chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaze gradually dimming. "Not coming back is fine. I am a sinner. Having too much contact with him is not a good thing. Let me tell you, Madara just finished being emo, feeling that my closeness to him is not good for him, and the next second, I walked in holding warm tofu, sushi, and ramen. "Hey, food S here." Madara looked up, and those nearly dead eyes actually lit up for a moment. Wow, he devoured the tofu sushi like a whirlwind, 2 bites for each, enjoying it immensely. But when it came to the ramen, he slurped a bite, and his brows instantly furrowed into a shape, looking disgusted. What is this? The noodles are all soft and limp. Does anyone really like this stuff? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, saying yes. There's a little brat in Konoha who can eat 7 or 8 bowls in one sitting. Madara laughed too, saying, then that kid will definitely grow up to be a big fatso. After chatting for a bit, he began to urge me to leave. His back was hunched, and as he stood in front of the outer path statue, the sense of loneliness was almost overflowing from the screen. I couldn't bear it and said, Madara, I'll come to see you often from now on. Guess what? His pride flared up again, and his voice rose by 8 degrees. No need. Madara, I've had a glorious life. The memories I have before I die are enough. I don't need sympathy, and I certainly don't need company. I felt immense respect in my heart. This old man had been stubborn all his life. Just as I turned to leave, he suddenly spoke again. Chen Feng, I asked you for 2 things. Wow, this is Madara, who actually used the word request. I quickly said, Senior, please go ahead. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I'll do it with my life. The cave fell silent in an instant. Madara's lips trembled for a long time before finally saying the first request. Protect my clan. I was a bit stunned. Why? They betrayed you back then. Madara's gaze drifted, as if recalling something, then he smiled calmly. Reason? I can't really say. When they betrayed me back then, I was so angry that I wanted to kill them all. His eyes sharpened, and wow, that aura returned. Kid, you've never seen how fierce I was at my peak. If I had this body back then, I wouldn't care whether the Eye of the Moon plan was real or fake. I would have charged out and vented all my frustrations. Hashirama is dead. Who could stop me? If I had a problem with the Uchiha clan, I could just wipe them out. I hate Konoha. I could just flatten it with one kick. The 5 great nations joining forces? They're all just chickens and dogs in front of me. He laughed grandly, but as he laughed, it turned into a bitter smile. And he seemed to wilt. But unfortunately, now I'm just an old man, and the times are no longer mine. I've been used to being domineering, and I don't want to change even in death. When I was alive, I might have acted if I found them displeasing, but after I die, I absolutely cannot tolerate outsiders touching a single hair of the Uchiha. He stared at me, and in his eyes, besides oppression, there was actually a hint of pleading. My clansmen are having a hard time in Konoha. I foresee that they will face extermination in the future. Junior, I beg you, change their future. Are you willing? Who understands family? Being looked at by Uchiha Madara with such eyes, how could I say no? I immediately patted my chest and guaranteed, Madara, rest assured, as long as I, Chen Feng, am alive, I will never let the Uchiha clan be exterminated. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, saying, the second matter concerns that kid who transplanted my Rinnegan. Nagato? Yes, it's him. Madara sighed, surprisingly confessing, back then, to make him master the Rinnegan quickly, I designed for him to witness his parents being killed. A trace of indescribable expression flashed across his face. In the past, I only regarded him as a chess piece, not caring about his feelings. Now that I know the Eye of the Moon plan is a scam, I realize that what I did was too unethical. Those eyes I want to take back. I'll give them to him. Junior. The second matter is to protect that child well for me. I agreed to both matters. After I left, the vast cave was left with only Madara. He sat there for a long time, then suddenly raised his hand and cut off the life force being supplied to him by the outer path statue. He was seeking death himself. I could imagine what he was thinking when he finally closed his eyes. He must have thought this junior was quite interesting. Even though we were from different eras, I could sincerely respect him, and it even made him feel that if we had met earlier, we might have truly become friends. What he likely muttered in his heart at the end was still that sentence, Hashirama, I really want to fight with you again. In the blink of an eye, for years have passed. In the 46th year of Konoha, Jiraiya is 33 years old. Early in the morning, I was just about to head out to attend Tsunade's son's first birthday party when the door was knocked so hard it shook. Chen Feng, open the door. I have important matters to discuss. As soon as I opened the door, Jiraiya darted in, pressing his back firmly against the door with a smirk on his face. Who are we to each other, right? We're life and death friends, aren't we? Seeing his antics, I knew it wasn't anything good. Spit it out. If you have something to say, just say it. He rubbed his hands together and made a gesture that indicated he needed money. You spent all your money again? I said, even if you're a sage, you should exercise some restraint. I pointed to the broom in the corner. Old rules. Clean up the place and you'll get paid. All right. Jiraiya used a shadow clone and instantly created several copies of himself, bustling around to make my place shine. After getting the money, he wrote an IOU and looked a bit embarrassed. I owe you so much money. Aren't you afraid I won't be able to pay it back? I said, not afraid. I just have a feeling you'll definitely be rich in the future. Why is that? Because of the book you are writing, Paradise of Affection. Once you finish and publish it, it's bound to be a hit. I'm telling you. Even Kakashi will be your loyal reader, teaching his students while reading your book. A bit of flattery boosted Jiraiya's enthusiasm, and he began discussing how to gather material, which made me blush. While chatting, he started to worry again. What gift can I give Tsunade to make her happy, but also annoy that Kato Dan guy? This is driving me crazy. As he spoke, he casually laid down on my bed, causing the wooden slats to creak. We were both eating instant noodles, slurping loudly. I glanced at the mission progress. Let Jiraiya's life have no regrets. It was already at 90, making me feel quite stable. Outside the window, 6-year-old Suki and 4-year-old Yuzuki Yuin were chasing each other on their way to school. When the door across opened, 8-year-old Obito was sleepily called up by Lin to go train. I looked at those little kids, feeling playful, and walked over, grabbing Obito's hand, then Lin's hand, making them hold hands together. I laughed and said, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Don't keep Teacher Minato waiting." Obito's face turned red instantly, and he foolishly let Lin pull him away. Kakashi was waiting for them not far away, just complaining a bit when suddenly his expression changed, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Danger! A presence much stronger than him was rushing towards my house. Inside, Jiraiya and I were still eating noodles, sighing, "Look at Kakashi and those kids. They're really full of vitality." The questions of the times have been posed, and everyone is writing their answers. The future depends on them. Jiraiya had just replied, "Yeah, and there's that Uchiha Shursui kid. His talent is terrifying." I followed his words and glanced toward the Uchiha mansion. And to my surprise, it seemed like a lot of people had gathered there, including several ninjas wearing the Lightning Country headbands. The atmosphere didn't seem right. My heart sank, the task that Madara entrusted to me. Something seemed to have happened at the Uchiha clan. Before I could finish my thought, there was a loud bang as my door was kicked open. Who is it? Jiraiya and I instantly entered battle mode, kunai in hand, and ready to unleash a Rasengan. But when we saw who it was, we both lost our temper immediately. It was Tsunade. She stormed in like a furious tigress, her face filled with rage. "Chen Feng, Jiraiya, you two bastards. The whole village is at my house, just waiting for you two. If you don't want to come, you have to come." In the next second, she grabbed both Jiraiya and me by our collars like we were little chicks and dragged us out. Just as we stepped outside, I heard Obito mumbling. I always feel like this lady named Tsunade is really scary. Before he could finish, Tsunade suddenly turned around, squinting her eyes. "What did you just call me?" Kakashi, Obito, and Lin instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Meanwhile, inside the Uchiha mansion, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. The newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, looked grimly at the Lightning Country Jonin, Hinata-Maru. "These bastards sent people to steal our Uchiha clan's newly awakened child a few days ago, but Shursui discovered it, rescued the child, and killed the thief. Now, they're the ones playing the victim, coming here to claim that we killed their ninja and demanding Shursui be handed over." Hinata-Maru's attitude was incredibly arrogant. "Fugaku, cut the crap. Either hand over Uchiha Shursui, or I'll let him die here. Otherwise, I'll escalate this to the higher-ups in Konoha." As soon as those words were spoken, all the Uchiha clan members erupted, but they dared not voice their anger. Who understands the frustration of family members? Knowing full well that the higher-ups in Konoha don't favor the Uchiha, if this escalates, the entire clan could be doomed. In the end, Shursui stepped forward, calmly addressing Fugaku. "Leader, there's no need to implicate the entire clan for me. I'm willing to die for my clan." He walked up to Hinata-Maru, closed his eyes. "Come on, I'm not dying for Konoha. I'm dying for my clan." Hinata-Maru raised his lightning-infused sword and swung it down viciously. Just as he did, a spray of blood shot up into the sky. But the blade didn't strike Shursui. Hinata-Maru's eyes widened as he looked at the person who stood in front of Shursui. "You're Chen Feng from Konoha. Senior Chen Feng?" Shursui suddenly opened his eyes, and all the Uchiha clan members were stunned. The blade plunged deep into my shoulder, blood flowing down my arm and dripping onto the ground of the Uchiha clan, bright red and eye-catching. I took that blow for him. I fixed my gaze on Hinata-Maru and shouted, word by word, "Uchiha clansmen are my Konoha people, the dignified Lightning Country. Bullying on my Konoha territory Do you really think there's no one in Konoha? As soon as I finished speaking, whoosh, a flash of white light fell from the sky, and the sword in Hinata Maru's hand broke with a snap. He clutched his painfully throbbing wrist and retreated repeatedly. A sharp short blade embedded in the ground in front of him. That blade was named White Fang. Just like that, it was horizontally positioned in front of me. And let me tell you, the aura was simply overwhelming. The one who came was Hatake Sakomo, Konoha's White Fang. Goodness. The guy called Hinata Maru from the Lightning Country turned pale on the spot. I can assure you, his mind must have crashed at that moment. According to their intelligence, the Uchiha and the higher-ups in Konoha were not on the same page. How could anyone come to rescue them? Especially a legendary ninja like White Fang. Not only was he stunned, but even the Uchiha clan members behind us had expressions as if they were questioning their existence. Their CPUs nearly overheating. Hinata Maru was sweating coldly from his forehead, seeing he couldn't win. He immediately changed his tone and started trying to get on my good side, saying things like, "Senior Chen Feng, I'm truly sorry for injuring you just now," and other nonsense. He was well aware that he had previously fallen in my hands during the last Ninja World War and knew I was not to be trifled with. It was pure luck that he managed to escape with his life 4 years ago. His earlier strike was meant to kill, but what happened? It only struck my shoulder blade, not even breaking a bone. He knew that 4 years had passed, and my strength had significantly increased. But did I care about him? I simply said, "Get lost. You kill my Konoha comrades, and still want to shake hands and make peace? What a dream." As soon as I finished speaking, I yanked out the broken blade lodged in my shoulder, and guess what? Blood and flesh flew through the air like a hidden weapon, splattering right on his face. Immediately after, I hurled the broken blade away. He barely managed to dodge, but I had already disappeared. It was a shadow clone. I slid in the shadow of the blade, instantly reappearing at his side, and with one punch, just one punch, with a bang, I drove him straight into the ground. So deep he couldn't pull himself out. The ground cracked like a spider web, directly smashing him into a mask of pain. His little brothers exclaimed in surprise at Lord Mutong Wan, wanting to rush over to save him. I quickly used Earth Style, Earth Flow River, and the ground beneath us instantly turned into a swamp, sweeping away those extras without a trace. This lightning-fast operation left Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, dumbfounded. He quietly asked Shomo beside him, "White Fang, is Chen Feng stronger than you now?" Shomo, still stubborn, smiled and said, "I never admitted he's stronger than me. If I made a move, he wouldn't even have a chance to use the substitution technique." Substitution? Fugaku was taken aback and quickly turned to look. Sure enough, the Mutong Wan on the ground, who was turned into a meat pie, suddenly transformed into a puddle of water. Goodness, Shursui Sharingan was really sharp. That guy had long replaced himself with one of his little brothers and slipped away among the crowd that was swept away. Fugaku quickly shouted for me not to chase, fearing it would cause trouble for me. Let me tell you, this guy is actually quite interesting. He's 6 years younger than me and used to be my little shadow, always pestering me to teach him ninjutsu and take him up the mountains and down to the rivers. Later, he became the clan leader, and with the family pressure, he became distant from me. Today's incident is something he couldn't handle. I directly told him, "Fugaku, what are you afraid of? Your clan members are my Konoha people. It's only right for me to help you. Moreover, Shomo and I were sent by the third Hokage to assist you." What? As soon as I said this, every Uchiha present turned to stone. What's going on? The Hokage, whom they were always wary of, was secretly protecting them? Just then, the third Hokage himself appeared. With a flick of his Hokage cloak, his aura burst forth. Fugaku stuttered, "Third Hokage." The old man was so imposing, his eyes fierce as he declared, "Fugaku, you underestimate the weight of your Uchiha clan in my Konoha. The land of lightning has been unjust to you, which is disrespectful to my Konoha. What's the harm in destroying this hypocritical great power friendship?" He paused, his voice growing louder. "If I stand by and do nothing for fear of ruining friendships, how can I pass on the will of fire? Remember, your Uchiha clan is always the bottom line of my Konoha." I was so stirred up listening to him. In the end, he even quoted my famous saying, "Those who offend my Konoha shall be punished, no matter how far." It was simply awesome. The Uchiha clan members had red eyes, moved to the point of speechlessness. Did you think that guy had escaped? Naive. As soon as he left the village, he was blocked by the 3 ninjas. Tsunade created a pit with a punch, and Orochimaru used his shuriken shadow clone technique, directly attacking with a barrage of shurikens, scaring that guy into a panic. He desperately used lightning style to block, and just as he caught his breath and looked up, a young man in a cloud-patterned outfit stood in front of him. It was Nagato, the very disciple of Jiraiya. Nagato's expression didn't change as he calmly said 4 words, "Shinra Tensei." Boom! A scream echoed through the forest. Jiraiya was not far away, leaning against a tree with one hand while enjoying a piece of cake, shouting triumphantly to Tsunade and Orochimaru, "My disciple, Nagato! Ha ha ha! Aren't you envious of me having such an excellent disciple?" I was truly impressed by this old rascal. In the end, the half-dead Mutong Wan and his subordinates were all captured and brought back to the Uchiha compound. In front of everyone, the 3rd Hokage ordered the execution of 3, making an example of them. Mutong Wan was so frightened that he kept bowing and apologizing, which saved his life and allowed him to roll back home. The Land of Lightning received the news and didn't dare to make sound, even ordering that from now on, if they saw the Uchiha, they should take a detour. Then, the most explosive news came. Fugaku was directly promoted to the Hokage's advisor, taking over the position previously held by that old schemer Danzo. The Uchiha clan's rebellion plan? It was torn up that night. The entire clan celebrated with champagne, finally seeing hope for the future. 1 year later, in the 47th year of Konoha, Fugaku had established himself in the upper echelons, and his wife Mikoto had given birth to Itachi. The couple drank together at night, reminiscing about how the Uchiha had come to this day, thanks to me. Hey, what a coincidence. I happened to pass by and joined them for a drink. After a few rounds, I thought the timing was right, so I laid my cards on the table. "Fugaku, I found your ancestor, Uchiha Madara's corpse." He was instantly shocked, waking up from his drunkenness, and seriously warned me not to joke about such things. I sighed and told him how 5 years ago, I accidentally stumbled upon an underground cave and encountered an old Madara who was prolonging his life with the Outer Path Ghetto statue. He had told me not to spread the word, but when I went back not long ago, he had already passed, leaving only a skeleton, with the sushi and ramen I had brought him years ago still beside him. Fugaku immediately knelt before me, begging me to take him there. When we arrived, looking at Madara's remains, his eyes turned red. I then revealed Madara's last wish, to have me protect the Uchiha clan. What? Fugaku trembled all over, instantly understanding everything. He finally realized why I'd been quietly helping them for all these years. He bowed deeply to Madara's remains, then very solemnly said to me, "Chen Feng, from now on, you will be our Uchiha clan's eternal benefactor." Later, Madara was given a grand burial, and his name was engraved on the Konoha memorial stone. This matter was finally settled. Then time flew by. 3 years later, Minato became the 4th Hokage. 2 years later, Naruto was born with nothing to do with the 9 tails. Enjoying a happy childhood, I joked around with Jiraiya every day, and watching him squirm when I pressed him for debts was just too satisfying. Obito and Rin got married. Itachi and Izumi also got married. Everyone found their place, while Jiraiya and I remained bachelors, drinking together from youth to old age, emphasizing companionship. But good times always come to an end. I never expected that my old buddy would actually go before Jiraiya. The year after I left, in the 91st year of Konoha, that old lecher brought wine to my grave, rambling on about a bunch of things. He talked about how Orochimaru died young, how Tsunade was still so strong, and how he had to outlast that old guy Kato Dan. He laughed and laughed until he collapsed in front of my tombstone and passed away. Jiraiya's memories ended here. Then I tell you, the scene shifted back to reality. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Madara, resurrected by Edo Tensei, had kicked open his coffin and was rampaging on the battlefield. And the story's lens stopped at the seaside of the Land of Rain. There stood a person, Chen Feng. But he had no idea that because of one person he resurrected, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Let me tell you, at that time, Tsunade and Reikage were preparing to use a human body delivery technique, planning to directly parachute onto the battlefield. The secretary, named Mabui, turned pale, saying that this technique was for delivering goods, not people, and it could easily become a fresh delivery. Tsunade didn't take care, glaring, "Less nonsense, start the delivery." Just as the chakra was glowing brightly and about to be launched, the door creaked open. A white-haired old man, wearing a red robe and wooden sandals, lazily leaned against the doorframe. "Wait, count me in. I must contribute to the peace of the ninja world." I tell you, at that moment, the air in the entire room froze. Who wouldn't he recognize the face of Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas? Tsunade was completely stunned, mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, unable to say a word, trembling all over. In the end, this old rascal Jiraiya started mocking, laughing uncontrollably. "Tsunade, You really lose every gamble. I've returned alive. That laugh, Tsunade was too familiar with it. When she laughed like this as a child, she could beat Jiraiya into a state of looking for his teeth. Now that she was Hokage, she could bury him alive with paperwork while laughing like this. But this time she did nothing. She just stared at Jiraiya's annoying face, her eyes suddenly turning red. The next second, Tsunade instantly moved in front of Jiraiya, gripping his red coat tightly with both hands, gritting her teeth and scolding. Don't get too pleased with yourself. You jerk. Then with a sudden force, she crashed into Jiraiya's arms. And guess what happened? With a poof, she passed right through him. Does anyone understand this? The feeling of being attacked by an invisible knife. Leaving me speechless? Tsunade was stunned, frozen in place, and only when she turned around did she realize that this Jiraiya in front of her had no chakra at all. Her voice trembled. A clone? Jiraiya was still laughing, but this time a laugh was somewhat different. Yeah, but my real self saw everything. Tsunade Heim. Don't you think I look incredibly handsome now? Handsome my foot. Tsunade's tears began to fall. You idiot. Are you sending the clone to its death? This teleportation technique can't be handled by the real body. But Jiraiya interrupted her and said very seriously, because, you see, I become selfish after dying once. I just wanted to see one more time. Damn, that sentence was too powerful. Tsunade immediately broke down, tears falling like beads from a broken string. She quickly wiped her tears and shouted at the cloth, "Teleport! Now!" Immediately, in a flash of light, Tsunade and the wreckage disappeared. Jiraiya's clone gave a thumbs up to the empty space, smiling as he finished his unfinished sentence. Because in this battle, my old friend will definitely help us. The scene shifted to the battlefield. Good heavens, it was a brutal scene. Madara seemed to have gone berserk. First, 2 meteors as big as small asteroids crashed down, directly wiping out the Ninja Alliance. Then came the wood release. Advent of the trees. Countless towering trees sprang up from the ground, trying to strangle the remaining people like giant pythons. Gaara, Inoki, and the others were all in despair. What could they even do? The opponent was not even human. What a god. Just at that moment, Naruto exploded with power. The Nine-Tails chakra fully unleashed, tens of thousands of shadow clones, each with a giant Rasengan, forcefully flattened that forest. But this time, it completely drained him, leaving him with not a drop of chakra left. And his legs weakened as he was about to kneel down. With a thud, just as Naruto's knee was about to touch the ground, a large hand reached from behind and grabbed the collar of his back. A familiar yet stern voice exploded in his ear. Naruto, are you going to give up? This isn't to you, I know. A surge of pure sage chakra instantly flowed into Naruto's body. Naruto turned around sharply, stunned. He tightly grabbed the person's arm, his mouth wide open, but couldn't make a sound. On the person's shoulders stood 2 toads, their noses swollen like garlic. It was Jiraiya in sage mode. Seeing Naruto's dazed expression, he habitually punched Naruto on the top of his head. You little brat, are you stunned? Is my sage mode really that ugly? Pervy sage. You're alive, Naruto shouted, tears almost falling. This boosted the morale of the remaining allied forces. Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was here. On the rock wall, Madara squinted and asked the reanimated Obito beside him. Who is that guy? In Kabuto's body, the shockwaves in his heart were immense. Damn, this isn't how the script is supposed to go. Jiraiya's body sank to the seabed. There was no way to reanimate him. So how did he appear? It felt like discovering a super ultimate bug that exceeded the system settings in a game. The situation was about to spiral out of control. Madara remained calm, having seen through it at a glance. The rebirth of the outer path. Nagato and Obito, those 2 useless fools, actually lost my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiraiya already appear in front of him, unleashing a sage technique. 5 right gate, with boiling oil, gale winds, and raging fire. A super combo attack came crashing down. And what happened? Madara countered with a fire release. Great fire, annihilation. That wall of flames blocked out the sun and instantly shattered Jiraiya's technique, also turning Jiraiya himself to ashes. Teacher Jiraiya. Naruto immediately broke down. No, he is not dead. Madara tilted his head, looking at his own shadow where Jiraiya was. Before his words fell, Madara's shadow suddenly twisted, and Jiraiya burst out, holding a giant Rasengan larger than himself, smashing it directly into Obito. With a loud bang, Obito was blown to pieces. But before Jiraiya could catch his breath, Madara reached out, and that massive Rasengan chakra was forcibly absorbed by him. Your eyes. Jiraiya's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. The next second, Madara appeared before him like a ghost, grabbing his neck and lifting him up, his tone icy. Do you want to dance too? With a crunch, Madara's grip tightened, and Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of old blood, forcefully slammed into the ground. Madara stepped on him, his gaze filled with oppressive force. Tell me, who used the rebirth of the outer path to revive you? Seeing Jiraiya remain silent, Madara activated his eye technique, forcibly reading his memories. Scenes flashed by, and upon seeing Chen Feng's face, Madara's long-standing icy expression cracked for the first time. His pupils suddenly constricted. Chen Feng, that bastard. He recalled that sealed memory. That brother who accompanied him throughout his life. Just then, two beams of light flashed, and the Reikage and Tsunade descended from the sky. The Reikage, glowing with lightning, struck Madara with a thunderous blow. Tsunade took the opportunity to rescue Jiraiya, her forehead seal lifting, activating the regeneration technique in an instant, healing their injuries in a blink. Jiraiya still wanted to stay in Tsunade's arms and take advantage, but she punched him, turning his face deformed. Now all 5 Kage gathered. Jiraiya and Naruto summoned Fukasaku and Shima. The spectacle was incredible. Everyone stared intently at Madara, preparing for a catastrophic battle. But Madara didn't even look at them. His mind was filled with Chen Feng's face. The dream felt terrifyingly real. He suddenly began to laugh hysterically, and after stopping, he said to the 5 Kage, "Everyone, I originally want to have a good time with you, but sorry, I have something more important to do now." His eyes sparkled with madness. My brother is still alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Madara formed a seal, and in a whoosh, he disappeared. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Naruto foolishly asked, "Ran away?" Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed heartily. Looks like our lineup scared him. Only Inoki's old face turned pale. No? Madara can't be afraid of us. The brother he mentioned is Uchiha Izuna. If Izuna is also revived, and those 2 brothers join forces, we're really finished. Those words extinguished the hope that had just ignited. Everyone immediately decided to pursue, even if it meant risking their lives. They could not allow that pair of monstrous brothers to reunite. But none of them expected that what Madara was thinking of meeting right now was not Izuna at all. He was rushing towards the seaside of Amigakure at full speed. He wanted to see Chen Feng. He had clearly read the memories. His brother Chen Feng was right there. That dream, that life, so real it feels unbelievable. He wants to confirm if Chen Feng also has the same memories. Chen Feng. Ban is rapidly darting through the forest, his eyes burning with intensity. In the dream, you promised me something, now it's time to fulfill it. As his thoughts flow, the images from that dream vividly appear before him. That year he was 12 years old, and it was raining outside. He and Chen Feng had just come back from playing by the river, and as he changed into clean pants, Chen Feng pushed the door open and walked in. "Hey, you have to knock before coming in." Ban shouted, his face flushed. "Wasn't it always like this? Are you afraid of me seeing something?" Chen Feng grinned mischievously. "I've grown up now. I'm not the same as you, idiot. What's different? I want to see. You dare." A scream from Chen Feng echoed in the room, and before long, the 2 were wrestling with each other, eventually panting against the wall, chatting about the boy named Hashirama they met by the river. "That guy can skip stones a bit better than me," Ben said, a bit unconvinced. "Better? You're underestimating him. You can't even skip 3 spins, and he can send them to the opposite bank. Sigh, if only he were part of our Uchiha clan. I really hope we don't run into him on the battlefield someday." He grabbed Chen Feng's shoulder and said seriously, "Chen Feng, promise me. We can never tell the clan about our fun by the river with Hashirama. This is our secret." "Okay, I promise you." The 2 chatted, reminiscing about their 3 deceased brothers, and Ban's expression turned heavy. "Chen Feng, I hate war. I really hope that one day, only one of us 6 brothers is left." "You mean, you and Izuna will die before me? Idiot. Cursing me to death. You deserve a beating." Ban threw a punch at him. "Your ninja skills are worse than Izuna's. How could I possibly die before you?" The 2 started bickering again. A month later at night, the 3 brothers practiced ninjutsu in the yard. Ban's fire style, fireball technique was already quite powerful. Izuna looked at him with admiration. "Brother, father said no one in the younger generation is stronger than you. You are the most suited to be the next clan leader." Ban smugly made faces at Chen Feng. But Izuna changed the subject. "Father also said you have a soft heart and can't deal fatal blows to enemies. He worries that if you continue like this, you won't be able to command respect in the future." After Izuna left, the smile on Ban's face disappeared. Leaning against a wooden post, he gazed at the moon and softly said, "Chen Feng, I hate killing. Hashirama's thoughts should be the same as ours, right?" Although the 2 had never stated it openly, Ban knew Hashirama was from the Senju clan, and Hashirama surely knew he was from the Uchiha. But there was an unspoken understanding between them, by the river. They were just two friends who hated war. Ban, Chen Feng suddenly spoke, when you become strong enough to make everyone fear you, the wars will stop. Ban shivered and looked at Chen Feng. Strong enough to make everyone in the world fear me, so they wouldn't dare start a war? He murmured, flames igniting in his eyes. Chen Feng, that's my dream. But can I really have that kind of power in the future? Of course you can't. Chen Feng glanced at him, seriously saying, I might be able to. After saying that, he clumsily formed hand seals, gathering his strength. Fire style, fireball technique. I'll tell you, when I spit that fire out, wow, that fire dragon covered half the yard. I was shocked myself. And you guess what happened next? Ban laughed heartily, his laughter like watching a monkey show. With your little skills, you think you can stand at the top of the ninja world? Talent is something you can catch up with through hard work. Watch closely. In the next second, he opened his mouth, and with the same fireball technique. Mine was like a lighter in front of him. His fire turned the sky red, a fire dragon soared into the sky, and I was drenched in sweat. Dude, the gap was too ridiculous. Ban proudly jumped onto the wooden post, hands on his hips, shouting, in the future, the one standing at the top of the ninja world must be me, Uchiha Ban. What could I say? I could only look up at him with the most sincere eyes. Ban, I believe in you. Of course, you're so naive now, like a silly dog. I have to go along with you. Then, this guy suddenly changed his mood and became emo. He jumped down, seriously draping his arm around my shoulder, saying, brother, now it's just you and Izuna left for me. I absolutely cannot accept you two dying on the battlefield. Once I get strong enough, I can protect you. Protect all our clan members. Then, he looked at me, his gaze deep, as if he were about to tell my fortune, saying, Chen Feng, as your older brother, I ask you for a favor. In my mind, I thought, here it comes. He really opened his mouth. That kid Izuna doesn't want to be the clan leader. If I become the clan leader and kick the bucket, you must take over for me and protect the Uchiha. At that moment, I just wanted to tease him, so I casually replied, what if I die before you? Goodness. He exploded on the spot. What nonsense are you spouting? While shouting, he elbowed me tightly around the neck. I already said, I will protect you. You dare roll your eyes? Are you looking for a beating? I was choked so hard my face turned purple. Slapping his arm to let go. After he released me, he still seriously made me promise. I directly replied with 2 words, I refuse. Before I could finish, this guy exploded again, saying I was too much of a pain. We just started fighting in the yard. Of course, the result was me being pinned to the ground and beaten until I cried, finally agreeing to a bunch of things while sobbing incoherently. I tell you, our old man, Uchiha Taijima, was right upstairs by the window, watching the whole thing with a proud and comforting expression. It was simply unbelievable. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Ban was 13 now. This year, Izuna was finally persuaded by us to go fishing by the river. And he even accepted that unnamed mushroom-headed guy, Hashirama. But Izuna really had it tough. Every time he sparred with Hashirama, he ended up bruised and battered, while Ban could always hold his own against Hashirama. As for me, this year I focused on seclusion, madly practicing ninjutsu in the small forest. My strength skyrocketed, and I grew quite a bit. Today, I finally discovered something remarkable in the woods. A few strands of black and white hair. I crouched down to take a look, my heart racing. Here it comes, the opportunity to change the plot. It's finally here. What's my mission? To keep Ban and Hashirama from falling out and help Ban become Hokage. Right now, the progress is still at 0. The key lies in the Senju's attitude, especially his brother Tobarama. Why does Tobarama hate the Uchiha so much? Because his other brother, Kawarama, was killed by our Uchiha clan. So, to break the deadlock, we have to start from here. What I found could very well be Kawarama's hair. That night when I got home, I heard Ban and Izuna secretly chatting about Hashirama in the room. I pushed the door open, and these two jumped in fright, looking like thieves. I quickly closed the door and lowered my voice, saying, Ancestors, meeting with the Senju in private is a big taboo in the clan. Can you keep your voices down while chatting? Especially you, Ban. Your laughter can be heard throughout the building. Ban immediately turned his volume down to silent mode. I turned around and saw Izuna's face, unable to hold back my laughter. Izuna, did Hashirama use you as a punching bag? You look like a pig's head. Is he jealous that you're better looking than him? Izuna crossed his arms, mumbling gloomily. That mushroom-headed guy must be jealous of my looks. You can't say that. Izuna is indeed very handsome. He looks just like the later Sasuke, almost carved from the same mold. I brought them some food, and as soon as Madara saw the tofu sushi, his eyes lit up, and he instantly dashed over to grab a piece. I quietly listened to the two of them chatter about today's sparring session with Hashirama. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and my father, Taijima, stood at the entrance with a gloomy expression. He scanned us and finally focused his gaze on Izuna. Izuna, what happened to your face? I was sparring with Brother Madara and got hit, Izuna said without batting an eye, throwing Madara under the bus. Madara, my father immediately scolded when sparring with your brother. Let him win a bit. Madara glared fiercely at Izuna, then obediently nodded. Then my father's demeanor changed, and he actually smiled, but even with a swollen face. Izuna is still handsome, just like I was when I was young. Izuna looked quite pleased, just as Madara was about to mock my father. A clansman rushed in to report, Chief, today the clansmen who died in battle. Their bodies were too badly damaged to be brought back. Madara's laughter instantly caught in his throat. The room fell silent. My father sighed and simply said, let us build a grave for them, then looked at the three of us with a complex expression in his eyes, saying, Madara, take good care of your two younger brothers. Just as he was about to leave, Madara suddenly sat up straight and shouted, Father, wait. Madara's eyes were fixed on the blood on my father's blade that hadn't dried yet, but the words he wanted to say got swallowed back. My father saw through his thoughts, patted his head, and said with a smile, my destiny is the battlefield, but until you surpass me and can take over as chief, I will do my best to stay alive. That night, Madara ran into my room with a pillow, insisting on sleeping with me. I scolded him. No way. You steal my blanket. He shamelessly replied, I'm your brother. You have to listen to me, or I'll beat you up. After saying that, he burrowed into my blanket, claiming it was warm and that if he kicked off the blanket, I would help him cover up. It was all about companionship, right? I really had no way to deal with him. After lying down, he told me that the clansman who died today was killed by the Senju, and the blood on my father's blade belonged to the Senju clan leader, Senju Hashirama. As he spoke, his voice trembled and his eyes turned red, eventually lifting a corner of my blanket to wipe his tears. I suddenly asked him, Madara, do you hate the Senju? He paused for a moment, looked at the ceiling, and gently shook his head. I don't hate them. I only hate myself for not being strong enough to protect my clansmen. I hate war even more. If there were no war, we could be friends with Hashirama openly. He rambled on, and I listened very attentively. When he finished, I pretended to be asleep. He mumbled that I fell asleep faster than a pig and turned over to sleep. Hey, you can turn over, but don't steal my blanket. I yanked the blanket back. Oh, you're pretending to sleep. I'm not pretending. I was just thinking. I looked at him seriously and said, achieving peace doesn't necessarily mean you have to be strong enough to defy the heavens. Perhaps there are other ways. Madara was suddenly taken aback. Other ways? I asked him, which clan is the strongest right now? He proudly said, of course, it's us Uchiha and the Senju. I leaned closer and whispered, then think about it. What if one day the Uchiha and the Senju joined forces? Madara's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling. After a long time, he exclaimed, that would definitely work. If our two clans joined forces, we could dominate the entire ninja world. I quickly covered his mouth. What are you getting excited about? Do you want the whole clan to know we're plotting a rebellion? Now I was sure. Madara hated war itself, which made things easier. I'd already gotten Izuna familiar with Hashirama, and now the biggest trouble was dealing with Hashirama's brothers, Tobirama and Benji. Madara quickly became disheartened, saying the hatred from our father's generation couldn't be resolved. I interrupted him directly. Then let's start from our generation. I have a plan, although it's a bit despicable, but it can work. I showed him the hair I found in the forest and laid out my entire plan in detail. Madara's eyes widened more and more, from shock to realization, and finally, he gripped my clothes tightly and, after holding in for a while, said, your plan is so despicable. For the sake of peace, what's wrong with being a bit despicable? I stared into his eyes. Madara, are you in? He hesitated for a few seconds. Then his gaze became incredibly firm, shining. I'm willing. Then let us hurry up and get stronger. A month later, at the Nana Shrine, the clan was holding a memorial for the clansmen who died in battle. After the ceremony, my father kept the three of us behind, his expression more serious than ever. He said the situation was chaotic, and we might soon be on the battlefield, where we must not show any mercy. Madara tentatively asked, Father, what if we encounter Senju clansmen we don't want to fight? My father's answer was only one word, resolute, kill. After he left, Izuna's face turned pale, saying with my father's attitude, the alliance plan was impossible. I looked at him, and Madara also looked at him. In the end, Izuna gritted his teeth and nodded. I'm willing. For the future of the Uchiha, I will fight. Our plan was simple. The older generation was beyond saving, so we younger ones would form an alliance ourselves. The key was to handle Tobirama and Benji. Before leaving the shrine, I snuck down to the basement to check that stone tablet. Great! The content on it hadn't been altered by Black Zetsu, that old schemer. This was the key to Madara's path to destruction in the original story, and it had to be nipped in the bud. That night, I went to report to my father, saying there was movement in the forest and there might be spies. My father immediately dispatched more people to patrol. 3 days later, late at night, in the basement of the Nana shrine, that dark figure, Black Zetsu, had just emerged from the ground, preparing to make mischief on the stone tablet. It didn't know that I had been waiting for it here. A shadow flashed by. Sorry, Black Zetsu, with a whoosh before it could react. My hand had already pierced through its body. It turned to look at me, a face full of disbelief. You can't kill me. Before it could finish, it suddenly froze, its face filled with fear. Why do you know Yin-Yang release? I coldly chuckled in my heart. Just kidding. This is the limited edition Yin-Yang release I got as a reward from the system when I was Itachi in my previous life. Just for you. Black Zetsu's body quickly disintegrated into a puddle of mud, leaving behind a single line. Mother, I'm sorry, before completely disappearing from this world. Done. 10 days later, by the river, Izuna was being held underwater by Hashirama. Seeing that Izuna's chakra was almost depleted, Hashirama voluntarily stopped. Izuna, still not satisfied, threw a punch, which Hashirama easily blocked. They sat by the river, and while Hashirama treated Izuna's injuries, he listened to him ramble. Just wait. My brother will come and take revenge for me. Upon hearing that Madara was coming, Hashirama's eyes lit up. Is your brother coming today? I haven't seen him in a long time. I really want to know if he has gotten stronger. I tell you, when Izuna heard Hashirama mention me, the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. He picked up a stone and threw it hard into the river, and his expression was something else. He stared at the ripples in the water and said seriously to Hashirama, Hashirama, I'm serious. If the war isn't over by then, and we meet on the battlefield, you must not hold back. Goodness, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Izuna's little face was tense as he continued. You must use all your strength to kill me. That would be a respect for me. And I will also do my best to take you down. Zhu Jian was momentarily stunned, unable to say a word. But the next second, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Zhu Jian suddenly hugged Quan Nai and laughed, saying, so I really don't want to grow up. While talking, his eyes caught a glimpse of a corner of grilled fish sticking out of Quan Nai's pocket, and his eyes instantly lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Wow. Quan Nai, you brought grilled fish? I love this the most. Quan Nai quickly covered his pocket. This is for my brother. He didn't say you can have any. Zhu Jian was incredibly assertive. If you won't give it to me, I'll just grab it. Anyway, your brother isn't here? After saying that, he lunged at it. The two instantly became like two 3-year-old children, one running and the other chasing, with Quan Nai shouting as he ran, Zhu Jian, you old six. You weren't like this when I first met you. Before long, Zhu Jian was contentedly leaning against a tree, gnawing on the grilled fish, his mouth greasy and the ground littered with fish bones. Meanwhile, Quan Nai was dutifully practicing his body techniques beside him. After Zhu Jian had eaten his fill and wiped his mouth, he lay down and fell asleep. Quan Nai looked at Zhu Jian, who was sleeping like a pig, rolled his eyes, and muttered softly, this guy. He knows to leave a bite for my brother when eating, but he finishes everything with me. So annoying. But as he looked at Zhu Jian's sleeping face, his expression softened, and he whispered, Zhu Jian, you must work hard to become stronger. I'm waiting for you and my brother to join forces and achieve peace in the ninja world. If that day comes and I need to sacrifice something, even my life, I'm willing. Just then, I tell you, Chen Feng, our time-traveling older brother, quietly appeared. Who understands the family? He looked at the scene of the two children sleeping together and felt incredibly gratified. According to the original script, Quan Nai was supposed to be killed by Tobii in one strike, and before dying, he gave his eyes to Ban, a pure, tragic tool. Now it's good. These two are almost like brothers from different parents. Chen Feng had only one thought in his mind. In this life, Quan Nai absolutely cannot die. While he was feeling emotional, suddenly another person appeared beside him. It was Ban. Upon seeing Quan Nai dirty, he immediately became displeased and lowered his voice. Is Zhu Jian taking advantage of my absence to bully my brother again? That's too much. Chen Feng quickly made a shushing gesture, and the two exchanged a few words before instantly forming seals to disguise themselves. One pretending to be from the Sarutobi clan and the other from the Shimura clan, putting on masks and preparing to leave. However, before leaving, Ban insisted on making trouble, picking a wild fruit and accurately smashing it on Zhu Jian's face. Zhu Jian woke up with a start, holding the fruit on his face in confusion, and still cheerfully told Quan Nai, "Huh? I'm so lucky. A ripe fruit just dropped on my face." Quan Nai immediately reached out. "It must be sweet. Let me have some." "No way." Zhu Jian opened his mouth for a big bite, but the next second, he spat it all out with a puff. His face sour like an emoji. "Quan Nai, I'll just give it to you. Get lost." The scene shifted, and I tell you, the atmosphere instantly ramped up. In the Uchiha family's dense forest, Tobii and Ban were being chased by a dozen adult Uchiha ninjas. Ban's arm was suddenly slashed open, blood splattering on a Tobii's face. If they kept running like this, both would be finished here. Ban's youthful face was filled with determination as he shouted at Tobii, "Brother, we need to split up." Tobii couldn't agree. He knew Ban wanted to sacrifice himself to protect him. "I won't leave you behind, but I don't want to drag you down." Ban's eyes turned red as he yelled at Tobii, "To die for the family is my honor. Brother Tobii, you must live." After saying that, he turned sharply and charged at the dozen Uchiha ninjas with a kunai in hand. "Run!" Tobii's heart ached, gritting his teeth, holding back tears, and desperately running forward. Before long, Ban was cornered by 5 Uchiha ninjas against a tree, Chakra exhausted, his palm pinned to the trunk by a kunai. A kunai came flying toward his face, and he closed his eyes in despair. But the imagined pain didn't come. With a clang, the kunai was knocked away. A masked man dressed in Sarutobi clan clothing stood in front of him. Ban was astonished. "You are from the Sarutobi clan?" "Yes." I tell you, Ban's mind was in chaos at that moment. The Sarutobi clan was their longtime enemy. Why would they save him? Just then, an Uchiha ninja seized the opportunity and slashed at the masked man's head. "Get out of the way!" Ban exclaimed. The masked man barely managed to dodge. But one arm was severed at the shoulder, yet strangely, the wound was clean, not a drop of blood flowed, and nothing could be seen inside. Before the Uchiha ninja could react, suddenly, from the severed shoulder, half of the masked man burst out again, and the kunai in his hand pierced the opponent's body. Next, he sliced the masked man in half from head to toe. Still no blood. Then, from those two halves, 2 complete masked men emerged. Good heavens! What kind of abstract ninjutsu is this? It's frying my CPU. The 5 Uchiha ninjas were dumbfounded. How could this thing multiply with every hit? They couldn't kill it all. Before long, over 100 masked men stood in front of them, encircling them. The gap in strength was too great. The leading Uchiha ninja could only say, "We will remember the grace of not killing from a senior," and then threw a smoke bomb, quickly fleeing. The 100 masked men instantly disappeared, leaving only Chen Feng. He walked over, took off his mask, and smiled. "Don't call me senior, my name is Chen Feng." While helping Ban treat his wounds, he explained why he saved him, just so that one day, all clans could unite and achieve peace in the ninja world. These words struck a chord in Ban's heart. Wasn't this the dream that his brother Zhu Jian talked about every day? He looked at the unguarded youth bandaging him, feeling a mix of emotions. Once the wounds were treated, he immediately wanted to find Tobii. Chen Feng stopped him. "Don't rush. My brother has gone to save Tobii. He's very strong." Ban looked curious. "Is he stronger than you?" "Yes." Ban finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to help but ask, "Chen Feng, can you tell me what your brother's name is?" Chen Feng smiled slightly and threw out 4 words. "His name is Uchiha Ban." "What?" Ban was completely petrified. He finally remembered that the strongest among the young Uchiha was named Uchiha Ban, and he had a brother named Chen Feng. Chen Feng quickly changed back into Uchiha's attire and explained that he was disguised to save him. Ban calmed down. Although his feelings were complex, he still acknowledged this life-saving grace. As the two were discussing Chen Feng's strange ninjutsu, a hearty laugh echoed through the jungle. Chen Feng's move, it's just a psychological battle. While using a shadow clone to shoot kunai, the main body shoots secretly too, just to scare people. The first time he used it, he was beaten to a pulp. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Ban appeared in a flash, carrying the severely injured Tobii on his back. "Tobii!" Ban shouted excitedly. Tobii, seeing that Ban was still alive, felt a huge weight lift off his heart. Ban placed Tobii down and said irritably, "Tobii, your brother has already been saved by my brother. Can you stop giving me that sour face?" It turned out that after Ban disguised himself as a member of the Shimura clan and saved Tobii. As soon as Tobii woke up, he grabbed a kunai and tried to stab him in the neck without saying a word. Only after Ban explained the whole story did Tobii's attitude towards Ban and Chen Feng soften. The 4 of them discussed and agreed to join forces to achieve their peace plan. However, Tobii was still worried. Just us 4 agreeing isn't enough. "We still need my brother Zhu Jian's consent." When Ban heard this, he confidently said, I'll go find him and discuss it right now. You can't go. Tobirama anxiously tried to stand up, but ended up pulling on his wound and almost fell, only to be caught by Ban. Tobirama grabbed Ban's arm and urgently said, "You don't understand. If my brother sees you, he definitely won't listen to your explanation. He'll just start fighting with you." Ban laughed. "If he doesn't listen, I'll make him listen. I've fought him many times privately, and I don't think he's stronger than me." "What?" As soon as these words came out, Tobirama and Izuna's eyes nearly popped out, both staring intently at Ban, their minds suddenly understanding everything. Tobirama trembled and asked Ban, "Chen Feng, have you met my brother privately before?" Ban proudly put his arm around Tobirama's shoulder. "Not only have we met, but once I even made Hashirama cry." At this point, Tobirama and Izuna completely believed him. The look in Tobirama's eyes towards Ban no longer held any suspicion or hostility, but was filled with curiosity. "Ban, can you tell me how you and my brother have been getting along this past year?" Just as Chen Feng was about to start, Tobirama suddenly changed his expression. "Stop chatting. Someone's coming. It's your Uchiha people, and there are a lot of them. Go find Hashirama by the river." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng, Izuna, and Ban instantly disappeared. Tobirama's leg injury was too severe for him to move. Just then, a figure landed in front of him, squatting with his back to him. "That bastard Chen Feng. Doesn't he care about you at all?" "Tobirama, come here, I'll carry you." It was Ban. Tobirama was stunned. Ban turned around, smiling brightly. "I'm not like your brother. That guy Hashirama has beaten up my little brother Izuna several times privately. I won't be as shameless as him." "Tobirama, I won't hit you just because I'm stronger. I, Uchiha Ban, am all about protecting you." Tobirama's pupils trembled, and the softest spot in his heart was touched. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Ban, thank you. If your plan can succeed, I am willing to let go of my hatred towards the Uchiha clan." Ban carried him on his back, swiftly weaving through the forest. "It will definitely succeed. Please trust me and your brother Hashirama." When those 20 Uchiha ninjas arrived, there was nothing left here except the smell of blood. That evening, Uchiha Taijima called Chen Feng into the room. "Father, you called for me?" Taijima looked out the window, his voice low. "Chen Feng, did you find anyone from other clans in the family forest today?" Chen Feng's heart sank, but he maintained a calm expression and sincerely replied, "Father, I was practicing my techniques with Ban and Izuna by the waterfall today. I didn't go to the forest. Could it be that someone from another clan came to scout information?" Taijima turned around in the candlelight, his shadow elongated and eerie. He stared hard at Chen Feng, speaking each word deliberately, just as you said, "And not just the Senju clan." I tell you, the moment he said this, I was stunned. Good heavens, besides the Senju, there are also the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. The three clans teamed up and directly held a party in our backyard, then left without capturing a single person. Taijima looked serious, with a hint of fear, saying it was lucky we weren't around. Otherwise, if we had run into the Sarutobi, we probably would have ended up dead on the spot. He said the Sarutobi's ninjutsu was very tricky and difficult to deal with. As they talked, he began to have doubts himself. "Wait a minute, I feel like something is off. The Sarutobi had a clear opportunity to wipe us out. Why did they ultimately show mercy?" I felt a spark in my heart. This was my chance. I cleared my throat and tentatively threw out a bombshell. "Dad, is there a possibility that times have changed?" Taijima was stunned, looking at me. I went all in, continuing to press. "Think about it. The Sarutobi and Shimura are our mortal enemies, and they are also mortal enemies with the Senju. But now, they would rather save the Senju people. What does that mean? It means they've put aside their hatred and started to band together for warmth." As soon as I finished speaking, the air in the room froze. Who understands family matters? I felt Taijima's gaze towards me change. It seemed he instantly understood what I meant. Seizing the moment, I made my point clear. "Dad, you are the leader of the Uchiha, and Senju Hashirama is the leader of the Senju. Your statuses are equal. As long as you are willing to speak up and propose an alliance, this matter may not be impossible to negotiate. If our two families join forces, who would dare to attack us? The war could end, right?" Taijima fell silent, not saying a word. The flickering candlelight cast a particularly gloomy expression on his face. He sat back down in his chair and slowly pulled out a family tree from the drawer. It was densely packed with names. After a long time, he finally sighed deeply, his voice low like a mosquito's buzz, stopping the war. That was my dream as a child. Upon hearing this, I felt hopeful. But the next second, this old man completely broke down. He pointed at the family tree, his eyes turning red, his voice trembling. "Chen Feng, do you know how many names on this paper were crossed out by the Senju family? I was once naive, thinking that killing all enemies would bring peace. When I was 14 on the battlefield, when I killed my first person, blood splattered into my eyes, and I was terrified. Later, I kill more, became numb, and even compared with my brothers, who killed more. Until I personally saw my brother get killed trying to save me. His body so mangled that we couldn't even find a complete corpse. From that day on, all that was left in my heart was hatred. Peace. That's just nonsense to fool children. My current mission is to carry the hatred of all our dead clansmen and fight the Senju to the bitter end. Well, this mindset was firmly set. I opened my mouth, but couldn't say anything. It seemed that trying to achieve reconciliation through the older generation was just a dream. Before I left, I still couldn't help but ask, Dad, is there really no room for easing tensions? No, he answered decisively. Our feud with the Senju can only end when one side is completely defeated. All right, I understand. After leaving his room, I felt completely emo and hurried to find Ban and Izuna to calm down. As soon as I opened the door, good heavens, the two little guys were secretly eating grilled fish behind my back. I told them what had just happened, and Izuna immediately exploded. What? You didn't let anything slip, did you? Ban was very calm, picking up a piece of fish from the ground and pointing at me with a smile. Just him? He got more schemes than a beehive. How could he let anything slip? I proudly recounted how I had cleverly fabricated lies to get past it, which finally put Izuna at ease, and he burst into laughter. You said we were practicing our techniques by the waterfall? Good one. I've only gone there to bathe. The three of us sat there, talking about the events after saving Tobarama and Izuna earlier that day. To be honest, I felt like history had been completely skewed by me. Originally, Izuna was dead, and Tobarama hated the Uchiha deeply, but now, Izuna was alive and kicking. And the look in Tobarama's eyes towards Ban even had a hint of admiration. Ban, that rascal, picked up a piece of fish, took a bite, and said to me with a look of enjoyment, Try it, it's grilled by Tobarama. His skills are amazing. I took a bite and nodded in agreement. Delicious. That silly Izuna just grabbed it and took a huge bite. The next second, his expression was something else. It was both fishy and bitter, and he immediately spat it out. You two bastards. You tricked me. Izuna shouted in anger. I exchanged a glance with Ban, quickly spat out the fish in my mouth, and took off running. As Ban ran around, he mocked, Izuna is getting more and more brainless. We chased and played around in the yard, and Taijima was watching from the second-floor window, surprisingly smiling. Just like that, 5 years flew by. This year, Ban and Hashirama turned 18, while Tobarama and I were 15, and Izuna and Itama were 14. The six of us had grown from little kids into teenagers. Today, the two of them were practicing by the river again. Ban's hair had grown quite a bit, covering one of his eyes, making him look really cool. He stood on top of a tree, laughing loudly at Hashirama across the river. Hashirama, check out this new move I learned. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. I tell you, the scene was like a volcanic eruption. A sea of fire spreading everywhere. We were fishing hundreds of meters away, feeling the heat wave, and I dropped my fishing rod, shouting, Run. That madman Ban is serious. He grabbed Itama and Izuna and took off. On the other side, Izuna couldn't beat Hashirama, so he took it out on Hashirama's younger brother, Itama, every day. Following the principle of the older brother pays the debts of the younger brother. Today, he had knocked Itama down again and was feeling quite proud. But Itama had learned his lesson. He squatted down and pretended to cry, sobbing dramatically. Izuna, the naive one, really believed him and went over to comfort him. Oh no, did I hit you too hard? Don't cry, don't cry. Good heavens, Itama was just waiting for this moment. Taking advantage of Izuna's unpreparedness, he kicked him away. He even used the wire he had set up earlier to tie Izuna to a tree. Ha ha ha. Izuna, I win. Itama, with tears still on his face, laughed more wildly than anyone. You despicable. Izuna shouted angrily. As long as it works, it's a good method. This is what my brother taught me. While they were bickering, suddenly Wuxia Kanai flew past and stuck to the tree right by Izuna's cheek, cutting the wire perfectly. I turned to see it was Tobarama who shot it. With his ice-cold expression, he didn't say anything, but he was still protective of his brother inside. Izuna shivered in fright and whispered to Itama, Your brother has such a bad temper. I usually don't dare to yell at him. At that moment, I came over with lunch. As soon as Itama smelled the grilled fish, his eyes lit up. This is so much better than what my brother Tobarama makes. Tobarama instantly teleported over, snatched the fish from Itama's hand, took a bite, and expressionlessly handed it back. I know my cooking is bad. No need to flatter me. Then he surprisingly gently wrapped an arm around Itama's shoulder and said, Itama, you've improved a lot. If you don't understand anything in the future, just ask me. I will always protect you. TSK, Such brotherly love. After all the commotion, Tobirama and I exchanged a glance. It was time to get serious. We both flashed away to behind a waterfall. There were two people tied up here, one from the Senju clan and one from the Sarutobi clan, both under my Jinjutsu control. After Tobirama confirmed their identities, he said seriously, Chen Feng, this jutsu of mine, it goes against human ethics. Please keep a secret. I understood. I swiftly dealt with one of them. The other tried to escape using the substitution jutsu, but was caught back by Tobirama, who tossed the body in front of me. I immediately set up a barrier, isolating everything around us. Tobirama, I've set up the barrier. No one will disturb us. While you gather chakra, I will protect you with all my strength. Go ahead and perform your newly developed summoning jutsu. Tobirama didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and slowly began to form hand seals. I watched him, fully aware. This kid hadn't been idle in the past 5 years. After I had encouraged him, he had somehow developed the earth-shattering forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, earlier than expected. I tell you, in the next second, he started forming seals. Summoning jutsu, Edo Tensei. Goodness, the noise was immense. The dust on the ground swirled up in a cloud, directly coating the unfortunate Sarutobi ninja next to him. Like a human canvas. That guy was still in the Jinjutsu, but his body began to twitch uncontrollably, writhing, and finally, he was completely enveloped in dust, motionless. Once the dust settled, I moved closer to take a look. Whoa, the person had changed. He turned into the Senju ninja that Tobirama had just killed with a single blow. The guy stood there in a daze, looking at his hands, then at his incomplete corpse next to him, and instantly understood. Who among the family understands that feeling of just dying and being forced back to work? His face was full of cracks like a porcelain doll, and he spat at us, Uchiha Chen Feng. Senju Tobirama, you two little brats are something. Carrying the blood feud of our ancestors while getting cozy here, and even conjuring up this kind of underworld trick. Hurry up, and let me return to my rest. But before he could finish his sentence, he began to uncontrollably chant. My sacrifice has meaning. My Sarutobi clan will avenge me. Wait, hold on. Aren't you from the Senju clan? Oh, the vessel is Sarutobi's, but the soul is Senju's. They mixed up the roles. Tobirama was clearly struggling too, his face pale, hands trembling like he had Parkinson's, and he directly dispelled the summoning contract. The body instantly shattered into dust, scattering in the wind. Tobirama looked like he had just run 1,000 meters, leaning on his knees, panting heavily, almost losing his balance, and I caught him. He gasped and asked me, Chen Feng, how was my jutsu? I had to support my brother, giving him a thumbs up. Awesome. Really outstanding. His eyes immediately lit up. But he hesitated a bit. But this jutsu needs living people as vessels. Isn't that too cruel? I laughed at that, saying, Tobirama, come on. The lives we've taken could easily form a strengthened squad. Are you talking to me about cruelty? What are you pretending to be? The pure-hearted warrior. Tobirama was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. We both understood that when it came to enemies, there was no such thing as cruelty. After a while, Tobirama's chakra had recovered a bit, and he started dreaming about the future, saying that once this jutsu was perfected, he could help Ban and Hashirama achieve peace in the ninja world sooner. Then he looked at me sincerely. Chen Feng, are you willing to help me research it together? Of course I was willing. This was the version answer. It had to be secured. Once the barrier was down, we squatted by the waterfall, discussing how to upgrade Edo Tensei while grilling fish. Tobirama pulled out a grilled fish from his pocket, frowned. It's cold. It doesn't taste good. He leaned against a tree and ordered me. Chen Feng, my chakra is low. Can you use fire style to heat it up for me? I snatched this from Atama. It can't go to waste. I chuckled. You stole your brother's fish. Aren't you afraid he'll take revenge on you? Tobirama looked smug. How many times has he tried to take revenge on me? Every time I knock him out. If he can get stronger from this, I welcome him to try more often. All right then, since you said so. I clapped my hands, circulated my chakra, fire style. I tell you, the flames shot up, and the bottom of the waterfall turned into a sauna. The water was boiling. In the rolling heat, Tobirama's frustrated shout came, Chen Feng, you jerk. I told you to grill the fish, not me. I innocently replied, sorry, Tobirama. It's my first time using fire style to grill fish. I have no experience. I suspect you are helping Atama take revenge on me. When the flames finally stopped, the grilled fish and stick in Tobirama's hand had turned to ash. He looked like he had just crawled out of a chimney. His face blackened, and the iconic white collar on his shoulders had been burned bald. He stared at me, gritting his teeth. Chen Feng, in all my life, you're the first one who dared to spray fire at my face. Unforgivable. As soon as he finished speaking, before I could even process it, I was blasted away like a cannonball. crashing into the water pool beneath the waterfall with a splash. Tobirama stood on the shore, pointing at me and scolding. Hurry up and catch some fish for me. Let's roast them. When they're done, bring them back for my brother to eat. Also, don't help him get back at me anymore. There was no way out. Under the eaves, one had to bow their head. I climbed up the shore dripping wet and tossed him a few wriggling fish, then bared my shoulders and carefully controlled the heat to roast the fish. Tobirama threw his hairless coat to me. Put this on. Don't catch a cold. Laughing and joking, as we roasted the fish, the atmosphere gradually settled down. Tobirama looked at the waterfall and suddenly said, "A year ago, the water of this waterfall was red." He said that on this day, a year ago, he had ambushed the Uzumaki clan here with his clan and nearly suffered a complete defeat. If it hadn't been for Hashirama arriving in time, he might have been sealed by that old man from the Uzumaki clan. He said that old man was so strong it still scared him to think about it. In that battle, he watched over 20 clansmen die before his eyes, and the lake beneath the waterfall was stained red. He sighed and asked me very seriously, "Chen Feng, do you think that relying solely on Madara and Hashirama can really bring peace?" I told him emphatically yes. They must be able to. Together, they represent the full strength of our two clans. At that time, the entire ninja world will have to look at their faces. Whether it's peace or war will just be a matter of their words. Tobirama's eyes were full of longing. I really hope that day comes soon. He then talked about how his brother Hashirama had recently encountered a woman named Uzumaki Mido on the battlefield, who was extraordinarily strong. As we chatted, the conversation returned to himself, and his face was filled with admiration for his brother. In this lifetime, I can never keep up with Hashirama's pace. For our Senju clan, having one strong person like him is enough. What I can do is study more ninjutsu to help them become stronger. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly exclaimed, looked down, and saw that the fish he was roasting had burned again. With a look of disdain, he tossed the charred fish to me. "Chen Feng, take this back for Ban to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, I felt a chill. His coat had already been taken away by his flying thunder god technique, and he had vanished without a trace. I looked at my dry clothes and felt envious. This flying thunder god is too cool. I must learn it. In the evening, I found Madara and the others. Hashirama was happily eating the leftover Odin, while Ban was complaining. Tobirama stole my roasted fish again. Hashirama laughed and said he would help scold him, but Ban disagreed. "Scolding isn't enough. You have to hit him." Madara chimed in. "If your brother punches him, Tobirama will definitely be done for." Ban gritted his teeth. It would be better if he died. Just then, I tossed the burnt fish that Tobirama had roasted to Ban. His eyes lit up, took a bite, and immediately spit it out. "Chen Feng, this fish is too terrible." I shrugged. "It's Tobirama-esque cooking. It's normal." Just as I inserted a kunai with the flying thunder god mark into the ground, Tobirama appeared in a flash. His white fur collar was back on, and he had brought Ban his favorite sushi. Can you believe it? That night, the 6 of us, the heirs of the Uchiha and Senju clans, gathered around the bonfire, chatting and laughing, planning for the present and dreaming of the future. This was something that could never have happened in the original script. But the good times didn't last long. Let me tell you, 1 second we were laughing, and the next second the sky changed. 2 streams of earth-shattering chakra descended from the heavens, fast as shooting stars. Ban's face changed. "It's our father." Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsama, 2 old men, hovered in the air like gatekeepers, their faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. Upon seeing the bonfire and leftover food on the ground, they instantly understood. Without saying a word, Taijima began forming hand seals towards Hashirama and the others, his hand speed so fast it made my head spin. Ban panicked. "Father, it's too late." Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. For fire dragons roared towards Hashirama, Tobirama, and Ban. At the same time, Senju Butsama also moved, targeting the 3 of us. A thunderclap struck directly at us. In that instant, the entire forest lit up like day, followed by a deafening explosion. Trees within a kilometer radius were flattened. When the dust settled, the scene left both old men dumbfounded. Ban stood in front of Tobirama and Ban. A blue chakra giant, Susan, sturdily withstood the 4 fire dragons. Meanwhile, Hashirama had created a giant wooden figure with wood release, which was split in half by the lightning, shielding us from the deadly attack. "Bon." Taijima trembled with rage. "They are your enemies. Why did you save them?" Ban's chakra was nearly exhausted. He braced himself against his father's death glare and shouted back, "Because I have long considered them my comrades." On the other side, Hashirama, supported by me, looked pale and shouted at his father, "Father, why won't you even try the peace plan I told you about?" I don't want to see our clansmen sacrifice themselves for nothing anymore. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The two fathers looked at their proudest sons, who had blocked their deadly moves for their enemies. The pain in their hearts must have felt like it was about to shatter. Their chakra was nearly depleted as well. They moved over and each grabbed their child to pull them away. Before leaving, Ban shouted to Hashirama, "Hashirama, the wish we made must be fulfilled." Hashirama turned back and nodded firmly. "The next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. Ban, at that time, show me the strength you used to kill me." At that moment, all six of us understood that those days of sneaking out to play were completely over. Returning to the clan's territory was a disaster. The three of us, Ban, Izuna, and I, were beaten half to death by Taijima's thorny whip, our backs a bloody mess. Back in Ban's room, he groaned and collapsed on the floor. "It hurt so much. Father took advantage of my lack of chakra and hit me hard." Izuna also grimaced in pain and complained to Ban, "It's all your fault. Father was almost calmed down, and you had to argue with him, causing us to get beaten as well." Ban sighed, "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back. I just wanted him to understand that war is meaningless." As we were applying medicine to each other, Izuna asked Ban, "Brother, the fire jutsu you used against Hashirama today, was it the Great Fire Annihilation? Teach us." As he spoke, he suddenly seemed a bit unsure, thinking it was too difficult. He didn't want to waste Ban's time. Before he finished speaking, Ban interrupted him. "And that sentence I will remember for a lifetime." He said, "Izuna, you underestimate me, Uchiha Ban, too much. I might not teach others, but you are my brother. And if you won't learn, I will teach you. Even if you're as dumb as a pig, I can teach you." He pointed at Izuna, his eyes full of fire. "What does it matter if peace in the ninja world is delayed a little? Their lives are not more important than yours." Izuna's eyes turned red at that moment. Without saying a word, he put on his clothes and ran into the yard, enduring the pain to start practicing chakra. Ban stood at the door, watching Izuna's back, and suddenly spoke to me in a deep voice I had never heard before. "Chen Feng, actually, I don't blame my father." He looked toward his father's room, his gaze complicated. "If the price of achieving peace is my father's death, I would rather this plan never succeed. In my heart, he will always be the person I respect the most." While the three of us were training hard in the yard, a medical ninja suddenly arrived, saying he was sent by the clan leader to treat our injuries. We were all stunned. What was going on? Didn't we agree that we weren't allowed to be treated to learn our lesson? Later, I realized that Taijima was a typical example of a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He cursed fiercely, but deep down, he hurt for his son more than anyone else. He had already seen from the window that Madara, in order to protect Hashirama and the others, had awakened Susanoo, which meant that Madara had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan ahead of time. He felt proud of his son's talent, but at the same time, he was deeply wary of that Senju Hashirama who could use would release. Let me tell you, Taijima was right to be wary. Hashirama's would release was simply a bug, creating forests from nothing, with both offense and defense, truly the ceiling of bloodline limits. So, Taijima was torn inside. On one hand, he looked at his son, who had awakened the Mangeki, and, on the other hand, he hated that Senju brat named Hashirama, feeling that this kid would definitely be Madara's greatest rival in the future. What he couldn't understand the most was how Madara and the other two could play with the Senju kids together. It was simply a great disrespect to the Uchiha ancestors. In his viewpiece, sure, there were two possibilities. Either the Senju would be destroyed by the Uchiha, or the Uchiha would be defeated by the Senju, with no third option. So when Madara mentioned the alliance of the two clans, the old man covered his ears, refusing to listen. In his heart, since the day he became the clan leader, his lifelong KPI was the blood feud with the Senju, with no room for negotiation. Well, in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. In these 6 years, it had truly been a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife, with heads rolling. Madara and Hashirama were both 24 now, and the rest of us had grown up, numbed by the killings on the battlefield. Eventually, they formally met on the battlefield. It was still that little river where 6 of us used to skip stones and talk about dreams as children, but now, on both sides of the river, there were 2 groups of people, the Uchiha against the Senju, with killing intent so thick it could boil the river water. Taijima and the 2 old men, Hashirama and Tobirama, exchanged glances across the river, their eyes filled with hatred as if they wanted to swallow each other alive. Madara had grown a lot taller, his gaze sharp as a knife, locking on to Hashirama on the opposite side, shouting arrogantly, "Hashirama, it's been 6 years, don't let me down. Are you up for it, you little dog?" Hashirama, on the other hand, still wore an honest expression, looking heavy-hearted. Madara, I don't want to kill you. Do you still want to realize our childhood dream? Madara replied directly. I do. But as soon as those two words left his mouth, he shot forward like a cannonball. His Manjiki Sharingan spinning wildly. Susanoo, a towering blue giant erupted, swinging its fist down towards Hashirama's face. Meanwhile, Itama and Izuna, Tobirama, and I instantly got caught up in a brawl. The scene was chaotic with screams, cries, and explosions of ninjutsu. The river water was churned into a bloody pulp. By the end, the sky had darkened. Madara's red armor was battered by Hashirama's blows, blood pouring from his eyes, his chakra almost depleted. But he still protected the surviving clan members behind him, gasping for breath, shouting at Hashirama. Hashirama, I haven't lost to you. Hashirama was in a bad state too. Half of his face swollen like a pig's head, barely standing with Tobirama's support, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his teeth stained red. He wiped his mouth, staring at Madara with that stubborn look in his eyes. You really haven't lost, but you also haven't won. The fight was so intense that both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the end, Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsama, these two old men who had fought their whole lives, both succumbed to their injuries, passing away one after the other 10 days later. Well, now Madara became the new clan leader of the Uchiha, and Hashirama became the new clan leader of the Senju. A month later at the South-He Shrine, it was drizzling lightly. Madara took us to pay respects to Taijima. Izuna was crying heavily, and I also felt my eyes turning red. Madara said nothing, but his shoulders shook, making it clear how much pain he was in. Another month passed, and who understood the family? Being clan leader was a big deal. In the middle of the night, someone was banging on my door. I could barely open my eyes. Who is it? It was Madara's voice from outside. It's me, your brother. What do you want? I want to chat with you. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. I turned over, covering my head to continue sleeping. But this guy started using his authority. Bastard. Open the door. I am now the clan leader of the Uchiha, and I command you to open the door. I want to sleep in your room tonight. What could I do? I had to get up and open the door. As soon as the door opened, wow, he was wearing a thin nightgown and dove straight into my bed, pulling all my blankets with him. He was mumbling about how Izuna was pretending to be dead and wouldn't open the door, saying I was the best, and even reminded me, if I kicked the blanket off, remember to cover me back up. I could only resign myself and take out another blanket, lying next to him, sighing, I really can't do anything about you. The two of us lay there chatting for a while, and then suddenly he became serious, lowering his voice to tell me that he had deciphered the stone tablet under the South-He Shrine. His one eye was shining frighteningly in the dark. I discovered a secret related to the moon. Oh, what secret? The moon was created by our ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths, and it seals a woman named Kagaya. My heart sank, then surged with joy. Family. What he saw was the true version that hadn't been altered by Black Zetsu. I felt my lifelong KPI was secured. Just as I was feeling good, Madara shouted at me, Hey, are you even listening to me? I am listening. I quickly pulled my thoughts back. As we chatted, he suddenly said, Chen Feng, I have a very bad feeling about the future. I always feel like that woman on the moon will come out and wreak havoc on the world. I laughed and asked him, if that day really comes, will we stop her? We must. Madara said resolutely, as long as I, Uchiha Madara, am alive, I will do everything I can to stop her. And what happened next? After finishing his heroic declaration, he fell asleep shortly after, and indeed kicked the blanket off. Great. I had to cover him back up. I really can't do anything about him. Another 6 months passed, and Madara and Hashirama decided to have one last big fight before the two clans officially allied, to put an end to their centuries-old grudges. The location was under the waterfall that would later be known as the Valley of the End. Madara donned his red armor, full of momentum. Hashirama, today, I will unleash all my fury towards your clan on you. Hashirama chuckled, twisting his wrist. Madara, have you forgotten? You have never beaten me since childhood. Let me tell you, as soon as those words came out, Madara exploded on the spot. Susanoo, a blue warrior towering 100 meters high, shot up from the ground. Hashirama wasn't holding back either, using Sage Art, True Thousand Hands. A giant cannon larger than a mountain slammed into Madara while they were destroying the world over there. What were Izuna and I doing? We were on the roof of our house dozens of kilometers away, grilling fish. I couldn't help but sigh. Thank goodness we didn't get closer to watch. These two fathers fighting really leave no room for the audience. The fish was just done grilling, and as Izuna smelled it, he instantly teleported over, snatching the fish from my hands and taking a big bite, looking completely delighted. Chen Feng, your grilling skills have improved again. 10 times better than that Tobirama guy. My face darkened. Give it back. No, I'll hit you. You wouldn't dare. Madara will protect me. I stared at him, slowly saying, Do you think Madara has the time to protect you right now? Quanah instinctively turned around and saw that the blue giant Gundam in the distance was being rubbed against the ground by the thousand-handed Guanyin. With every punch, the ground beneath us trembled. Without saying a word, Quanah obediently returned the grilled fish to me. On the other side, at the Senju residence, Tobirama and Hashirama were also watching the battle. While eating Odin, Hashirama fantasized about the future. Tobirama, do you think we are far from peace in the ninja world? Tobirama, who was analyzing the battle situation, suddenly stopped, turned to stare at Hashirama with a gloomy face. Did you eat all the Odin I bought? Yes, thanks, big brother Tobirama. Well, I eat then. There's still a bit of soup left. Do you want to taste it? The room was instantly filled with a murderous aura. Tobirama said expressionlessly, I recently developed a new sealing technique called physical sealing. I think it's necessary to test its effectiveness on you. The next moment, Hashirama was thrown out of the window with a bang, landing in the yard in a sorry state. He got up furious and shouted at the building, You just want to hit me, bullying me while Big Brother is not here. In the evening, the earth-shattering battle finally approached its end. The two were almost out of chakra, battered and bruised. Hashirama pointed his sword at Madara. Madara, do you still have the strength? Madara did not respond. Using his last bit of chakra to charge forward with a roar, Hashirama, Madara. The clash of blades determined the victor. The next second, Hashirama was lying on the water surface, a large wound in his chest, blood dyeing the lake red. Madara stood there, looking at the fallen Hashirama, surprised that he dropped his weapon into the water. I finally won against you once. Just as he finished speaking, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed as well. However, he didn't fall into the water because the real Hashirama had embraced him from behind. The one on the water surface was a wooden clone. Hashirama held the unconscious Madara and said to the few of us who rushed over, Please help me keep a secret. The true outcome of this battle must never be known to Madara. Tobirama nodded and left. Hashirama said seriously, Okay, but I have a condition. You have to help me beat up Tobirama when you go back. Hashirama smiled and agreed. I was curious and asked Hashirama, You clearly had a chance to win earlier. Why did you hold back? Hashirama looked down at Madara in his arms, and the look in his eyes was indescribable. Because I have already acknowledged him. If he could win against me once, he would surely be very happy when he wakes up. Then came the even more shocking move. Madara was seriously injured, and to heal him, Hashirama directly cut a piece of flesh from his arm and pressed it onto Madara's wound, using his chakra to help him integrate. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Wow, Hashirama's cells were just arranged like that, and it was personally done by him, willingly given. Sure enough, late at night, Madara woke up, and the first thing he did was boast everywhere that he had beaten Hashirama, starting to knock on doors one by one. First, he went to Quanah's, got scolded back, and then came and knocked on my door. I couldn't be bothered to respond, and I heard him cursing and leaving outside. Not long after, a thunderous roar erupted from the bathroom. That bastard Hashirama. Can't he handle losing? Why did he tattoo his face on me? In the end, I went into the room, looking at the mark on his chest formed by the fusion of Hashirama cells that resembled Hashirama's face, and explained everything that happened during the day. You guess what happened next? After listening to my explanation, Madara lay in my bed, and his first reaction was to sigh, Oh, so Hashirama did it to save me, then I should thank him. I couldn't help but laugh and said, What else could he do? Do you think that nice guy would do anything to you? As a result, he sat up seriously and argued with me. I thought he couldn't handle losing. Chen Feng, you must not distort the truth. The winner of this fight is me, Uchiha Madara. Good grief, I rolled my eyes to the ceiling. His desire to win was insane. He was so excited, looking up to the sky and laughing. Ha ha ha. In my life, I have only lost to Hashirama. Today, I finally won back. No regrets in this life. That laughter almost blew the roof off my house, and he insisted on dragging me along, excitedly recapping how he defeated Hashirama. I thought to myself, Big brother, please spare me. I'm dead tired. But he directly ordered me like a clan leader. I command you, you must not sleep. Listen to me. All right, you are the boss, you say it counts. After he finished bragging, he suddenly said in a low voice, Chen Feng, I had a particularly strange dream while I was unconscious. My heart skipped a beat. He stared at me, his eyes trembling a little. In the dream, it seemed like I lived a particularly long life. There was Quanah, there was Hashirama, and even Tobirama with that white hair. But only there was no you. He called that dream a nightmare. I urged him to share, and after hesitating for a moment, he said he could only tell one person. I tell you, when he recalled it, the expression on his face was a mix of sorrow and relief, incredibly complex. He said, I dreamed that Kwannon was killed by Tobirama, that all my clansmen betrayed me, and in the end, even Hashirama stabbed me. I survived by relying on his Anaji, but then I was deceived by that broken stone tablet from the Southeast Shrine, busy with the Moon Eye plan for 100 years, only to find out that I was just a tool, a sacrifice for the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He paused, his voice as low as a mosquito's buzz. In a dream, I ended up with no family, no friends, the whole world was my enemy, truly nothing at all. Family. Who understands? What he dreamed of was just the plot of the original story. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I had to keep my face steady. As a result, this guy laughed first. That smile was exactly the same as when he was a kid, pure as could be. He said, "Hey, it's just a dream. Don't take it seriously. Look, I'm fine now. Peace is coming soon, everything is good." I looked at his clear eyes and could only smile and nod. Yeah, didn't take it seriously. A month later, the 5 founders, Madara, Hashirama, Kwannon, Tobirama, and I had a team-building barbecue on the cliff at the junction of the 2 clans, discussing the big matter of building a village. I tell you, that scene was chaotic. Tobirama was clumsily setting up the barbecue grill, Kwannon and I were preparing the seasoning, and he was muttering, "I wonder how many fish Tobirama can catch today." Upon hearing this, Tobirama got excited. "Kwannon, Chen Feng, when Tobirama comes back, you must teach him properly. That guy's fish grilling skills are simply dark cuisine, yet he loves to eat it." Kwannon didn't even raise his head, knowing it. As he spoke, he casually picked up a kunai with the flying thunder god mark, intending to stab it into the ground, but his hand slipped, and that kunai went straight down the cliff. He looked up as if nothing happened. Madara was tugging at his shirt, pointing at the Hashirama face mark, cursing at Hashirama, looking like they were about to fight any second. Kwannon immediately got nervous. Are they really going to fight? Should we strategically retreat first? Just as he finished speaking, a scream came from the bottom of the cliff, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. It was Tobirama. Kwannon's expression at that moment was priceless. He silently lowered his head, pretending nothing happened, and seriously mixed the seasoning with me. Seeing his guilty look, I directly called him out. "Kwannon, didn't you just throw Tobirama's flying thunder god kunai down?" He stopped and quietly asked me, "Did you see it? You didn't see the board, right?" "No, that's good, bro. Keep it a secret from me. Good brother." The next moment, with a swoosh, a streak of light shot up from below the cliff, and Tobirama appeared. I have to tell you, his look was a new height of embarrassment. One hand holding a fishnet, the other holding Odin and bean-curd sushi, dripping wet all over. Half of his face was covered in mud, and the white fur collar was stained all over, clearly having fallen face first. He glared at Izuna and said, "Izuna, did you throw my shuriken down?" Izuna didn't blink. "It wasn't me, it was the board." The board, still foolishly looking up, said, "Huh? What happened?" As a result, Tobirama instantly appeared in front of him, and the board dared to laugh. "Ha ha ha, Tobirama, your look." Ouch. The laughter turned into a scream as he was punched away. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The board got up and went to complain to Hashirama, but Madara shot him a glare. "My business with Hashirama isn't over. Don't interfere." He got glared away again. Back and forth, Tobirama and the board finally realized what was happening, and both pairs of eyes were fixed on Izuna. Izuna still wanted to play innocent, holding up 2 freshly grilled fish. "Come try it. I grilled it just for your taste. Taste your head. You bastard, Izuna." The next moment, Tobirama and the board, this pair of brothers, reached an astonishing tacit agreement, each lifting up one of Izuna's arms and directly dragging him into the nearby small woods. The moment they entered the woods, birds and beasts scattered, accompanied by Izuna's heart-wrenching screams. Madara heard it and turned back to ask me, "Is Izuna in danger?" I calmly grilled the fish. "It's fine, he's just sparring with Tobirama and the board." Upon hearing this, Madara laughed. "Haha, as expected of my brother, daring to challenge the impossible to become stronger. Chen Feng, don't disturb them." All right. Over here, Izuna's cries for help were about to break his throat, while the 2 brothers were either indifferent or completely ignoring it. At this moment, Madara was holding Hashirama's clothes with one hand and pulled out a shuriken covered in ink with the other, threatening fiercely. "Hashirama, you can't beat me now. I advise you not to struggle. Obediently let me tattoo my face on your chest, or I won't be satisfied. If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do." I was shocked. What kind of elementary school level revenge is this? It was all about you disgust me, so I'll disgust you back, right? Of course, Hashirama wouldn't agree. With a rip, his clothes were torn apart, and he instantly fled. Madara chased after him furiously. "Hashirama, you sore loser. Stop right there." The 2 were chasing each other, one shouting, "I'm doing this to save you. You should thank me." The other yelled back, I'm very grateful to you. So as a thank you, please let me tattoo my face on your chest. This logic left me confused. The two of them charged into the woods to start fighting. I lay on the grass, looking at the sky, thinking that although the task progress was only 31 in this life, with this bunch of clowns together, it felt solid. Before long, Tobirama and the board came out of the woods with a pig-headed Izuna. Izuna had a swollen face and yelled at me. Chen Feng. They went too far. Quickly help me get revenge. Looking at his symmetrical cheeks, I couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? As a brother, you should mock me. Just then, a deafening roar came from the woods. Wood release, flower tree world. Susanoo, Hashirama, Madara. Good heavens, the ground was shaking. A towering blue warrior rose up. Our faces turned pale, and I yelled, run, and dashed away. Tobirama and the board didn't forget to carry Izuna along with the grilling rack and disappeared in an instant. When the commotion stopped, we returned. We saw Madara being supported by Hashirama, stumbling out of a wrecked forest, his armor shattered, panting heavily. The board foolishly asked who won. Madara burst into laughter. I lost, but I achieved my goal. Ha ha, that is refreshing. Saying that, he suddenly ripped open Hashirama's shirt. I leaned in for a look and almost burst out laughing. On Hashirama's chest was a crooked, ugly face tattoo, done very crudely, but it was still recognizable as Madara's likeness. Tobirama and the board rolled on the ground laughing. Hashirama looked lifeless. This battle, I'm not happy at all. Madara shot him a glare, and they immediately shut up. By evening, after fighting and making noise, and healing their injuries, they sat on the edge of the cliff, talking about the past and the future. As the wind blew, Madara casually grabbed a fallen leaf and said to Hashirama, Hashirama, it's time to name our village. Hashirama picked up the leaf, deep in thought. Madara smiled. Let us call it Kono. Kono represents your wood release and 1,000 hands. Hana represents my Uchiha clan's emblem. Hashirama, what do you think? I watched this scene silently, knowing full well that this name was largely thanks to my prior hints. Hashirama smiled and patted Madara's shoulder. Good name. You will be the leader of the village. Madara nodded solemnly. Trust me, I will protect this village with my life. At that moment, I glanced at the task progress, which shot up to 58. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Konoha village was officially established, and the Land of Fire was also built. My relationship with Tobirama became stronger, and we often went out to spar. One day, we were fighting fiercely at a waterfall in the mountain gorge. Tobirama, panting heavily, had a cut on his face for me. Chen Feng, you're stronger than 2 years ago. I was also nearing my limit, but still held strong. Shall we stop for today? No way. This time I must win. He roared and unleashed his ultimate move. Water release. Water collision wave. I was stunned. That water tornado seemed like it had gone mad, smashing the surrounding trees. I quickly used a shadow clone to distract him while my main body jumped into the air to form a hand sign. Fire release. Dragon flame song. Countless fireballs rained down, but Tobirama remained calm and executed water release. Water barrier for perfect defense. Just as he was feeling proud, a spark penetrated the water wall, carrying a shuriken with it. Swoosh! A new wound appeared on his face. Seizing the opportunity, I charged forward, and he grinned savagely, revealing a high-speed spinning chakra ball hidden in his palm. Rasengan. This was something we had researched together. Chen Feng. Tobirama. A scream rang out, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. My entire arm and half my body were blown to bits by the Rasengan. Internal organs and blood splattered everywhere. Tobirama was stunned, his eyes turning red as he held my broken body, his voice trembling. Chen Feng. Hold on. I won't let you die. Just as he was about to carry me back to the village, my voice echoed behind him. Tobirama, I'm not that easy to kill. A shuriken infused with chakra was already firmly placed against his neck. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in my eyes slowly faded from its bloody hue. Tobirama's body stiffened as he instantly understood, and he instead let out a sigh of relief. He looked down to see that the me he was holding had already turned into a puddle of water. Was it an illusion? When did it happen? Let me tell you, it was when you set up that water wall. What the hell? Tobirama was completely stunned at that moment, and he quickly recalled it, his eyes almost popping out. Damn, it's true. Just now, when Chen Feng used fire release to hit him in the face, he had set up a water barrier to block it, but at that moment, a small flame, wrapped around a kunai, actually pierced through the wall. He had dodged quickly, but his cheek was still cut. So it was at that time. Tobirama was dumbfounded, staring at Chen Feng. That kunai was at you? That's right. Chen Feng smiled lightly. Wow, Tobirama sighed directly, but you could see the admiration in his bright eyes. He said, Chen Feng, let me tell you, My perception ability is among the best in the ninja world, and you are definitely one of the few who can make me fall for an illusion without me noticing. I accept my defeat in this match. Immediately after, his damn competitive spirit came back, rubbing his hands and asking, "Hey, tell me honestly, how does your illusion compare to Madara's?" Tobirama was calculating in his mind. He felt that he couldn't fall for the same trick again. Having suffered a loss this time, he would have a way to crack it next time. If Chen Feng's level was similar to Madara's, then he thought he could also challenge Madara, but then Chen Feng's words left him speechless. Madara now is much stronger than he was 2 years ago. Speaking of illusions, I'm not even his opponent. How much stronger? Tobirama frowned, enough to crush a fly. Let me tell you, Chen Feng's next move was not very damaging, but highly insulting. He slowly extended a finger, with a drop of water on the tip. Then he pointed to the 100-meter-high waterfall behind him, which looked like the Milky Way falling from the sky, saying, "Do you see? The gap between my illusion and Madara's is probably like the drop of water on my fingertip compared to this entire waterfall behind me." Tobirama was instantly petrified. Chen Feng didn't think it was enough and added another knife. Tobirama, Madara now can control tailed beasts just with his eyes. That's it. Tobirama's pupils shook and his heart felt cold. He realized that in the ninja world, the only one who could match Madara in strength was probably his own brother. Hashirama Senju. He let out a bitter laugh and sighed. All right, no wonder he is the man who became Hokage, with my brother assisting him. The land of fire is stable. While chatting, Tobirama became curious about Chen Feng's Sharingan ability. Hey, Chen Feng, what exactly is your Manjiki Sharingan ability? Is it aggressive? Not really. Chen Feng shook his head. My ability is purely supportive. It has no offensive power. He explained that his eye technique could control a person's soul, allowing the soul to not only not disappear after death, but also retain consciousness and thinking ability. Tobirama immediately blurted out, "Who understands this? This ability is too useless." In his view, when a person dies, their soul goes to the Pure Land, and this ability is simply of no use in battle or daily life. As they chatted, they ended up discussing the ninjutsu Tobirama was researching. Chen Feng suddenly asked, "Tobirama, that Edo Tensei we used to study together, can you fully control it now?" "Not yet." Tobirama shook his head, saying that the revived souls are in a very unstable state, either being thoughtless puppets unable to exhibit their original strength, or the souls can have autonomy for a while, but then quickly collapse. So now he could only use this technique to play around with explosive tags. Just as he was speaking, Tobirama suddenly paused. It seemed he thought of something, turning his neck sharply to stare at Chen Feng, his eyes sparkling with electricity. "Chen Feng, your soul-controlling Manjiki ability. Wow, it seems like it could work well with my Edo Tensei." In the afternoon, in Konoha Village Hokage's office. The scene shifted to the Hokage's office, where Madara was seriously wearing the first Hokage robe and reviewing documents. Hashirama walked in wearing a Hokage assistant armband to discuss matters with him. By evening, the ninja school was out, and the streets were peaceful, with children from various clans playing together, and the shops bustling, creating a serene atmosphere. Madara leaned back his chair, spreading his hands. "Hashirama, the rest of the work is up to you. Distribute it for me." Hashirama immediately became unhappy. "Why should I? This is clearly your work." Saying that, he was about to slip away. "Hashirama," Madara directly asserted his authority, his voice deepening. "I command you in the name of Hokage. Come back and work. You must respect my position." All right, I really can't do anything about you." Hashirama sighed and obediently returned. The office was instantly filled with Madara's boisterous laughter. "I really love this Hokage position." The two continued to review documents, the sunset casting long shadows of them. As Madara was reviewing, he became sleepy, and his head leaned on the table when suddenly his scalp hurt. Hashirama grabbed his hair and said sternly, "No sleeping. The work isn't done yet." "Hashirama, how old are you to still pull my hair?" Madara was furious, sitting up straight and glaring at him, childish for pulling hair. Until the sun completely set, the tasks were finally distributed. The two stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the countless lights in the village, filled with emotions. "This piece has been 2 years now." Madara sighed. "Hashirama, our dream has been realized." Hashirama smiled. "Yes, if my father had harbored peace instead of hatred back then, perhaps he could have seen this scene too." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. After a long while, Madara finally spoke. "Hashirama, if your father were still alive and saw the village we built together, he would definitely be very satisfied, right?" "Yes, definitely." Hashirama replied firmly. My father's dream as a child was for the ninja world to have no more wars. Huh. Our fathers had the same dream when they were young. Madara smiled slightly. After chatting for a while, Hashirama went out to distribute tasks, leaving Madara alone in the office. The sky was completely dark, and the lights in the office turned on. Madara looked at his reflection in the glass, the Konoha forehead protector shining. He opened the nearby cabinet and took out a samurai sword, which was the relic of his father, Taijima Uchiha. The blade was unsheathed, gleaming coldly. Madara looked at his reflection and softly murmured, "Father, I remember when I was a child. I stole this sword to play, and you found out and gave me a good beating. Then you taught me how to wear a sword correctly, but at that time, I was just angry and didn't want to learn." Remembering the past, Madara smiled, but his eyes were a bit red. His father had been gone for 3 years. "Father, your childhood dream has been realized by your son. Can you see it from another world?" While murmuring, he imitated his father's way of wearing the sword from memory, but he couldn't replicate the aura of those days. Just then, a familiar and authoritative voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Madara, I remember I taught you how to wear a samurai sword correctly. Have you forgotten it all now?" Madara turned around abruptly, feeling a gust of wind rush at him, and the sword in his hand was instantly taken away. Standing in front of him was none other than his father, Taijima Uchiha, wearing the battle armor from that year. With scars on his face, he skillfully tied the knife around his waist and then smiled at him, saying, "The blade should curve downward, with the edge facing outwards. This is the correct way to wear it." Uchiha Madara froze, his eyes wide open, his mouth tightly shut, unable to utter a word. "Madara, I know everything you've done. As your father, I am proud of you," Taijima said with a smile. Madara's heart shook violently. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his bright red Sharingan was spinning wildly. In an instant, the knife at Taijima's waist disappeared and appeared in Madara's hand. Then, Madara's figure moved like lightning, directly appearing in front of Taijima, the cold blade already pressed against his father's neck. "Chen Feng, Tobarama, Izuna, Hashirama." Madara's voice was as cold as ice. "I don't care who you are. You're not allowed to use ninjutsu to turn into my father." This joke is not funny at all. He activated his ocular techniques, only to find that the Taijima in front of him was neither a clone nor an illusion. It was a real entity. "Madara, your strength now is indeed much greater than mine back then." Taijima laughed instead. Just then, 3 people walked into the office, Chen Feng, Tobarama, and a reincarnated Senju, butHe. When they entered and saw this scene, they were instantly stunned. butHe shouted directly, "Madara, show some respect to your father." It turned out that earlier, Tobarama had used Edo Tensei to revive Taijima and butHe, and Chen Feng had used his Sharingan abilities to give them perfect autonomy. As soon as Taijima was revived, he couldn't wait to see Madara. Tobarama, standing nearby, couldn't help but tease, "Madara, you really are a great filial son." Then he turned to Taijima and added fuel to the fire. "Uncle Taijima, if this were my son, and he dared to point a knife at me, I would beat him into a pig's head. Why don't you take this opportunity while you're revived to experience it?" At this point, Madara finally believed that his father had truly returned, even if it was only temporary. The group began chatting in the Hokage office, discussing the deep blood feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans over the years. Taijima looked at his old rival, butHe, beside him and laughed heartily. "butHe, this is the first time we've met without fighting. We can sit down and chat, right?" "Yes, who would have thought it would be after our deaths?" butHe, with his eternally stoic expression, rarely showed a hint of a smile. Taijima stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night in Konoha was brightly lit, and several Uchiha children were playing marbles with the Senju children at the street corner, laughing innocently. "Father, when I was young, Chen Feng and I played like this too." Madara walked to his side, already taller than his father. "I remember, of course." Taijima's eyes softened. "That time you two sneaked out to play while I was resting. I caught you and not only confiscated the marbles, but also gave you both a beating." "Haha, so you remember that too." "Of course, you were my children. I remember all the time spent with you." Taijima paused and said, "I'll let you in on a secret. I didn't throw away the marbles I confiscated. I've kept them in a small box in my room." Madara smiled. "Then let me tell you a secret too. Actually, it wasn't our real bodies that got beaten that time. It was our shadow clones." Taijima was taken aback, then quickly realized, "You little rascal. Playing with that Tobarama kid behind my back since you were young, and even learned multi-shadow clone jutsu?" "Yeah," Madara said without hesitation. "I originally learned this technique for the battlefield, but I didn't expect it would be used to take the beating from me. The effect is quite remarkable." The two exchanged smiles, but then Taijima suddenly reached out, wrapping an arm around Madara's shoulder, and his voice turned solemn. Madara, speaking of which, I owe you and the clan an apology. His tone was filled with deep remorse. If I had listened to your advice back then and reconciled with the Senju earlier, so many of our clansmen wouldn't have perished. Time has proven that you were right. Your foresight is far greater than mine. As they were chatting, Taijima's gaze fell on a young woman on the street. The woman had the signature red hair of the Uzumaki clan, styled in a bun, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Who is that? Taijima asked. Her name is Uzumaki Mido. She is the strongest among the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan, and the clan leader, Uzumaki Akane. Dotes on her the most. What a nice girl. Taijima pondered for a moment, then turned to Madara with a sly smile. By the way, Madara, do you have a girlfriend now? Madara instantly understood and replied, Father, Mido is Hashirama's girlfriend. Taijima's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned. Hashirama hasn't married her yet, right? No, then you have a chance. Taijima began to fervently encourage. If you like her, go and take her, as long as she's not married. Anyone has the right to pursue love. Besides, the Uzumaki clan has such great genes. With a large chakra reserve, it perfectly complements our Uchiha shortcomings. Father, Madara frowned and interrupted. I don't like Mido. Then who do you like? I don't have anyone I like right now. Why don't you try dating Mido? You might end up liking her. Impossible. Madara's tone was resolute. At that moment, butHe suddenly chimed in. Taijima, Madara, are you talking about Mido too? He flashed over, casually draping an arm around Taijima's shoulders, and laughed heartily. Tobirama just told me that my son Hashirama's girlfriend is Uzumaki Mido, a very outstanding girl. Yes, I know. Taijima's smile was nearly impossible to maintain. When butHe saw Mido in person, he laughed even more happily. Not bad, not bad. My future daughter-in-law, I am very satisfied. Taijima's face darkened. In the office, Tobirama couldn't help but complain to Madara. I rarely saw my father smile so happily when he was alive. It seems he is genuinely pleased with Hashirama's girlfriend. Madara glanced back and replied, My father is just like when he was alive, always wearing a stern face. On the street, Mido and Akane walked away after finishing their meal, while butHe continued chatting with Taijima about Mido, laughing heartily. Speaking of which, Taijima, I have to thank your son. It was your son who introduced Hashirama to Mido. Which son? Izuna, your son who is exceptionally handsome. That is Zuna. What good son I have. Taijima gritted his teeth and smiled, his eyes filled with fire. After a while, Chen Feng returned with food, sushi, grilled fish, 3-color dumplings, red wine. Everything was in order. Madara enjoyed the sushi, while Tobirama and Chen Feng gnawed on the grilled fish. Taijima ate a dumpling and frowned. Chen Feng, why aren't these dumplings sweet? butHe slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. Taijima, we are dead. We don't have taste buds. It's great to have something to eat. Why complain about so much? After saying that, he gulped down a large mouthful of red wine. As they chatted, the conversation returned to Mido. Taijima could no longer stand butHe's smug expression. He snatched the wine from him and took a few swigs, then said to Madara and Chen Feng, Where's Izuna? Take me to find him. I want to spar with him and see if his strength has declined. Good heavens, such a great girl like Mido. Not introducing her to your own brother, but to Hashirama? That rascal. A few people set off, and Fujian cheerfully asked Tobirama to take him to find Hashirama and Ban, saying he wanted to have a good chat with his future in-laws. Taijima was solely focused on finding his youngest son for a spar. Just as they left the office, Madara suddenly stopped Tobirama. Father, Fujian-senpai, wait for me a moment. I need to talk to Tobirama alone. With a bang, the door closed, and the office was dark, with the moonlight softly shining in. Madara's eyes glowed in the darkness as he stared at Tobirama, his tone unusually serious. Tobirama, I want to ask you something. Tobirama thought he was going to settle a score and quickly explained, Madara, what I said earlier about inciting your father to hit you was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. I want to know, Madara interrupted him. How long can this technique last? How much longer can I spend with my father? Tobirama sighed. Actually, it won't last long. This technique has many issues. At most, I can maintain it until tomorrow morning. That night, on top of the mountain, under the moonlight, 4 figures were fiercely battling. Chen Feng was panting, his armor shattered. One of Taijima's arms had also been broken and was slowly recovering. Father, I tried my best, Chen Feng said. You did quite well, Taijima replied, looking pleased. If it weren't for you having to use your ocular power to maintain my soul, I might not be your match. Izuna and Madara watched from the side. Izuna had half of his face swollen, with a bruise around his eye, as he muttered while having Madara apply medicine. Brother, why do I feel like our father is very displeased with me? Why do you feel that way? Madara asked. Look, he was careful with Chen Feng, but when he fought me, he was brutal. That's your father's love for you. Don't overthink it. Madara tapped his head. As long as we can make Dad happy, what's a few hits? After Taijima finished talking with Chen Feng, he turned his gaze to Madara, his eyes suddenly sharp. His momentum rising. Madara, it's your turn. Let me see how much stronger you are now. Madara stared at his father, his figure flickering as he appeared opposite him. The mountain wind blew through their long hair, and in that moment, Madara felt his father had returned to the imposing man he was as a child. But before they could move, suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from another mountain in the distance. They saw smoke billowing up, and when the dust settled, an enormous thousand-handed Buddha statue appeared. Chen Feng and the others were unfazed. They had seen Hashirama use this technique several times, but it was Taijima's first time seeing it. He was completely stunned, looking up at the massive statue that blocked out the moonlight. He took a deep breath, unable to help but exclaim, "That kid Hashirama has grown to this extent." He couldn't bear to imagine how terrifying the power would be if that thing started moving. Not to mention him. Even if he teamed up with Fujian, they might not be able to stop it. But the one who's going to become Hokage is my son Madara. Taijima suddenly had a thought. Hashirama is so powerful. How strong must Madara be to surpass him and become Hokage? Just as he was thinking this, a powerful blue light exploded behind Madara. The amount of chakra was astonishing, creating a whirlwind. The next moment, a blue giant robot, towering 100 meters high, slammed down in front of Taijima. The momentum was incredible. Madara stood atop the giant robot's head, looking down at his father with a bright smile. Dad, don't envy Hashirama next door. Look at me. Am I giving you face or not? Come on, let's sway together. Taijima was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide, reflecting the eerie blue light, unable to speak from surprise. On the other mountain, Fujian also stood atop his son's massive wooden Buddha statue, shouting at the top of his lungs, Taijima, is my son's strength intimidating? What the hell am I afraid of? Taijima exploded with anger. This old man couldn't stay calm even after dying, still provoking him. In a flash, he stood beside Madara, both of them on Susanu's head, the wind whipping their hair. Taijima pointed at the opposite side and shouted, Fujian, just wait. My son can smash your son's wooden lump to pieces. After scolding, he quietly whispered to Madara, Son, I've boasted, so you better not mess up. Madara was filled with confidence. Don't worry, Dad. 2 years ago, I could beat him to become Hokage, and now I'm much stronger than 2 years ago, so there's no problem. As he spoke, the other eye, hidden by his hair, suddenly opened wide, revealing a pupil that looked like a starry sea, transforming from the kaleidoscope Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Madara. Taijima was momentarily stunned, all his worries dissipating in an instant. His voice trembling with excitement. Good son, you're so much stronger than me. Uchiha on your hands will definitely soar. On the opposite mountain, Fujian had a smile that resembled a proud ant. Wow, this kid Madara is something else. He even awakened the Rinnegan. Hashirama, can you beat him? Hashirama still had a serious expression. Dad, I don't want to kill him. At that moment, Tobirama and Ban also jumped onto the giant Buddha's head. Tobirama pulled out a kunai with the flying thunder god seal, coolly saying, Leave Izuna to me. Ben also drew his sword. I'll deal with Izuna too. Tobirama shot him a sideways glance. I can handle it alone. Ban became anxious. I don't want to get beaten up by Chen Feng. That guy specializes in hitting faces. The family understood, and Izuna below heard everything clearly. He rubbed his still slightly swollen face and quietly said to Chen Feng, Brother Feng, since the gods are fighting, shouldn't we ordinary people stay out of it? Chen Feng agreed, Run. Just as they moved, Madara lightly flicked his finger, using some technique, and with 2 booming sounds, Chen Feng and Izuna were slammed to the ground by an invisible hand. The next second, they found themselves atop Susanu's head. Madara glanced at them. Where are you two planning to go? Izuna reacted quickly, saying with righteous indignation, to fight them. The Hashirama family is so arrogant. Chen Feng, and I can't stand it anymore. Chen Feng nodded vigorously beside him. Oh, I'm misunderstood, Madara chuckled, then shouted to the opposite side. Hashirama, Fujian uncle. It's easy to hurt innocents here. Let's change places and have a good fight in a land of lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-meter-high blue giant robot and the enormous Buddha statue charged toward the land of lightning like 2 giant dump trucks, uprooting trees and shaking the ground as they passed. Along the way, Madara commanded, Chen Feng, Izuna, Tobirama, and Ban are up to you. I know you all have a good relationship, but when the time comes, give it your all and show Dad your true skills. Taijima also asked, "Did you two hold back when you were fighting me earlier?" Izuna grinned. "Yeah, Dad. This time I'll definitely go all out." Madara turned his gaze to Chen Feng. "What about you?" Chen Feng already had a large sword in hand, glancing back at the giant Buddha chasing after them, his gaze locking on Tobarama as he coldly said, "Don't worry, Madara, I won't hold back. These past 2 years, even though I've been catching fish at the waterfall for Tobarama, after 2 years of killing fish, my heart has long been as cold as my blade." As he spoke, his expression suddenly sharpened, staring intently at a certain dense forest below. He flicked his hand, throwing a kunai. With a clang, a shuriken flying out from the forest was knocked away, but Chen Feng's kunai did not slow down and pierced directly inside. In the forest, Kaku was holding his pierced chest, leaning against a tree, his face filled with shock. Damn, he could attack me from this far away? This assassination mission really can't be done. After speaking, he quickly dragged his heavily injured body away. At this moment, in the office of the Reikage of the Land of Lightning, the first Reikage, A, was having a meeting with the brothers Qin and Jin. Suddenly, they saw a blue light flash outside the window, followed by an enormous Buddha statue appearing over 10 kilometers away. Qin and Jin were immediately shocked. "Isn't that what released from Hashirama? Why is it coming to our place?" Reikage stood up, looking serious, and analyzed, "Is Hashirama asking us for help? Something's not right. Where's Madara?" Qin's eyes lit up, and he flicked his blonde hair. Maybe Madara has already died, and Konoha is now vulnerable. "Hey, how about we?" Before he finished speaking, a flash of blue light appeared in the office, and before the three could react, they were slammed against the wall by a tremendous force. When they opened their eyes again, Madara, Chen Feng, Izuna, and Taijima stood in the office as if they had grown from the ground. Reikage was dumbfounded. The first Hokage, you all." Madara was quite polite. "Qin-jin, sorry to borrow your space for a moment to spar with my Konoha advisor, Sinja Hashirama. Is that okay?" "And no objections. Our two countries' friendship will last forever. Feel free." Before Reikage could finish, a flash of blue light enveloped Madara, and a 5-meter-tall Susanoo directly blew off the roof of the Reikage's office. On the other side, Hashirama stopped, and the Buddha reminded him, "We can't move forward. It will harm Kumobikure." He looked at Madara, who had released his complete Susanoo, and was a bit puzzled. "Is this kid scared?" "Father, Madara has never been scared." Hashirama looked up at the sky and smiled. He intended to use that move. "Father, prepare for battle." In the Reikage's office, Madara and his Susanoo simultaneously formed 3-hand seals and shouted, "Tungai Shinsei." Let me tell you, the clouds in the sky instantly dispersed, revealing a gigantic meteorite with a diameter of several hundred meters, descending with a world-ending momentum and trailing a long tail of flames. The sound of the sonic boom was so piercing it nearly deafened everyone. Reikage watched this scene, his mouth agape, able to fit an egg inside, trembling as he mumbled, Is this really just a spar?" The Buddha looked up at the ever-growing meteorite, completely stunned, and let go of his hand seals. "I just died 2 years ago. Has this kid Madara already become this strong?" He looked at Hashirama with concern. "Son, can you stop this?" "Father, trust your son." Hashirama placed a hand on his father's shoulder. "I won't need to take action for this move. Tobarama can handle it." On the other side, Taijima looked at the meteorite in the sky, his face also serious, shouting to Madara, "Madara, you won't really smash those 3 kids from the Buddha, right?" Madara crossed his arms, hair flying, looking arrogant. "If they can't even block this, then what does it matter if they die? I won't allow you to do this." Taijima was anxious. "Our family's grievances should end with our generation." Chen Feng smiled from the side. "Dad, don't worry. This move isn't the first time I've used it." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed in the distance, and a kunai precisely struck the meteorite. Tobarama's figure instantly appeared right below the meteorite. His expression was resolute, and his chakra erupted fiercely, causing the massive meteorite to vanish into thin air. In the next second, a colossal wave surged up in the southern sea. The meteorite had been directly relocated into the ocean. Goodness, this was a disaster for the Mist Village. The first Mizukage, Rin, a man over 60, was leading all the ninjas of the village, watching the towering tsunami approach, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Don't panic. I'm here. I will definitely block it for you." On the edge of the wave, Tobarama panted heavily, observing this scene, feeling a bit embarrassed as he mumbled, "Sorry, Lord Rin. I promised just this once." His clothes were bulging, and it was unclear what he had stuffed inside. Noticing the Mizukage's office was empty, he swiftly entered. When the wave receded, the old Mizukage returned to the office, exhausted, ready to document this natural disaster, only to sit down and fall directly to the ground. Dazed, where's my chair? Which scoundrel stole my office chair during this disaster? On the land of lightning's side, Madara watched as Tobirama relocated the meteorite, casually remarking, Tobirama's strength has improved. Then he fixed his burning gaze on Hashirama. Hashirama, the second meteorite can only be blocked by you. Boom! Another loud noise echoed in the sky as the second meteorite crashed down, its size doubled that of the first. Kaku, who was running away in the distance, looked up at this scene, his breath halting. Is this a fight between gods? Senjutsu, Daibutsu, no Shinhitsu. On Hashirama's side, the giant Buddha extended thousands of fists, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the meteorite. Amidst the explosive sounds, the meteorite was smashed into pieces. As the dust settled, Madara laughed and charged out. Hashirama, Madara. Hashirama's face bore the marks of a sage as he also charged forward. At the same time, Taijima and the Buddha engaged in battle. Chen Feng focused on Ban. Let me see how much you've progressed. Seeing that Tobirama had not returned, Ban panicked as Chen Feng and Izuna charged at him, shouting, give me a chance. Can we wait until my brother comes back to fight? Izuna was filled with killing intent. Give a chance? The atmosphere has escalated to this point. If I don't fight, my brother will beat me. Then let's do it. Ban's face turned fierce as he took a stance, then used all his strength to shout, don't hit my face. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed, and Ban's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, half of his face instantly swelling. Before he hit the ground, Chen Feng caught his clothes and started running wildly. Ban was confused. What are you two doing? He swung his blade, but with a clang it broke. Chen Feng stared at him. Are you serious? I didn't know you wouldn't dodge. Ban looked at the battlefield of Madara and Hashirama, growing more distant. Finally feeling something was off. Where are you two taking me? At this moment, on a distant stone wall, Tobirama had already set up a barbecue grill, surrounded by a pile of colorful sea fish, the aroma wafting through the air. He leisurely remarked, the fish from the sea smell better than those from the river. Goodness. It turned out he had thrown the meteorite into the sea and saw that a bunch of fish were stunned from the shock. Out of pity for them not dying in vain, he decided to catch them all for a barbecue. He comfortably leaned against a chair that had been borrowed from the Mizukage's office, flipping the grilled fish while watching the distant battle, preparing to take a bite. Suddenly, 3 figures flashed over. Tobirama looked displeased. You've been discovered. As soon as he finished speaking, the grilled fish in his hand was snatched away by Ban. Chen Feng and Izuna also landed nearby. Tobirama turned his head. Aren't you 3 supposed to be fighting now? How can you say that? Banjian was furious, saying, you want me to fight both of them alone? No way. With that, he kicked Tobirama off the stone wall and comfortably leaned back in his chair, taking a bite of grilled fish, only to spit it out and exclaim, after 2 years, your grilling skills are still this terrible. Not long after, Tobirama climbed back up, cursing and swearing. The two of them bickered for half an hour before it calmed down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Taijima and Butsuma, both reincarnated with infinite chakra, were getting more and more excited as they fought, unable to break each other. On Madara and Hashirama's side, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Madara's armor was shattered, and the facial pattern of Hashirama on his chest had even developed Senjutsu markings. He approached Hashirama with a sneer. Hashirama, in this world, I would call you the strongest besides myself. Do you have any tricks left? My blood is just getting warmed up. Come, please me. Hashirama, with scratches all over his forehead and panting heavily, was shaking all over. This time, he was really giving it his all, but it felt particularly strenuous. Techniques like the 5-layer Rashomon, with Dragon Technique, and my Jinmon were all stylishly countered by Madara using the power of his Rinnegan. On the stone wall, Banjian had a swollen half of his face, eating the fish grilled by Chen Feng, while the 4 of them watched the drama and chatted. Tobirama sighed. Madara's strength has grown terrifyingly. I probably won't be able to catch up in this lifetime. Before he finished speaking, 3 murderous gazes landed on him. Izuna stared at him. Do you mean to say that all you see are Madara and Hashirama? What about me? What about me? Chen Feng's voice was low. Banjian provocatively added, you don't see me either? Tobirama straightened his face, took a deep breath, and with a trembling tone but extraordinary calmness said, you 3 are not worthy of my attention. Next, under Chen Feng's coaxing, Banjian and Izuna's fists landed precisely on Tobirama's face with every punch. They only stopped when Tobirama's face was as swollen as a pig's head. Now do you see us? Now I do. Tobirama sat in chair and replied sincerely. The four continued to watch the battle. Izuna said, Big Brother might really lose this time. Banjian, while eating fish, asked why 2 years ago, when Hashirama drew a facial pattern on Madara's chest, Madara became stronger, but doesn't he work the other way around? Chen Feng suddenly interrupted. Hashirama might not lose. He still has one ninjutsu left that could counter the Rinnegan. It's just the move he's about to use now. In the distance, Hashirama had already begun forming hand seals. Madara walked in front of Hashirama, stopped, and laughed loudly. Hashirama, you have no strength left. Surrender. I don't want to kill you. Madara, I admit I can't beat you right now, but I won't necessarily lose to you. As Hashirama's words fell, the seals were completed. The light your proud eyes bring you, I will now strip away. Ninjutsu, technique of the dark path. With a swoosh, in Madara's line of sight, the entire world was instantly engulfed in endless darkness, and he could see nothing. Madara's expression instantly became serious. He closed his eyes and listened carefully. Hashirama, where you attack from? Right in front of you, a voice echoed softly. The next moment, a heart-wrenching pain shot from Madara's toes. As the darkness dissipated, Madara hugged his foot, dancing in pain and screaming repeatedly. Hashirama looked at him and laughed heartily. Madara, you won. But that kick just now, I put my all into it. Even if I lose, I want you to taste some bitterness. Madara glared angrily. Kids fight by stepping on toes. This earth-shattering battle ended dramatically. Taijima and butHe also stopped and came to their side. butHe sighed, Taijima, your son Madara is the strongest ninja I've ever seen. Taijima smiled broadly, filled with pride. But as he smiled, he looked up at the sky and said softly, I really don't want to leave this war-free world. Yes, the time for both fathers is running out. The four of them, also bruised and battered, rushed over. butHe looked at Tobirama's pig-like face and said with relief, It seems you all fought quite fiercely. Tobirama, after I die, you don't need to resurrect me. You are all my pride. Taijima also smiled, so am I. I've done too many wrong things in my life, but seeing you grow so well, I have no regrets. The few quickly left. After a while, the knocked-out ninjas from the land of lightning gradually woke up. The first Reikage, A, was shaken awake by Kin and Jin, and the first thing he said upon regaining consciousness was, Are those two sages still fighting? They finished long ago and left. That's good. A sigh in relief. The villagers weren't hurt, right? Not a hair was harmed, and the village is fine. As long as the village is still here. I relaxed completely. Jin looked at the bare land outside the village and reluctantly added, Master first, although the village is still here, the trees are gone. What? The first Reikage, A's expression tightened. He got up. Everywhere he looked, the trees around Kumogakure had been destroyed. Completely clean. Not a single one left. The first Reikage, A was furious, shouting, Why did those two bastards fight in my land of lightning? This is absolutely unforgivable. Jin, feeling quite dissatisfied, said, Reikage, what do you plan to do about Madara and Hashirama? The first Reikage clenched his fists, his expression resolute, and gritted his teeth tightly. I just scolded them. So for now, we'll have to do. This breath was naturally hard to swallow. However, the first Reikage knew very well that relying solely on the power of his land of lightning was not enough to pose a threat to Madara and Hashirama. Today, he had already felt how powerful Madara and Hashirama had become. Given time, Madara and Hashirama would only grow stronger. Moreover, with Madara's arrogant demeanor, he clearly did not take him seriously. Presumably, Madara would treat the first Kazekage of the land of wind, the first Tsuchikage of the land of earth, and the first Mizukage of the land of water with the same arrogance. Furthermore, the tailed beasts scattered around the world had been successively captured by the land of fire. If the land of fire successfully tames the tailed beasts, then in the future, including his land of lightning, none of the other four nations would pose a threat to the land of fire. In other words, if Madara wanted to destroy any other country, it would be easy. When the 5 great nations signed the peace treaty earlier, the power of the land of fire was not significantly stronger than that of the other countries. But now, it was different. When the strength of the land of fire reached a certain level, the peace treaty would become worthless. They absolutely could not allow the land of fire to grow stronger alone. The first Reikage immediately dispatched ninjas to other countries to inform the leaders of the other 3 countries, excluding the land of fire, about what had happened today and his thoughts. Before dawn, the first Mizukage, Hakuren, received A's intelligence. Hakuren's expression was grave. Today's calamity may be a revelation from heaven. We can no longer keep up with the powerful pace of the land of fire. If we do not unite to suppress the power of the land of fire, My land of water will be in grave danger. The first Kazakage, Redo, and the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, also received the Reikage information in succession. Although the two were not in the same place, their attitudes were very consistent. Only by uniting could they hope to resist the risk of being annihilated in the future. Even if it would spark another war, they must suppress the Land of Fire. At the very least, Madara and Hashirama could only have one survive. Uchiha Ancestor Shrine, Nana Shrine. In his final moments, Taijima brought his 3 children to pay respects to the clan members who had sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. They finally stopped in front of Taijima's tombstone. With a beaming smile, Taijima reminisced with Madara, Izuna, and Chen Feng about their childhood stories. They recalled the time when Madara first disobeyed Taijima, and how Taijima had beaten him until he cried. They talked about how the 3 brothers, before turning 10, once made a birthday cake for Taijima on his birthday, and that night, Taijima was so touched that he couldn't speak, tears streaming down his face. They recounted how Izuna was once captured by a ninja from the Shimura clan while practicing ninjutsu outside, and Madara had chased after him, snapping the ninja's neck right there, then carrying the frightened Izuna home while comforting him. They also remembered the year when Chen Feng, just 10 years old, secretly took Madara's money to buy sweets for Izuna, which led to Madara discovering and giving Chen Feng and Izuna a thorough beating. As they chatted, the sky grew brighter. Dew glistened on the grass. It was nearly 6 in the morning. Taijima clearly remembered every detail of the time spent with his 3 children. Now, as he spoke, looking at his grown children, his expression was filled with contentment. However, Izuna's eyes reddened, tears flowing uncontrollably. Madara listened intently, afraid to miss any word from Taijima. Chen Feng struggled to control his chakra, his kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning rapidly. Blood flowed. He tried his best to keep Taijima alive a little longer. The time had reached 6 o'clock. Chen Feng, there's no need to waste your efforts. I'm already a dead man, no longer belonging to this world. In his final moments, Taijima's gaze swept over the 3 of them. To see you all once again, to feel the peace of this world, to witness your growth, I have no regrets. After a few seconds of silence, Taijima sighed and said with a smile, I really want to chat with you all some more. His voice suddenly halted. Layers of dust appeared on Taijima's body made of particles. Taijima had passed away. His body shattered. Dust flew into the air. At this moment, Nana Shrine fell into silence. The summer morning sun rose particularly early. The first rays of sunlight illuminated Taijima's tombstone. Madara remained silent. Chen Feng looked at Taijima's tombstone and let out a long sigh, feeling an emptiness in his heart that ached. Blood mixed with tears flowed down from his eyes. Izuna suddenly cried out loudly. However, what the 3 did not see was that Taijima's soul hovered above them, yet to depart. My 3 children, even though you cannot see me or hear my voice now, there is something I still want to tell you. Chapter 118, Izuna, that guy, is still a little rascal. I will always love you, my children. Farewell. Taijima's soul wore a smile. He took one last deep look at his children. His soul had already drifted into the sky. The sun flickered on Taijima's tombstone. The dust that once made up Taijima's body was blown away by the wind. The samurai sword lay in front of the tombstone, glinting in the light. Izuna was sobbing. The blood in Chen Feng's eyes had been wiped away. His expression was hard to hide sadness. The samurai sword left by Taijima was held by Izuna. He seriously wiped away the dust on it. The sword was tied to his waist. The blade, curved downward, held in front with the edge facing out. Father, you taught me how to wear a samurai sword, and I will remember it. Izuna murmured in front of Taijima's tombstone. After a while, Izuna forced a smile and said to Chen Feng and Izuna, Chen Feng, Izuna, you don't have to cry anymore. Father's soul may be watching us. He must wish for us to live happily. There was a sparkle in his eyes. With his arms wide open, he took Chen Feng and Izuna and walked toward home. Father and mother have both passed away. From now on, I will be the oldest in the family. In the future, I will protect you both as if you were my sons. You can call me brother or father. I won't mind either way. Call you what? Izuna punched Izuna hard on the head. Izuna staggered. He turned around and glared at Izuna. Izuna, I am your brother. Shouldn't you respect me? As soon as he finished speaking, Izuna's figure flickered. When he appeared again, he was behind Izuna. Izuna, when have I ever respected you? Izuna's long hair was tugged. His scalp throbbed. Izuna shouted. When father was alive, he was very unhappy with your messy long hair and hoped you would cut it. In the 2 years since father passed away, not only did you not cut it, but it grew even longer. You clearly do not respect father. Izuna turned around. He glared angrily at Izuna. Hashirama's hair is also this long. I don't care. Anyway, father. Izuna's shouting voice was particularly loud. Tears were on his cheeks. Izuna's dark eyes suddenly turned blood red. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was spinning rapidly. Izuna's shouting suddenly stopped. He said seriously, Izuna, actually your long hair looks quite nice. Anyway, father is already dead and can't manage you. I'm just your brother. Why should you care about what I say? After he finished speaking, Izuna's figure flickered and fled quickly. Izuna stared at Izuna for a second. Suddenly, he chased after him. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Izuna's shrill scream soon rang out. Chen Feng stood in front of Taijima's tombstone, watching the figures of the two chase after each other, a smile on his face. Chen Feng's mission in this life is prevent Uchiha Madara from becoming enemies with Senju Hashirama and assist the two in establishing the Land of Fire, making Uchiha Madara the Hokage and ruling the world. Checking the mission progress, it is currently 91. This Life-S mission is progressing smoothly. As for how to let Madara rule the world, it is not difficult. At this moment, at the named shrine, Chen Feng was alone. He looked seriously at Taijima's tombstone. His eyes were filled with respect. Taijima, in many of my previous lives missions, I was your enemy and also your friend. I have confronted you on the battlefield and fought alongside you. We have drunk strong liquor and talked loudly about women. And we have also been seriously injured on the battlefield, relying on each other to survive. No matter what identity I had while interacting with you, I have always admired you. You are a good father and a good clan leader. You regard your clan as everything. And you see the responsibilities you bear as more important than your own life. It's just a pity that you were not born in a good era. In this life, I am your child, and I can feel your love for me. I am very honored and very happy. Chen Feng's gaze was deep. Memories surged in his mind, deep and shallow. The summer morning wind blew through Chen Feng's hair. He bent down and bowed solemnly, departing. When he returned home, he heard Izuna's cries as he passed by Izuna's room. Inside Izuna's room, Izuna was lying in Madara's arms, his cheeks swollen. Madara was seriously applying medicine to Izuna. Izuna, do you miss father? Chen Feng smiled. Yes, I really miss father right now. Izuna stopped crying. He pointed at Madara. If father hadn't passed away, this guy wouldn't dare to hit me so hard. He angrily cursed. Madara, you are really a bastard. Madara punched down again. Izuna's angry cursing abruptly stopped. Madara, with a serious expression, continued to apply medicine to Izuna and slowly said, Izuna, please don't talk for now, okay? Otherwise, it's easy to waste the medicine. Izuna nodded vigorously. After calming Izuna down, Madara left Izuna's room. Just as he closed the door to Izuna's room, he heard Izuna mumbling about him in the room. Madara smiled, shook his head, and sighed. Izuna, that guy is over 20 years old but is still a little rascal. Madara went to Taijima's former room. The drawer at the bottom of the wardrobe was locked. With a bang, the lock was broken by Madara. Inside the drawer was a small box. The room was exceptionally quiet. When Madara held the small box, he could hear the sound of the items inside colliding with each other. At that moment, Madara's eyes turned red. He opened the box. Inside were marbles. Memories of playing marbles with Chen Feng as a child, getting caught by their father, having the marbles confiscated, and getting beaten by their father resurfaced in Madara's mind. This box of marbles had been kept by Taijima for many years. Madara smiled. Father, you didn't lie to me. Tears fell. Madara's body trembled. He cried. The marbles reflected a sparkling light, and the images reflected were of Madara as a child, bravely arguing back at Taijima after being beaten. At this moment, in Izuna's room, while Madara was away, Izuna was cursing Madara fearlessly and happily. He was chewing on the sesame balls that Chen Feng had brought him, enjoying them greatly. Chen Feng, have you noticed that ever since Madara became Hokage, he rarely cries? It's true. Even when father passed away this morning, I didn't see Madara shed a tear. After chatting for a while, Izuna finished the sesame balls. He smacked his lips, savoring the taste. So delicious, I want to eat more. Chen Feng glanced at him. Don't expect me to buy you more. I don't have much money left. I have money. Izuna cheerfully took out a wallet. It was unexpectedly Uchiha Madara's wallet. He had stolen it while Madara was hitting him earlier. Chen Feng frowned. Izuna, your behavior is very disrespectful to Madara. Return the wallet to him. He is Hokage now. Give him some face. Before he finished speaking, Izuna interrupted. Chen Feng, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Chen Feng nodded seriously. Let us go, let us go. I'm willing to help you keep this a secret. Laughter filled the room. The door opened, but Madara stood at the door with a gloomy face. The laughter suddenly stopped. Izuna and Chen Feng froze. The wallet in Izuna's hand was immediately snatched away by Madara. Ban was seriously counting the money and after realizing it hadn't decreased, fixed his gaze on Izuna and Chen Feng. You two are truly my good brothers. Izuna and Chen Feng remained silent, sweating nervously. The sound of dripping echoed. It was the sound of marbles colliding. Ban took out a small box and shook the marbles inside. Chen Feng, Izuna, can you play marbles with me for a while? Just like when we were kids? This time, there won't be a father to supervise us. 5 years later, noon, Ban was reviewing commission tasks in the Hokage office. Hashirama knocked and entered, looking serious. Ban, the time for the third 5 Kage summit is approaching. You didn't participate in the first 2 summits, and the first Hokage ReviveJiraiya, the first Hokage Mizukichaku, the first Hokage Wind Kageredo, and the first Hokage Tsuchikage Ishikawa have strong opinions about you. Please give me a clear answer. Do you plan to participate in this 5 Kage summit? Chapter 119. Just the 2 of us, Madara and Hashirama, are enough to face those 4 guys. Those 4 guys are restless again. Madara looked up, about to discuss the 5 Kage summit with Hashirama. He glanced at Hashirama, who had empty hands, and frowned. Where's my sushi? I didn't bring it. I didn't eat breakfast today, and now my stomach is still empty. I'm too hungry to think. Madara, please take this seriously. Don't you realize the seriousness of the 5 Kage summit? Those 4 guys have shown obvious hostility towards our fire country. Over the past 5 years, they have secretly trained many ninjas. Before he could finish speaking, Madara shrugged and interrupted. I'm starving right now, and I don't want to talk about anything. Please. Hashirama shook his head and sighed. I really can't deal with you. Hashirama left, and the door closed. In the Hokage office, Madara stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the scenery. The window opened, and a refreshing breeze blew in, causing Madara's Hokage cloak to flutter. The children of Konoha Academy had just gotten out of school. The students chattered as they poured out of the school gates, chasing each other as they ran home for lunch. Hokage-sama. The 5-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped, looked up, and waved at Madara with a big smile. Teacher Chen Feng told us in class today about your achievements in capturing tailed beasts. I want to be as strong as you in the future and become Hokage, so my face can be seen on the Hokage monument by all the people of Konoha. Good luck, little monkey, Madara replied with a smile. Chen Feng walked over, patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, and said seriously, Hiruzen, you have great talent. As long as you study hard, you will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Really? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Chen Feng with a face full of surprise and joy. Really? Chen Feng smiled. I'm looking forward to the day you beat that guy in the Hokage office into a pig's head. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully ran away. Madara's expression darkened as he shouted at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I'm still the Hokage. Please give me some face in front of the children. I just praise you as a god in class. I gave you a lot of face, and the kids all admire you. Is that so? Madara laughed heartily. Ha ha. Chen Feng, arranging for you to teach at Konoha Academy was indeed a good choice. Madara's laughter echoed. Just like the 5-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo came running over, shouting, Teacher Chen Feng, how does my talent compare to Sarutobi Hiruzen's? Both you and Hiruzen have high talent. Then, I'll also become Hokage in the future. Shimura Danzo was particularly excited. I can't lose to that guy Hiruzen. I also want my face to appear on the Hokage monument for all the people of Konoha to see, and I will also beat that guy in the Hokage office. As he shouted, Shimura Danzo ran off without looking up, chasing after Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage office, Madara's laughter stopped. He lowered his head, arms crossed over his chest, staring intently at Chen Feng below. Chen Feng, what else did you say to your students in class? Why does it seem like they all want to beat me up? What are you fussing about with kids? They don't understand yet. Chen Feng shouted back. Madara nodded. That's true. Madara's gaze fell on the gradually fading figure of Shimura Danzo, and he smiled. That child Danzo is quite handsome. He has the charm I had when I was young. Danzo is indeed good-looking. In my class, the transfer student Haruno Sakura likes to play with Danzo during breaks, but Danzo always competes with Hiruzen privately. After chatting with Chen Feng for a while, Madara asked him to bring Izuna, Tobirama, and Minato to the Hokage office for an important discussion. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight was warm. Thick clouds covered the sunlight. Where there is light, there will be shadows. The children of Konoha Academy dispersed. On the street, people were busy. Steam billowed from the chimney of a restaurant kitchen. In times of peace, people's lives are guaranteed. They exchange labor for rewards and live fulfilling lives every day. With a clank, the samurai's sword tied to Madara's waist was drawn. The blade gleamed coldly. Madara looked at the busy yet fulfilling figures of the Konoha citizens. In his eyes, a light flickered. I will not allow anyone to threaten the safety of Konoha. The blade of the samurai sword in his hand was thin and sharp. He lightly touched the tip with his finger, and blood flowed. Madara gazed at the samurai sword left by Taijima and murmured, "Father, the samurai sword you left behind will once again reap the lives of enemies on the battlefield. Those four nations are truly restless. What Chen Feng once said resonates with me. Anyone who offends Konoha will be punished, no matter how distant they are. Even if the enemy is the other four great nations. So what? Just the two of us, Hashirama and I, are enough to face them." Madara's gaze looked far into the distance. The Hokage robe fluttered in the wind. The door opened, and a figure flashed by. The window in front of Madara was closed. The Hokage robe, blown by the wind, suddenly stopped. Hashirama stared at Madara. "What are you trying to show off? I brought you your sushi. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Then we can discuss the 5 Kage Summit." Chapter 120. Old Man White Lotus. Do you want to dance with me? All right. Madara put away his katana and happily enjoyed his sushi. Chen Feng, Tobirama, Hashirama, and Izuna arrived one after another at the Hokage's office. Over the past 5 years, the other four great nations had secretly trained and gathered ninjas to form a ninja alliance, collectively viewing the Land of Fire as an enemy. This covert action had long been known to a few. For years ago, Tobirama had already proposed that Madara take action against the other four great nations, at least to destroy one nation as a warning to the others. At that time, Madara's reason for refusal was simple. What adult would get angry with children? Unless absolutely necessary, I really don't want to stir up war again. Now, it seems that war is inevitable. This time, Madara was not prepared to refuse the invitation to the 5 Kage Summit. Madara, Hashirama, Chen Feng, Tobirama, Izuna, and Banji discussed the battle plan together. If peace could not be maintained, they would end the war as quickly as possible. Madara stood up, his gaze falling on the chair he had been sitting in, and laughed. "This chair from Old Man White Lotus is quite comfortable. I wonder if AI, Redo, and Ishikawa's chairs in their offices are comfortable as well." The plan was finalized, and everyone had clear responsibilities. Tobirama left Konoha, speeding towards the sea with a fierce look in his eyes. Izuna had already returned home to prepare important tools for himself, Chen Feng, and Banji to deal with the outbreak of war. Banji went to the market to purchase essential supplies in case the 5 Kage Summit fell through. The Hokage's office was empty. Madara, Izuna, and Chen Feng had already set off for the Land of Water for the 5 Kage Summit. One day later, in the Land of Water, the first Hokage Madara, the first Reikage AI, the first Mizukage White Lotus, the first Wind Kagurato, and the first Suchikage Ishikawa gathered together. The 5 of them, along with their subordinates, entered the 5 Kage Summit room, one after another. The atmosphere was heavy. When Madara entered, the leaders of the other 4 nations had already taken their seats, and their subordinates sat beside them. Each nation's leader could only bring one subordinate into the meeting room. This was the rule. Madara had never intended to follow such rules. When Chen Feng entered the meeting room, he was stopped outside by White Lotus. White Lotus stared intently and said solemnly to Madara, "Madara, you have already signed the meeting agreement. Please be sure to abide by it. You can only bring either Hashirama or Chen Feng into the meeting room, and there are only 10 seats." Before he could finish speaking, Madara's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of White Lotus. The chakra, overflowing from his body, formed a blue light that faintly covered his surface. A killing intent permeated the air. The katana at his waist was drawn. The white light instantly swept past White Lotus's neck. White Lotus's expression froze. He lowered his head. His long beard was severed by Madara and fell to the ground. "Old Man White Lotus, do you want to dance with me?" The katana had already been sheathed. Madara's gaze fell on him. "Chen Feng is my brother, and Hashirama is my brother. The two of them must come in. If you think there aren't enough seats for 11 people, I don't mind killing you and letting my brother Chen Feng take your place." White Lotus's pupils trembled. He was seething with anger. During wartime, he had traveled far and wide to establish the Land of Water. Although he had faced many hardships, his life was glorious. He had never suffered such humiliation. His gaze swept over the already seated first Reikage AI, first Wind Kagurato, and first Suchikage Ishikawa. Under their exchanged glances, their meaning was clear. They hoped White Lotus would yield a little. The purpose of this 5 Kage Summit was to hope that Madara would hand over the tailed beasts captured in the Land of Fire. Finding a peaceful way to resolve this would be the best result. White Lotus's gaze fell on Chen Feng, his expression serious. "Chen Feng, please go in." "I apologize for the offense." Chen Feng directly entered and stood beside Madara with Hashirama. The 5 Kage Summit officially began. Kakuzu lay in ambush in the eastern direction of the meeting room. 5 years ago, Kakuzu, as an elite of Takigakure, had failed to assassinate the first Hokage Madara. He returned to the land of water, severely injured, and reported detailed intelligence about Madara's combat capabilities. But what awaited him in the village was the stigma of failure and severe punishment. Kakuzu was thrown into the prison of the land of water. He could not accept that after risking his life for the country on a mission, he was met with such a cruel outcome. Ultimately, he broke out of prison filled with intense hatred. He successfully stole the secret technique regarded as a treasure by the land of water, the Earth Grudge Fear, and took the hearts of all the high-ranking officials of the land of water. After that, he was no longer willing to believe in anything except money. At this moment, Kakuzu's figure was well hidden. Over the past 5 years, he had diligently practiced the secret technique. He had mastered 5 types of chakra attributes. His strength was now vastly different from before. He sensed that the situation at this 5 Kage summit was extremely unfavorable for the first Hokage Madara. The first Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Wind Kage had long assembled the ninja alliance and were ready to act. If Madara was unwilling to release the tailed beasts captured from the land of fire, his situation would undoubtedly be dangerous. Kakuzu recalled the scene from 5 years ago when Madara's kunai pierced his chest. This enemy, who had nearly killed him after their battle, was a memory he had not forgotten. Kakuzu wore a gray ninja hat and a black mask covering his face. He observed the movements in the 5 Kage summit room, his eyes sharp and his expression serious. Madara, I know that striking at your time of trouble is very unfair to you. Please forgive my opportunistic actions. After all, 5 years ago, I regarded you as a deity. Now, the scene of the deity's fall may appear, and I don't want to miss it at all. Moreover, your life is very valuable. Chapter 121. You are all trash present here at this moment. The atmosphere in the 5 Kage meeting room is tense. The 9-tailed beasts, not a single one, is willing to be handed over to other countries. Madara. Balian's gaze is fixed on Madara. You and Hashirama are powerful. We have all seen it. Your fire country is already safe enough with the 2 of you guarding it. Why must you cling to the 9-tailed beasts? Balian reaches out to touch his long beard, but finds that it has already been cut off by Madara. The anger in his heart surges again. Now, your fire country is strong enough. Our 5 countries have deep friendships. Should you give us a few tailed beasts to help increase the strength of our nations and keep pace with your fire country? Madara's expression remains calm. Hashirama does not speak. He sees through the intentions of the 4 people in front of him. In his heart, Hashirama has already prepared for the worst. Chen Feng's expression is serious. Calculating the time, Tobirama and Kurenai should have arrived at the predetermined location, ready with tools to respond to the impending war. Just in time, he hasn't eaten breakfast, and it's about time to go meet Tobirama and Kurenai. Madara's gaze sweeps from Balian to the first Reikage. A. What do you think? A's expression is very serious. Madara, I think Balian is right. Since we are nations of friendship, please consider us from our perspective. Sure. What about you? Madara turns to look at the first Tsuchikage. Sure. With gray hair and a steady tone, replies, Madara, my Earth country needs the power of tailed beasts to develop its military strength. If you are willing to help, the citizens of my Earth country will be grateful to you for generations. Madara remains unmoved. His gaze fixes on the first Wind Kage, Redo. Redo does not shy away from Madara's gaze, his eyes firm. Madara, please give 2 tailed beasts to my Wind country. In exchange, I am willing to return the material support that your fire country provided us at the beginning of our establishment. Silence. Madara does not respond. The meeting room is quiet. Madara does not speak. His pitch-black eyes suddenly turn crimson. The Sharingan spins rapidly. His gaze slowly sweeps across the 4 people. No one meets Madara's gaze. The first Water Kage, Balian, tightly closes his mouth. The first Reikage, A, feels a slight tremor in his eyes. Cold sweat seeps from the back of the first Tsuchikage. Sure. The first Wind Kage, Redo, holds his breath. The space in the 5 Kage meeting room is very open. At this moment, the atmosphere is particularly heavy. The leaders of the 4 nations remain silent, waiting for Madara's response. Hashirama. Madara speaks, addressing Hashirama. Have I endured enough until now? It's already enough. Hashirama's eyes shimmer with light. After his words fall, Madara throws back his head and laughs. The boisterous laughter fills the 5 Kage meeting room. The laughter stops. Madara stands up, suddenly placing 1 foot on the round table in front of him. Cracks spread across the surface. The 4 leaders of the nations shudder involuntarily. When the tailed beasts wreak havoc in the world, you stood by and did nothing. When Hashirama and I captured the tailed beasts, you stood by and did nothing. Now that you see my fire country can harness the power of the tailed beasts, you are itching to move. Madara's long hair flows behind him. One arm rests on a leg he placed on a round table. He leans forward, scanning the other four Kage with a fierce, ruthless glare, like a hawk watching its prey. His domineering posture is extremely unruly. With a voice strong and resonant, Madara declares, "You four, being much older than me, have lived to this age, and yet you have not learned anything from the pains of the past." Uchiha Madara's attitude is very clear. He is unwilling to hand over the tailed beasts. After some exchanges, the other four Kage can no longer hold back. "Madara, please put away your arrogant attitude." The first water Kage, Billion, with his thick brows and white hair, looks stern. "We know you are stronger than any one of us four. But when we unite our powers, you may not be able to withstand it." The first Tsuchikage, Shurha, gazes at Uchiha Madara, voice raised. "Madara, the strength of your fire country has already made the four nations feel threatened. If you do not give us some of the tailed beast power, how can we feel secure? Madara, please leave us some room for self-preservation." The first wind Kage, Redo, speaks calmly, his voice carrying a hint of veiled threat. "To be honest, during this 5 Kage meeting, we have assembled the ninja coalition from our 4 countries. Madara, I hope you do not make this too ugly." The first Reikage, sighs, "It is not my wish for things to have come to this. Let us all give Madara some time to weigh the pros and cons." As A's words fall, Hashirama and Chen Feng have already positioned themselves on either side of Madara. "Forgive my bluntness, but all of you present here are trash." Madara's gaze is empty and full of arrogance. "I have long known that you have secretly gathered a ninja coalition against me. For these 5 years, I simply did not want to anger you childish ones. But now, please tell me, is the combined strength of your 4 countries enough for me and Hashirama to play with?" At this moment, outside the 5 Kage meeting room, Kakuzu's vision catches a white light shooting up into the sky. Have they started fighting? Kakuzu does not dare to be careless, his expression cautious and vigilant. Chapter 122. Susanoo and the Great Buddha, the 5 Shadows conference room, was already in shambles. 10 figures flickered and emerged. On a vast open space, thousands of elite ninjas who had long been lying in ambush surged forward. The first Hokage, Hashirama, the first Reikage, the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, and the first Wind Kage, Redo, stood before the Ninja Alliance. The 4 of them looked arrogantly at Madara, Tobirama, and Chen Feng in front of them. No words were exchanged. They quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu activated. Lightning flashed. The ground in front of them undulated, forming solid rock. A fierce wind howled. The water flowing from Hakuren's mouth formed an enormous water dragon. "Madara, are you really going to be our enemy?" Madara ignored the old man Hakuren. "Chen Feng, you are not suited to participate in the upcoming battle. I know Tobirama, Izuna, and Ban have already prepared the supplies." Chen Feng replied with a smile. Madara's lips curled into a slight smile. "Make sure to leave some for me and Hashirama." "All right," Chen Feng said as he flickered and quickly retreated. Madara swiftly formed hand seals and shouted loudly, "Hashirama, I command you as Hokage, do not hold back." His crimson eyes turned purple. The Rinnegan activated. Deep blue chakra surged and spread out. "Susanoo." The Ninja Alliance looked up, their eyes trembling. The sunlight became blurred. In front of them, Madara's fully formed Susanoo, towering at 100 meters, had taken shape. The armor on its back transformed into gigantic wings, and it held a giant sword in both hands. Just standing there, without any movement, it radiated an overwhelming pressure. I held his breath. Hakuren's face twisted in anger. Ishikawa's heartbeat quickened. Redo shouted loudly, "Attack!" A nation's leader, along with several Ninja Alliance members, faced off against the 2. They hadn't even had the chance to activate their ninjutsu. The ground trembled violently. Cracks rapidly spread. A large number of Ninja Alliance members fell over in disarray. Senjutsu would release. True Thousand Hands. A giant Buddha statue with thousands of arms burst forth from the ground at incredible speed. The massive statue, like Madara's Susanoo, also stood 100 meters tall. The sunlight shone on the giant statue, casting a shadow over the Ninja Alliance. Ninjutsu struck the giant Buddha statue. The other 4 shadows all launched attacks against the massive war god formed by Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. As the Ninja Alliance attacked with all their might, the sounds of explosions were incessant. Dust filled the air. Moments later, the members of the Ninja Alliance were exhausted. "Do we kill Madara and Hashirama?" One by one, the ninjas looked up at the dissipating dust. Rado, Hakurin, and Ishikawa were panting heavily. The chakra within them had already been depleted by more than half. Their strongest offensive had all been unleashed. Their faces were filled with grave expressions. Looking up, the dust slowly cleared. Hashirama stood atop the giant Buddha statue, his long hair flowing. The forehead protector of Konoha on his forehead shimmered. His white clothes bore not a single tear. The partially shattered areas of the giant Buddha statue were rapidly healing. Madara's Susanoo glowed even brighter. Madara's figure vanished from the base of the blue war god, formed by Susanoo. When he reappeared, it was on top of Hashirama's giant Buddha statue. Madara crossed his arms. Hashirama's white robe billowed. The two stood together, looking down with condescending gazes at the ninja alliance on the ground, along with the other four shadows. Regardless of everything, we maintained 7 years of peace. I, Uchiha Madara, have feelings for you. So in this battle, out of respect for you, I will use all my strength. Please, delight me to your heart's content. As his words fell, Madara swiftly formed hand seals. The towering blue war god of Susanoo suddenly dispersed. Madara's complete Susanoo fused with the giant Buddha statue, summoned by Hashirama. Intense blue chakra coalesced into armor that tightly fitted around the giant statue. Amidst the violent rumbling, the giant Buddha statue turned its head, its deep blue gaze fixed on the ninja alliance below. Senjutsu, divine armor, true thousand's hands. Ines, thanks to Wang Zhejiu for the 2 divine certifications. Thank you the life of Kimimaro that you want to see changed. I will write it into the book as soon as possible. Kimimaro will have a beautiful ending. Chapter 123. The power of the alliance between Madara and Hashirama. Is this the power of the alliance between Madara and Hashirama? Balian looked up, clenching her teeth tightly. Do we have hope of winning? Reiki's hands fell weakly to his sides. The gigantic Buddha statue took a step forward. The rocks formed by Shurha shattered with a loud crash. Shurha's heart raced. Fighting against Madara and Hashirama is truly not a good idea. The lightning released by Reikage was as insignificant as a feather in front of the massive Buddha statue. It flickered around the waist of the statue, but couldn't inflict even the slightest damage to the Susanoo armor covering it. Madara, I am willing to admit defeat. No need to fight any longer. Reikage shouted loudly. At this moment, I am willing to face you. If I do not fight you, it will be disrespectful to you, and I cannot accept that outcome. Madara's voice was strong and firm. Hashirama, let's take action. Sage Art, divine armor, transformation into Buddha. Hashirama formed a hand seal, his robes fluttering. Thousands of giant hands covered in Susanoo armor stretched out together and struck simultaneously. Blood splattered. The ground sank. The trees surrounding the land of water were all destroyed. The cries of agony were relentless. In the midst of the chaos, Kakuzu dodged the enormous fist that came crashing down from the sky. He landed on the ground, staggering. His blood surged. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The pressure from the giant fist covered in Susanoo armor had already caused damage to his internal organs. Kakuzu looked up, his gaze resolute. As expected of the first Hokage Madara, you are fully qualified to be my opponent. Before he could make a move, a red light flashed. A splash of blood fell on Kakuzu's face. With a loud thud, the body of the first Reikage AI crashed down. His chest caved in. One arm was already broken. There was a long wound on his abdomen. Blood flowed, and Kakuzu could see AI's internal organs through the wound. Lord Reikage, please hold on. Kakuzu gathered chakra in his hands, using his least skilled medical ninjutsu to treat Reikage's injuries. Who are you? Reikage AI's voice was weak. I was once a ninja from the land of water. My name is Kakuzu. Kakuzu said earnestly, it was your ninja coalition that hired me to kill the first Hokage Madara. He hoped that Reikage AI could hold on, leading the ninja coalition to continue fighting against Madara. Kakuzu, thank you for saving me. Reikage AI's face was pale, his expression resolute. I underestimated the power of the alliance between Madara and Hashirama. Even if the number of the ninja coalition doubled, even if my strength along with Bai Lian, Shurha, and Reikage were doubled, I fear we still cannot defeat Madara and Hashirama. Kakuzu's eyes trembled. Is there really no hope of victory at all? No chance of winning. Reikage AI sighed. I see. Kakuzu's face was tense. Reikage AI's gaze fell on Kakuzu, filled with gratitude. Kakuzu, I do not have long to live. In my final moments, please help me with one thing. Before he could finish his sentence, Reikage AI's eyes widened in shock. His voice stopped abruptly. Blood spurted. Kakuzu's palm pierced into Reikage AI's caved-in chest. Kakuzu flickered and quickly left. The area around Reikage AI's chest was hollow. His heart was gone. Along with it, the wallet on Reikage AI's body also disappeared. At this moment, Madara had already realized that the Susanoo and transformation into Buddha techniques were not only extremely chakra-consuming, but using such high-level ninjutsu against the ninja coalition was indeed a bit of bullying. The earth stopped shaking. The enormous fists wrapped in blue chakra stopped swinging. The piercing screams diminished. The giant Buddha statue covered in Susanoo armor had already vanished. I survived. The first Mizukage by Lien, surrounded by highly defensive water spheres, gasped for breath, ceasing her evasive movements, cautiously staring at Madara and Hashirama. These two sages. Is it because their chakra has been exhausted that they cannot perform such terrifying ninjutsu anymore? Chapter 124. There are traitors in the ninja allied forces. The first Suchikage, Ishikawa, landed beside Balian. The layered armor on his chest had been damaged in the previous battle, and blood was spilling from the corner of his mouth. Ishikawa's eyes trembled. If anyone could defeat Madara and Hashirama, it must be the future generations. With just our power now, it is truly difficult to win. I admit that Madara and Hashirama are the unbeatable strongmen of this era. He scanned the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of the ninja allied forces. No one continued to heed the command of Balian and Ishikawa. Fear, horror, tremors, these indescribable emotions rapidly spread across the battlefield. Losing companions, losing family, losing mentors, the battlefield felt like hell. Many of the surviving ninjas were almost instinctively fleeing in panic. Where's Lord Reikage? Balian looked around. From the smoke behind him, the first Kazekage, Redo, approached, carrying the body of Reikage AI. Lord Reikage has passed away. Reikage AI's corpse had its eyes wide open, filled with reluctance. Blood was still oozing from his chest, not yet congealed. The temperature of the corpse was fading. Lord Reikage must not have died by the hands of Hashirama and Madara. Balian looked at Reikage's body, furious. There are traitors in the ninja allied forces who took advantage of the chaos to kill Lord Reikage. Reto Saith. His gaze was warily fixed on the distant Hashirama and Madara. Madara and Hashirama's growth is terrifying. We should have launched an attack on the land of fire long ago, when Madara first refused the Five Kage summit. His body was covered in wounds. The blood from his body mixed with that of the deceased Reikage AI, flowing onto the ground. It's too late to say anything now. We should retreat. From what I understand of Madara, although he is arrogant, he is not someone who would completely wipe us out. If we leave now, he might spare us. The three exchanged glances, their eyes shining with determination. 5 years of planning felt like a joke in the face of Madara and Hashirama's power. Though unwilling, they had no other choice. At the very least, this battle had truly shown them how strong Madara and Hashirama were when united. Surviving was the only chance to change their fate. Madara, my land of wind will no longer have any ulterior motives regarding your tailed beasts. Redo shouted at Madara. Then, he looked seriously at the two beside him. I will bury Reikage's body. Balian, Ishikawa, take care of yourselves. As his words fell, he flickered and quickly retreated. Madara, Balian, on behalf of the land of water, apologize for my previous disrespectful actions. Madara, I hope this battle won't ruin the friendship between my land of earth and your land of fire. The first Mizukage, Balian, and the first Suchikage, Ishikawa, vanished. Hashirama quickly formed seals, about to stop them, but was interrupted by Madara, Chen Feng, and Izuna, as well as Tobarama and Ban. They need to grow. These three who fled can be dealt with by them. As he finished speaking, behind him, a shuriken flew at high speed towards Madara's neck. Madara did not turn around. He simply raised his hand. The shuriken, launched by Kankuro during the chaos, was caught by Madara. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a flash of white light passed by. At the same moment, several kilometers away, with a bang, the shuriken was firmly embedded in a tree trunk. Blood flowed down the trunk, and a heart was pinned to the shuriken. Kankuro, lying on the ground, took a deep breath and got up, his expression grave. Looking down, he saw that his chest had been pierced by the shuriken shot by Madara. One heart was already gone. Kankuro knew very well that if it weren't for the secret technique he learned 5 years ago, he would have been killed by Madara by now. There were still 4 hearts beating inside him. Forget it. Kankuro looked in the direction of Madara, hesitated for a moment, and though he felt unwilling, ultimately chose to retreat. He sighed. In this battle against the first Hokage Madara, I have lost. Chapter 125. Is it too cruel for the ninja allied forces? On the distant stone wall, the aroma of barbecue wafted through the air. After finalizing the battle plan in the Hokage's office yesterday, Tobarama immediately went to the seaside to fish. Izuna returned home to prepare the barbecue grill and rack. Banma went to the market to buy seasonings. This was all they could do regarding their battle efforts. Izuna's expression was tense as he skillfully formed a hand seal, fire release, barbecue technique. The charcoal in the grill was ignited, flames rising. Nearby, several large wooden barrels were filled with seawater, where colorful fish swam and flipped around. The fish being grilled by Banma filled the air with a delicious aroma. He looked up at the distant battle and sighed. Isn't it too cruel for the ninja allied forces that Madara Susanoo is paired with Hashirama's giant Buddha? Before he finished speaking, the fish he was grilling was suddenly snatched away. Chen Feng, you bastard, give it back to me. Banma grabbed the grilled fish back. The most delicious meat from the fish's belly had already been bitten off by Chen Feng. Banma, thank you. Your grilling skills are much better than 5 years ago. He said, thank you for nothing. Banma glared at Chen Feng. Just wait and see how I steal yours later. After saying that, Banma was about to continue eating when suddenly, a kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal accurately knocked the grilled fish from his hand. The kunai embedded itself in the ground. Tobarama appeared on the stone wall, carrying 4 chairs of different colors. Tobarama, you and Chen Feng are both bastards. Banma shouted angrily. Huh? Tobarama's expression darkened when he saw the grilled fish knocked away on the ground and immediately understood what had happened. Was it me? Of course. Let me help you grill another fish. Forget it. Banma pouted. Tobarama's skill with the Flying Thunder God had greatly improved over the past 5 years. During the 5 Kage Summit, he had easily brought back chairs from the offices of the leaders of the wind, earth, water, and lightning countries. However, Tobarama's grilling skills were still as poor as 5 years ago. The taste of the grilled fish was like poison. Banma didn't dare to try it. I have to say, Tobarama, the chairs you stole from the leaders of those 4 countries are quite comfortable to sit on. The aroma of the grilled fish wafted far away. The blood on the battlefield had not congealed. Many severely injured ninjas were crying out in pain. Kakuzu had already run far away. The hollow spot in his chest was filled with a fresh, young heart. Further away, there was a clear river connected to the river where Madara, Hashirama, Chen Feng, Izuna, Banma, and Tobarama played as children. The water flowed gently, crystal clear under the scorching sun. On the battlefield where Madara and Hashirama were located, vibrant lives were continuously lost. Wails filled the air. Amidst the smoke and dust, the figures of Madara and Hashirama stood side by side, barely visible. The ground was littered with corpses. Yet the two remained unscathed. Madara stood with his arms crossed, the red-layered armor on his chest swaying in the wind. The color of his eyes shifted from purple to bright red, and his Sharingan slowly rotated. Every fleeing figure of the ninja allied forces fell into his gaze. Madara asked in a deep voice, Hashirama, do the surviving ninja allied forces need a way out? Half of Hashirama's originally white robe was stained with the blood of fallen ninjas, the blood mingling with the dirt. The sight of the ninja allied forces before him, powerless to resist and scattering in flight, did not touch Hashirama's heart. Having been on a battlefield too many times before establishing Konoha with Madara, he had killed countless enemies. Hashirama's expression was resolute, his gaze determined. We cannot give them the chance to survive. Chapter 126. The death of Kakuzu. Hashirama's voice was strong and powerful. Madara, what we are protecting are the citizens of the Land of Fire who trust us immensely. Every citizen of the Land of Fire is my companion, and I will not allow the lives of my companions to be threatened. Even though these surviving Ninja Alliance members are currently much weaker than us, I do not wish to give them a chance to grow. All right. Madara's gaze fell on Hashirama, and he sighed. I will listen to you. He looked again at the fleeing Ninja Alliance members. A killing intent filled his eyes. The two of them simultaneously formed hand seals. Would release. Flower Tree World. The trees sleeping deep beneath the battlefield awakened at this moment, rapidly growing, expanding, and spreading. The chakra within Hashirama's body flowed rapidly, using chakra as nourishment to cause the trees to grow at a terrifying speed. The ground was torn apart by the rising tree trunks. Countless branches, moving at extreme speed, penetrated the rocks, enveloping the entire battlefield. Except for the first Hokage, the first Tsuchikage, and the first Wind Kage. All the surviving members of the Ninja Alliance were wrapped and bound by the trees. Panic. Fear. The surviving members of the Ninja Alliance hurriedly formed seals. Fire release. Wind release. Earth release. Water release. The sounds of jutsu clashing echoed endlessly. Yet, no one was able to break free. Kakuzu, who had already fled far away, was now bound and unable to move by the tree trunks. Perhaps I won't be able to see the fall of the gods. Kakuzu no longer struggled. He looked up at the sky. The sun-drenched land was once the land of waterfalls. At the beginning of the establishment of the land of waterfalls, he had vowed to protect his country even at the cost of his life. But ultimately, he walked the path of not believing in anyone, only believing in money. On the branch in front of him, a huge and vibrant flower bud was blooming. The pollen scattered and was inhaled by Kaku. His mind became dizzy. In a daze, Kakuzu saw the scene from 5 years ago when he was assigned by the upper echelons of the land of waterfalls to assassinate the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu's gaze fell on Uchiha Madara in the distance. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured in a voice only he could hear. If I had refused the mission to assassinate the first Hokage Madara back then, perhaps my life would have changed. In the second before closing his eyes, a surging flame instantly ignited all the tree trunks on the battlefield. Fire release. Great fire destruction. After releasing this jutsu, Madara and Hashirama vanished together. The battlefield was engulfed in a sea of fire. The piercing screams were swallowed by the flames. Like a purgatory on earth, Kakuzu lowered his head, no longer struggling. The heat was intense. The mask on his face was burned away, revealing his mouth, which had been torn apart and abused after he returned to the land of waterfalls 5 years ago due to a failed mission. In an instant, the skin on his body was burned away, and the 5 hearts inside him were incinerated. Kakuzu did not make a sound. He was already dead. On the distant stone wall, the charcoal for grilling fish had been extinguished. 2 grilled fish, sprinkled with seasoning, lay on the grill. The aroma was enticing. It was meant for Hashirama and Madara to eat. 4 chairs were neatly arranged in front of the grill. Several wooden barrels contained seawater. The colorful fish that Tobarama had caught from the sea the day before were still flopping around in the barrels. Tobarama, Chen Feng, Izuna, and Ban had all vanished. At this moment, the fleeing first Mizukage, Haku, stopped, turned back to look at the sea of fire behind him. His heart tightened suddenly. His expression was sorrowful. Haku continued to flee when a figure landed a dozen meters in front of him. You are Madara's brother, Chen Feng. Haku, with his white hair and tall stature, looked at Chen Feng, who was blocking his way. Sorry, first Mizukage, in this life we are enemies. I cannot allow you to leave alive, Chen Feng sighed. Chapter 127. The first Mizukage, in this life we are enemies. Only you? Yes. The first Mizukage, by Lien, looked around cautiously. The battlefield behind him was still engulfed in flames. The screams of ninjas gradually subsided. The sun hung high in the sky. The surrounding dense forest was silent. After confirming that there was no one nearby, Lien's gaze fell on Chen Feng. Madara's strength is undeniable, and I am not a match for Hashirama either. But Chen Feng, based on my understanding of you, you alone cannot stop my progress. Chen Feng's face showed no signs of emotion. He looked calmly at Lien. Memories from a past life surged intermittently in his mind. The memories faded away in an instant. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Lien, as the leader of the water country, your determination to protect it is admirable. However, you should not be enemies with Madara. The fire country has always been your strong ally. Before he could finish, Lien interrupted. No need for more words. I regret my decision to be enemies with Madara, but now the mistake has been made, and regret is useless. Lien's tone was strong and resolute. A flash of ferocity crossed his gaze. Chakra surged, and water vapor spread around him. Chen Feng, I do not wish to kill you. Please give me a way out. I promise you, I will no longer be enemies with the fire country. When I return to the water country, I will tell my people to regard the fire country as an ally for generations. I'm sorry, Lien, but I cannot let you go. Lien did not respond. He charged towards Chen Feng. His long white hair billowed as he unleashed his full power. He quickly formed hand seals, water release. Before the seals were complete, Chen Feng suddenly collapsed to the ground. Whoosh! A scythe shot towards Lien's neck from a position behind him. Lien reached out and caught the scythe steadily. His gaze fell on the collapsed Chen Feng. Lien's expression was puzzled. Chen Feng, did you deliberately let me go? I will remember this kindness. Lien's voice suddenly stopped. A strong sense of crisis spread in his heart. Lien suddenly realized something. He turned his head sharply and looked towards the direction from which the scythe had just flown. A scarecrow, covered in cursed seals and about the size of a palm, was placed on a tree trunk, staring back at him. The cursed seals around the scarecrow vanished in an instant. Lien's eyes widened in shock, and his breathing became rapid. He gritted his teeth tightly, his body trembling, veins bulging on his face. Chen Feng, I will never let you. Take over my body. Balian slowly bent down, reached for a kunai. He tentatively aimed the kunai at the position of Chen Feng's neck, but couldn't do it. Chen Feng's soul was fighting for control of his body. Balian, have led a brilliant life and will never die at the hands of a junior like you. Balian's arm trembled violently. Gripping the kunai tightly, he slashed towards Chen Feng's neck. Just as it was about to touch Chen Feng's neck, Balian's arm fell weakly. The light in his eyes disappeared at that moment. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze became resolute. From his aged, withered lips came a voice in Chen Feng's usual tone. Balian, I'm sorry. Chen Feng's soul had already taken over Balian's body. He spoke to the scarecrow on the tree trunk, now devoid of cursed seals. First Mizukic, do you have any last wishes before you die? Please tell me, and if it does not violate my principles, I am willing to help you fulfill them. Chapter 128 Chen Feng. Promise me to treat the people of my country well. Balian could clearly see his aged body standing not far in front of him, right beside Chen Feng's collapsed figure on the ground. At this moment, his body was occupied by Chen Feng's soul, while his own soul was trapped within a scarecrow. He could not move, could not speak, only had his sight and hearing. Balian had already understood what was happening. Chen Feng was using the secret technique of a clan from the Fire Nation's mountains, which was not an ordinary body-switching technique, but a specialized technique for executing espionage tasks. The soul-transferring puppet curse. This was a ninjutsu that did not require hand seals, hidden in a trap, and would activate once triggered. After being caught, the enemy's soul would be sealed within the puppet, while one's own soul would enter the opponent's body. Chen Feng had long set up the trap on his path. The scythe that had previously been shot at him was the trigger for the trap. At this moment, Chen Feng's own body was still collapsed on the ground, completely motionless. Balian watched closely as Chen Feng's soul controlled his body, pulling out a piece of hemp rope from Chen Feng's ninja tool pouch, which was very suitable for hanging. One end of the rope was tied to a branch above, while the other end, a loop, was tightly constricting Balian's neck. The neck was instantly tightened. Balian's body dangled in the air. Chen Feng's soul, occupying Balian's body, could feel the pain of Balian's body. The sensation of suffocation grew increasingly intense. His face turned red, his vision became dark, and his hearing gradually faded. The feeling of nearing death was extremely intense. He had completely broken free. At that moment, the soul-transferring puppet curse was lifted. The souls of Balian and Chen Feng instantly returned to their original bodies. Chen Feng stood up from the ground. In front of him, Balian's aged body hung in the air, his legs weakly kicking. Balian tried to raise his hands to grasp the hemp rope that was choking his neck, but he could not do it. His eyes were bloodshot, and saliva continuously flowed from his open mouth. Chen Feng, you promised me not to vent your hatred on the people of my water nation. Please treat my water nation's people well. I promise you, Balian. Chen Feng's expression was solemn. His gaze towards Balian was filled with respect. Even if one day in the future your country is occupied by mine, I will ensure that your descendants know the glorious deeds you endured to establish the water nation. Balian, though you did not have a good ending in my heart, you are a great ninja. After a moment, Balian stopped struggling. He had already passed away. Chen Feng tidied up Balian's remains, went to a riverside, buried Balian, and erected a tombstone. May this be the last war. Chen Feng stood before Balian's tombstone, his expression grave as he slowly bowed. His gaze was filled with respect. He deeply bowed and then left. In another part of the dense forest, the battle between Tobirama and the first Hokage, Hashirama, was still ongoing. The two figures stood atop the treetops. The white plush collar on Tobirama's shoulder, connecting to his back, was damaged during his earlier battle with Hashirama. One of Hashirama's eyes had lost its light due to Tobirama's heavy water ninjutsu. Blood continued to flow. Tobirama, don't you want to leave me a way out? Stop the nonsense. The two figures flickered, and at the moment of their violent collision, a kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal shot into the sky. A mouthful of blood was violently spat out from Tobirama. Bang! Tobirama's figure was heavily slammed to the ground. The ground was smashed into a huge pit, cracks spreading outwards. Tobirama's chest surged with blood, making it difficult for him to get up. Tobirama, above, Hashirama's figure blocked the sun and charged down from the treetops. The kunai, infused with wind chakra, was violently shot towards Tobirama's head. Indeed, it was the main body. A vicious look flashed in Tobirama's eyes. Chapter 129. The first Tsuchikage and the first Kazekage are killed. Rado fiercely shot a kunai toward Tobirama's head, which embedded itself into the ground. A scorching sensation spread behind Rado. During their earlier confrontation, Although Tobirama was heavily slammed to the ground by Rado, a paper bomb was stuck to Rado's back. Rado wanted to take action, but was too late. Tobirama's figure appeared in the air, already forming a hand seal, ninja art, mutual explosive tags. The deafening sound of explosions continued without end. This was a unique ninjutsu created by Tobirama. The single paper bomb on Rado could infinitely summon thousands of paper bombs, rapidly triggering a series of explosions. Although the explosion range was not comparable to the 600 billion paper bombs used in the original plot during Conan's battle with the Beto, the destructive power in a small area was terrifying. Once a paper bomb was attached, there was no escape. Rado's figure was already engulfed in the violent explosions. The flames were blinding. A large number of trees were destroyed. When the explosion sounds finally subsided, Tobirama arrived at the center of the battlefield where he had previously fought Rado. Rado's body was blown apart into multiple pieces. The corpse was charred and lifeless. After confirming that the first Kazekage was dead, Tobirama said nothing and left. On the other side, deeper in the dense forest, the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, lay on the ground. His body twisted. The surrounding earth had coalesced into rocks. Numerous shurikens and kunai were scattered around, and several trees were broken, indicating a fierce battle had taken place. Ishikawa was covered in dust, his eyes wide open. His body temperature was dropping, and there was no breath from his nostrils. He was already dead. Izuna and Hashirama stood beside Ishikawa's corpse, panting heavily. A drop of blood fell onto Ishikawa's body. The bright red color of Izuna's kaleidoscope Sharingan faded, and his eyes turned pitch black. Blood flowed from his eye sockets. He had just used his ocular techniques during the battle with Ishikawa, nearly exhausting all his chakra, and finally teamed up with Hashirama to kill Ishikawa. The first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, was not as weak as we thought. Even with Ishikawa dead in front of them, Hashirama's expression still bore a hint of caution. The armor he wore was damaged into 2 pieces during the earlier battle with Ishikawa. The katana in his hand gleamed coldly. With a swift stroke, he slashed across Ishikawa's neck. Blood sprayed on Hashirama's tattered armor. "Now I can confirm, this old man is really dead," he said. With a clang, the katana fell to the ground, and Hashirama collapsed. "Hashirama, are you seriously injured?" Izuna immediately asked. "No fatal injuries," Hashirama replied, exhausted and unable to move. His whole body ached. He weakly said, "This little injury can be healed when Chen Feng arrives. Then I'll leave. You rest here for a while," Izuna said as he turned to leave. Hashirama glared at Izuna. "Take me with you. I don't want to stay with the corpse of the first Tsuchikage. It's terrifying," Izuna threatened. "Then you're not allowed to steal my grilled fish. Impossible. I must steal it," Hashirama insisted. Izuna ignored him, his form flickering as he left. "Hey!" Hashirama took a deep breath and shouted, "Izuna, I promise you, I won't steal your grilled fish." As soon as he finished speaking, Izuna appeared next to Hashirama, helping him to his feet. As the two left, they took one last look at Ishikawa's corpse. Although the first Tsuchikage was dead before them, the danger of the recent battle left a deep impression on both of them. Their gazes held a hint of respect. At first, when they ambushed Ishikawa, Izuna hadn't planned to take action. It wasn't until he saw the first ninjutsu Ishikawa used that he nearly killed Hashirama on the spot. As Izuna and Hashirama walked toward the stone wall, they discussed their recent battle, summarizing their combat experiences. Soon, their conversation shifted to the leaders of other countries. "Hashirama, do you think the first Mizukage, the first Reikage, and the first Kazekage are as strong as the first Tsuchikage we just killed?" Chapter 130. The Land of Fire officially declares war on the other 4 countries, that's absolutely certain, Banjian said confidently. Izuna was taken aback for a moment and smiled, but Madara and Hashirama, they seemed to handle those 4 and the coalition of thousands of ninjas with such ease. Banjian couldn't help but nod. Madara and Hashirama, just how strong are they now? Izuna couldn't help but curse. They're born from the same parents. Why is it that their growth rate is